A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all old-time radio.
Well, Neal Williams now has the evidence on Mr. Marsh. He obtained a statement from the private detective Mike Schwartz involving Mr. Marsh in the deal that cost Mr. Race his money. And now Neal is preparing to go ahead with his investigation. This episode is in two scenes. First, the office of Mr. Evans, managing editor of Neal's newspaper, and later at the Ace's apartment. First to the managing editor's office, where we find Neal just entering. Listen.
Got a couple of minutes, Mr. Evans?
Huh? Oh, it's you, Williams. Come in.
Thank you.
Well, what is it?
I got some new dope on Tom Marsh.
Marsh. Oh, yeah, the city alderman.
Yep, and I think I've got the goods on him this time, Mr. Evans.
Now, just a minute, Williams. Now, listen. You were in here a week or 10 days ago with what you thought was a hot lead on political graft involving Tom Marsh. And I told you didn't have enough evidence to base the story on, didn't I?
Sure, but since then I've been working on the case.
Working on it? Didn't I tell you to drop the story?
Yeah, but
Didn't I tell you it was all guesswork? That Marsh's record was absolutely clean? That I didn't want to get this paper involved in a libel suit by rushing into print with a lot of charges we couldn't prove?
Sure, Mr. Evans, but, well, I decided to go ahead anyway.
Oh, you decided to go ahead anyway.
Yep.
Now, look, Williams. How long have you been working for this paper?
5 years.
Then you ought to know by now that I make the decisions on this sheet.
Well, yes.
You're a reporter, Williams. Now, you may be a good reporter. Truthfully, I've always thought you were.
Thank you.
But you're not running the Post. You're working for it. And if you've got any other ideas, you're working for it no longer. You understand?
Just a minute, Mr. Evans. I don't want you to get too excited about this until you find out what I've done.
You've done enough. Well, you've taken the time that we pay you for and spent it in a wild goose chase after a story we can't support with facts.
I haven't taken a minute of the paper's time on this, Mr. Evans.
You haven't?
Nope, I've done it entirely on my own. I've even gone to the expense of hiring a private detective out of my own pocket, not the Post, to help me get the dope on Marsh.
I don't know, William. I've seen a lot of reporters with funny angles, but I've never before seen one that would finance his own investigation.
I'm telling you the truth, Mr. Evans.
Either you've got a lot of confidence in your own guesswork, or you've got some motive that I can't figure out.
Do you want to hear my story?
Okay, but make it short.
All right, here's what I did, Mr. Evans. After you turned the story down the first time, I started doing a little snooping on my own hook. First thing, I went down to the county recorder's office, and I tried to find out about the deed to that property down on Railroad Avenue.
Yes?
I wanted to find out if Marsh owned it at the time that he was voting for the city to buy it for the building project.
Well, what did you find?
I didn't find anything. There wasn't any record of the deed,
Huh.
which increased the chances of Marsh's really owning it, because he, being right in City Hall, and I get this, is one of the few people who could get into the county recorder's office and take out that record.
That's an awful lot of guesswork.
I know that. I wanted to get something more definite. So finally, I hired this private detective I mentioned, the fellow named Schwartz, Mike Schwartz.
Well?
I gave him all the information I had and sent him out to get more. And that very night, just a few hours after I hired Schwartz, I got a warning to lay off.
What kind of a warning?
A note. Just 2 words. Lay off.
Well, that doesn't mean much.
It did to me. Because I put 2 and 2 together and I figured out this. Schwartz was the only outsider who knew that I was promoting an investigation. Therefore, obviously, Schwartz must be the guy who sent the note.
More guesswork. You were paying him, weren't you?
Plenty.
Then why would he want to scare you out?
Because somebody else was paying him more. And the only person that could be was Tom Marsh. So the next time I saw Schwartz, I pulled a gag on him. I told him I'd had the Fingerprint Bureau at headquarters dust a note for prints and that they'd found his. And I happened to hit it right. Because when I told Schwartz the police had his prints in the files and were looking for him for several little jobs, he kicked through and gave me the story in return for getting the note back. I've got his statement right here, written out and signed. Take a look at it.
Not witnessed, I noticed.
No, but the whole story's there. He admits that after I hired him, he went to Marsh and sold out, and that Marsh paid him to scare me out of the investigation, and that his first move was to send me the note to lay off.
But it still doesn't mean a thing.
Oh, Mr. Evans, how can you say that? It's down there in black and white. He signed it.
Yes, he signed it. But all you've got is the unwitnessed signature of an admitted crook. But it won't hold water with him. We print this, Marsh could claim it's a fake. We wouldn't have a leg to stand on.
Well, then I'll get Schwartz here and make him sign another statement, and you can witness it yourself.
Now, hold everything a minute, Williams. We're not going to get this man Schwartz back here. We're not going to do anything about this. We're going to drop it. Forget it. You understand?
But why do you want to do that?
I've got several very good reasons. Now, first of all, as I told you when we talked about this the first time, I don't believe that Tom Marsh is crooked.
But I've shown you the evidence.
And in the second place, your evidence doesn't add up. You've got a couple of notes that mean absolutely nothing, and a statement from this man Schwartz. Nothing more.
Yeah, but I could get Schwartz to
And
come...
in the third place, even if all you said was true, we still haven't got the basis for a story. Because even if Marsh was angling to make the city buy his own property, the deal didn't go through. The city didn't buy it.
Sure, but he was trying to make them buy.
But he did intention. But he didn't accomplish it. There's no front-page story and a bad intention. If there was, we'd be printing 30 editions a day.
I see. Then you don't want the story.
I not only don't want it, but as I said, I want you to drop the whole thing and get back to your job.
Mr. Evans, look. I'll stake everything I've got on this. There's a story here, a big scoop, and if there isn't, you can fire me.
You know, Williams, the more I think about this, the more I feel you've got some reason for trying to stir up a case against Marsh. Something more than getting a front-page byline. Now, wait a second. Didn't you say the first time you told me about this that some friend of yours had lost money on that Railroad Avenue property?
Yes, but it's got nothing to do with it.
So that's it. You're trying to work an angle that will get your friend's money back.
Well, yes, that's one consideration. This friend of mine, Mr. Ace, did lose a lot of money there. In fact, that's how I happened to pick up the story.
And how much is he going to pay you?
Who?
This friend. Isn't he going to give you a split on what he gets back if you can swing it for him?
No, of course not. It's purely because I want to help the guy. He's a nice fellow. And
I don't believe you, William. I don't believe a word of it.
Mr. Evans, you got to believe me. I'm a newspaper man. I'm not swinging deals for
Hello. Give me the cashier's office.
Now, wait a minute, Mr. Evans.
William, we kid a lot about the sacredness of journalism. But regardless, a newspaper man has some ethics. And one thing a good reporter never does is trump up a story to put money in his own pocket.
But I'm not trumping up a story.
I'll say you're not. Hello, cashier's office? Mr. Evans speaking. Get a check ready for Neal Williams. He's leaving the post as of today.
So, he lost the job.
Oh, I just can't tell you how sorry I am, Neal.
Oh, well, as Jane would say, there's no use crying over spoiled milk. I had to leave the old rag. I've been there a long time. But if they feel they can get along without me, maybe they're right.
You know, I think that managing editor is stupid.
Well, maybe that's what you've got to be a managing editor.
And what's more, it wouldn't surprise me if he's secretly in with Marsh.
Working for him? No, Marge, you're all wrong there. Evans is all right. I'm not holding a grudge against him.
But why wouldn't he let you work on the story?
Because he didn't believe I had enough facts. He naturally doesn't want to get the paper involved in a libel suit.
Yes, but just...
Then, when he got this angle on Ace, naturally, he thought I was just stirring up a scandal to help out a friend. And you can't blame him.
Well, I didn't think you'd take a thing like this lying down, Neal.
I'm not.
But you let him fire you.
Don't be foolish. Evans is funny that way. When he wants to fire somebody, it's hard to get the idea out of his head. I'll tell you what I am doing, Marge.
Yes?
I'm trying to get hold of Mike Schwartz and make him sign another statement. Witness this time and notarized if it has to be.
That's
And when I
fine.
get it, I'm going to take it over to the other evening sheet, the Blade, and tell them I can bring in a first-class political scoop if they'll give me a job.
You think they will?
Well, they made me an offer once. And if they're not as hard-headed as Evans, I'm set. When the Blade runs the story, there'll be an official investigation. Ace will get back his dough, and, to quote Jane again, everybody will be sitting on Pretty Street. There's only one fly in the ointment. Schwartz is making himself hard to find.
Isn't he at his detective agency?
No, I called all afternoon there. No answer. Finally, I ran into Cokie, and I set him on the trail.
Okay, why, Neal? He couldn't find any.
But down at that dance hall where he works, he runs into a lot of people that might know Schwartz. I told him to keep asking around until he gets a line on him.
And in the meantime?
And in the meantime, well, we wait and hope. I'm sure glad I didn't write Ace about this and get his hopes stirred up, because if we don't get Schwartz, it may be just too bad.
Oh, say, that reminds me. I got a postcard from Jane today.
Oh, swell. Let me see it, may I? There's nothing like a note from Jane to take my mind off my trouble.
I left it on the table, I think.
I'm laughing already.
It is.
Oh, picture postcard. Say, there's a nice stretch of desert here, and there's mountains and cactus. Looks like real western country.
Yeah, but read what it says on the other side.
Dear Marge, Cokie, Neal, Betty, eccentric. Takes up half the card to say that.
Yeah.
Don't look yet, but on the other side are the great open spaces. But the space they give to write on these postcards aren't. I had some candy camera pictures of us taken on our horses, which aren't developed yet. I mean, the pictures aren't, the horses are. And we'll send them in my next letter. I mean, the pictures. Also, we'll send you a picture of me falling off the horse onto a... No more room on this postcard, so we'll go with love to Marge, Cokie, Neal, Betty, eccentric Jane. I hope they're enjoying themselves out there. It'll be mighty nice to have them back again.
Oh, you don't need to tell me.
I'd give my right arm if I could wire Ace and tell him everything's settled and his money's going to be returned.
That's the phone.
Maybe it's Cokie.
Hello? Oh, hello, Cokie. Why, yes, certainly. He wants to talk to you, Neal.
I hope he's located Schwartz. Hello, Cokie. What is it? The what? You sure about that? Yeah. Okay, Cokie, sure. Goodbye.
Well, what'd he say?
Looks like I'm in a tough spot, Marge.
You mean that
Cokie's just located a pal of Schwartz's, and Schwartz has left town.
Left town?
Which means I can't prove anything on Marge and Pizza.
Well, it looks as if Neal's chances of proving Mr. Marsh a crook are growing slimmer. But events will take a surprising turn when next we'll hear the...
The National Broadcasting Company takes pleasure in presenting Mr. Boris Karloff in the third of a special series of anniversary Lights Out broadcasts. Tonight, at the urgent request of hundreds of listeners, we bring you a repeat broadcast of the strange play which you have chosen as a highlight of all the Lights Out series, Cat Wife.
Lights out. Everybody.
Your husband will be tearing down here in a minute. Come on, Queenie, we better blow out of here.
I guess we better go, Linda. No, don't go. I don't want to be alone.
What do you mean alone? Your husband's in the next room, ain't he?
Oh, that guy. What does he know about having fun? Work. It makes me sick where I've never been sick before. Oh, come on. Stick around. Let's have some more fun. Oh, you can't stop me. Oh, Queenie has the most marvelous song I've ever heard.
Linda, for heaven's sake, Linda.
Well, speak of the devil. Hiya, Johnny boy. Come on in. The water's fine. Only it ain't water, huh? It ain't water.
Linda, for heaven's sake, I'm trying to work.
Oh, go away. Go away. You're spoiling my party. Throw him out of here, Kenny. He's only my husband.
Get out of here, you. Take that other woman with you. Go on, clear out. Come on, Penny.
No, wait. Don't listen to him. It's my house. It's my house. You kick them out. My friends. You kick them out.
Linda, haven't you any consideration at all? I begged you, pleaded with you to try to keep these people out of the house while I'm getting some work done. And you persist in doing just the opposite.
You kick them out. My friends.
Yes, I kick them out, and I'll do it again every time I find them here. They're no good. You've given me your word time and time again to give them up.
I'll call them back. I'll call them all back. You can't tell me what to do. Not me. They're my friends, mine. I'll give a dozen of you for one of them.
All right, Linda. If that's the way you feel, I guess you and I have finally come to the end of the road. You haven't got a grain of loyalty in you. All I ask is a little peace and quiet in my own home, and I can't even have that.
Ah, go away.
Night after night, you and those people, yowling and screaming like a pack of alley cats. And you the worst of all. I'm through, Linda. I'm through with you for good.
Oh, no, you're not. Oh, no, you're not.
Keep away from me. Keep away. Oh, Linda.
See? You're not through with me at all. You'll never be through with me. Never.
Oh, Linda. Linda.
No, let me go. Let me go. I don't want you, you fool. You're not through with me. I'm through with you.
No, Linda.
I'm tired of you. Do you hear me? I'm tired of you. I'm gonna get so far away from that smug face of yours that I couldn't see it with a telescope.
Linda, my wife.
Your wife. Why do you think I married you?
I thought you loved me.
I married you because I was sick of working in a two-bit barber shop, because I was sick of living in a hall bedroom wearing bargain sale dresses. I wanted dough, plenty of it, all I could get. And you were the best chance to get it that came my way.
No, Linda, you did love me. You must have loved me.
I loved you about as much as that canary up there loves its cage. I told myself I'd stay with you a year, divorce you, stick you for plenty of alimony, and then get out.
But we've been married 5 years.
Yeah, 5 years. Because you fooled me, that's why.
I fooled you?
Yeah. Huh. You started to make a lot of money. More money than I ever thought you could make. So you're giving me the air, huh?
No, Linda, I love you. I'll always love you. I didn't mean what I said.
Well, I did.
Oh, Linda, don't leave me. You're no good. I know you're no good, but heaven help me, I love you. I'll never love anybody else.
Get out of my way.
No, I won't let you go. You've got to stay.
Take your hands off me.
You're no good. You've cost me my self-respect. But you'll stay with me, or I'll cut you off without a cent. You won't get a dime from me, not a dime. Stop that. Stop laughing.
Oh, you sap. You fat-headed sap.
Stop that.
So you're going to cut me off without a cent, are you? Oh, you fool. I've got everything that belongs to you now. You hear me? Everything.
What are you talking about? What are you saying?
This house. It's in my name, isn't it? The car. It's in my name, isn't it?
I know, but... Oh, no, you wouldn't.
Oh, wouldn't I? Well, listen to this, my darling husband. I cleaned out the bank account yesterday.
No.
Every cent of it. I won't be in the street. You will. Now, this is my house. Get your things and get out of here.
I'll kill you.
No, stop.
I'll kill you.
Don't you come near me. Let me go. Let me go. Ow!
Ah!
Oh. You touch me again, I'll tear your eyes out.
You cat.
Get out of my way.
That's what you are, a cat. A big, white, heartless cat. You think like one, you screech like one, you claw like one. You even look like one. A cat, that's what you are, a great white cat. I didn't marry a woman. I married a cat.
Keep it up. Keep it up. You're doing swell.
Laugh at me. Go on, laugh at me. But you're a cat. A sneaking, yowling cat.
Now, that's enough of that. You stop saying it.
A cat. The cat. You hear me? A cat.
Stop staring at me like that. Stop staring at me. John, what's happening to me? John, my head, I can hardly see. John, help me. John.
Linda.
What are you staring at? What are you staring at? What are you... Meow!
Linda. Linda.
Now, John, you've got to control yourself. Everything will be all right.
Oh, Doctor, what have I done? What have I done?
John, please, pull yourself together. You're not entirely to blame for what happened.
What did I do? I did it. I'm to blame.
Stop talking like that. It's preposterous to say you're to blame. She was hysterical, John. And the suggestion that she was a cat caught her in an unguarded moment and resulted in a temporary neurosis.
Oh, Doctor, she's got to get well. She's got to.
Of course, she'll be all right. A little rest, quiet, and in a few days it'll all be forgotten.
Is she sleeping?
Yes. I gave her a sedative. She's resting very comfortably.
Can I go in and see her?
But I tell you, she's sleeping, John.
I know, but Oh, I've got to see her. I've got to look at her. I've got to make sure she's all right. Don't you see? I've got to make sure.
Now, John, please. You've had a hard time of it. You'd better get to bed and get some rest.
Oh, no, Doctor, listen to me. I've got to see her again. I've got to make sure that she's all right. I can't rest until I know.
I tell you... Oh, very well. Just for a moment.
Yes.
Be very quiet.
Yes.
There. You see? She's resting very nicely.
Doctor, look.
What?
Her hands. Look at her hands.
They're claws.
Her teeth. Her teeth. Linda!
No, John. You'll waken her.
Linda! Listen to her.
Steady, John.
I can't stand it. I tell you, I can't stand it. She's Linda. She's my wife, my beautiful wife. Linda! Linda!
Sorry, John.
It's all right. I guess I'm going a little crazy myself. What's happening to her? What is it?
I don't know, John. I don't know.
Listen to her. You've got to do something, Doctor. You've got to. You're my friend. You've got to help me.
What? In the name of all that's rational, what?
Well, think. There must be something you could do. A drug. Something. Anything.
Oh, John, I don't know what to say. I can't think. I'll call in someone else. That's it. I'll inform the authorities. They'll take care of everything.
No, wait.
What's the matter? What is it?
You're going to inform the authorities?
Yes, of course, John. Don't you see it's the simplest way out?
Way out?
Of course. For you and for me.
What do you mean?
John, this horrible thing that's happened to Linda, it goes beyond just you and me. It goes beyond the normal into the supernatural. Everyone should know about it. The world should know about it. Science.
You mean you're going to let everybody know what's happened to Linda?
Of course I am.
But you can't do that. She's my wife. You hear me? My wife.
No. Now, don't get excited again, John. Listen sensibly. We owe it to science.
Science? Who cares about science? She's Linda. She's my wife, and I cursed her to God and turned her into a yowling beast. It's my shame, mine. And you're not going to tell a living soul about it. No one, you hear me? No one.
It's my duty, John. I must inform the authorities.
No. Keep away from that phone. Keep away, I say.
I'm sorry, John.
Oh.
John, my friend.
No. Try to sleep, darling. Try to sleep. Yes, I know, darling. But it's almost morning. You must rest. Sleep, Linda. Sleep, my beloved. All right, darling. I've got to be strong. I've got to help you. And I did help you. He was going to tell them about you. Everyone. They'd have taken you away from me, locked you up, pointed at you, laughed at you. But I stopped him, Linda. I stopped him for you. He called me friend. But you're my wife, my beloved, and I love you. I've pleased you, haven't I, my darling? I never could please you before, could I? And now I've pleased you. I killed him, Linda. I killed my friend to save you. And if anybody comes, I'll say he never came here. And no one will know, darling. No one but you and I. What is it, darling? What's the matter? Why are you getting up? What is it? Why go to the window? What do you want? Oh, if I could only understand you. If I could only know what you're trying to say to me. Oh, no. Oh, Linda! Linda, stop! I beg you to stop! Linda, beloved! Stop! Yes, I'm coming.
Good morning, Mr. Taylor.
Oh, it's you.
I found this note saying you wanted to talk to me. Gee, I hope you're not going to quit taking milk from me, Mr. Taylor. I know I've been kind of late with deliveries the last couple of days, but you see, it's my horse.
No, I'm not going to stop taking milk. That's what I want to see you about. I want milk, more milk, cream, everything.
Oh, sure. How much do you want?
4 bottles of milk. No, 6.
6?
Yes, and cream. 6 bottles of cream.
Is something wrong, Mr. Taylor?
Wrong? Why do you think something's wrong?
Well, I only meant...
You meant what? Speak up. You meant what?
Oh, now, don't get sore, Mr. Taylor. I just meant, well, you don't look so good, and, well, you know how it is. Sometimes a fella has a couple too many, and he starts ordering all the milk in the world.
You fool. I'm not drunk. You want to sell me that milk, or do I have to get another milkman?
No, I'll get it for you.
Hurry.
6 quarts, 6 cream. Only him and his old lady. The guy's nuts.
Drink the milk, my beloved. Please. But you haven't eaten anything. You're hungry. You must be hungry. Oh, my darling, what do you want? I'll get you anything. Just eat. No, I can't let you out of the room. I can't. Someone might come to the door. They'd see through the windows. Oh, be patient, Linda, darling. I'll think of something. Oh, drink the milk for your own good, Linda. Please. No, dearest. Don't do that. All right, dear. All right. I'll let you into the dining room. But you've got to stay away from the windows. If someone should see you. Here. Let me carry you. All right, darling. All right. I won't. Go yourself. You see, my darling, your pretty living room. Everything in it just the way you fixed it. Everything. Oh, Linda, this horrible thing that's happened to us. I tell myself it isn't real. I'll wake up soon and everything will be the way it used to be. You and I. Linda, where are you? Oh, Linda, don't, no, Linda, don't touch that bird, Linda, how could you do it? How could you do it?
Oh, good morning, Mr. Taylor. Early again this morning, ain't you?
Good morning.
Ever since you sent your wife to the country, my first customer every morning for the last 3 days you've been. Like I was saying to my wife this morning, I said...
Yes, Mr. Heinrich, some other time. I'm in a hurry. My order, please.
Yeah, but you ain't give me no order yet. How about a nice steak, what you can broil?
No, nothing like that.
But to broil a steak? I tell you, that's nothing. When my wife, she goes to the country, that's what I always make for myself. You lay the steak in the pan, and then you light the gas.
I'm in a hurry, I tell you.
Yeah, all right. You don't have to get so high blood pressure, Mr. Taylor. If you will tell me what you want, by golly, I'll give it to you.
Well, I don't know exactly. A couple of pounds of liver. Yes, that's it. Fresh liver.
What? Again?
You heard me.
Sure, I heard you, but by golly, for 3 days, ever since your wife, she went away, you eat nothing but liver.
Are you going to fill my order?
Yeah, sure, I will fill your order. There. Did you ever see such nice, fresh liver, huh? So, 2 pounds? Jawohl. There we are. By golly, it could be you was raising cats or something.
Why do you say that?
Well, every day you buy liver. This morning I catched a couple of mouses in a trap. Maybe you like to take them along for the cat, too, huh?
Don't say that! Don't say that!
Mr. Taylor, the liver, you forgot. By golly, that man is verrückt. Now, what did I say that was wrong? Cats like to eat mouses.
Oh, my Linda, my dearest Linda, close to me. Oh, my darling, it's better this way. You can't leave me now. I'll have you with me always. I'll keep you here, just you and I. I won't answer it. They'll go away. All right. I'll answer it. No, stay here, my beloved. They mustn't see you. Be very quiet. Be very quiet. Yes, I'm coming. Well, what is it?
Are you the owner of this building?
Yes, what do you want?
Kerrigan is the name. I'm your neighbor. I've got that place across the alley from you.
Neighbor?
Yeah, Kerrigan is my name. I'm with the department.
Department?
Yes. I'm desk sergeant at the 3rd District Station.
Policeman?
Yes. I'm off duty today, so I thought I'd drop over and speak to you. Do you mind if I step in for a moment?
Step in? Oh, no, not at all.
Thank you. Well, you got a nice place here.
Yes, nice. Very nice.
You know, the same contractors made this place as made mine. You didn't know that, I'll bet.
No, I didn't.
Yes. Irishman by the name of Gilhooly. He put up all these bungalows along here on nothing but blarney and a shoestring. Jumped out a 10-story window, they tell me, the day after the stock market crash. Lucky for him. If he was alive now, some of the people around here that bought places from him would murder him. What with the trouble they're having?
Trouble?
Say, now, speaking of trouble, reminds me why I come over. If you don't mind, I'll tell you.
Yes?
No, it ain't me that's complaining, Mr. Taylor. I'm the kind of man that can sleep in a boiler factory. But it's me Katie. There's a light sleeper for you. I always say that if a star in heaven twinkles too much, the noise wakes up me Katie.
What is the trouble?
Well, you know how the women are. Always finding something to make a fuss about. Say, I'm not disturbing her, am I?
Her?
Yeah. You know, your missus. She's not sleeping in the bedroom there, is she?
No, of course not. There's no one in there.
I thought maybe seeing the door is closed.
Oh, no, I tell you, there's no one in there. My wife, she's out of town.
Oh, well, that's fine. I always like to talk things over man to man without the women around. The women are all right, I says, but they don't know how to straighten out little troubles with neighbors without calling names and pulling hair.
Oh, what is it? What's wrong? What do you want to tell me?
Well, to put it plain, it's the cat.
Cat?
Yeah, the cat. You just got it, didn't you?
You heard a cat?
Yeah. It started a few nights ago. Now, it ain't just a mean one, like I said, but Miss Katie, where do you see our bedroom window faces? Right on the alley. And by golly, she hears every meow that animal makes.
You're wrong.
Eh?
I have no cat.
But Miss Katie heard. I heard it too, for that matter.
I have no cat.
But I'm telling you, it come right from this house.
I tell you I have no cat. Isn't that sufficient?
Well, now, seeing as you put it so plain, I'll be speaking up plain myself. I'm telling you, I heard a cat yowling last night, and the night before, and the night before that. And as sure as my name's Thomas Kerrigan, it come right from this house. Now, what do you say to that?
Get out.
Now, wait a second, neighbor. Wait a second. Don't get on your high horse.
Get out!
Well, now, see here. I'm not saying you're lying. I'm just thinking maybe the animal's caught in your cellar without you knowing it. Now, if you let me go down...
I tell you there's no cat here. Get out! Get out of here!
Oh, it's like that, is it?
You heard me. Get out of my house.
Well, you sure are making a lot of noise about nothing, young fella. But it's your house. And if that's the kind of neighbor you want to be, I guess... What?
What are you standing there for? Get out! Get out!
Now, just a minute. Take it easy. Your cat, eh? Well, what was that I just heard?
Nothing at all. You've got no right.
Listen, you may not be a liar, but you sure are something close to it. If that ain't a cat in that bedroom there, I ain't never heard one.
Get out! Get out of here!
Oh, no, I won't. Listen to that cat. If that ain't creating a public nuisance, I'd like to know what it is.
It's none of your business. This is my house. Get out of here.
Now, stop pulling at me, bucko. I may be off duty, but I'm still an officer of the law. And I'm telling you, that cat you got in there is violating the city ordinance. Now, if you don't make it shut up, disturbing me, Katie, I will.
Stay away from that door. Stay away from that door.
Hey, listen to it. That ain't no cat you got in there.
What? Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, I lied. It is a cat. Just a cat. But I'll make it be quiet, but go away. Go away.
Wait a minute. Take it easy. If it's just a cat, what are you getting so excited?
Oh, no, I'm not.
Look at you. Your eyes are blazing. What's going on here? I think I'll have a look.
No, stay away. Oh, no. Get away. Take it away. I told you to go.
Big gun. If I only had big gun.
You'll never use it. Never.
Keep away from it. Help! Help!
I asked you to go, didn't I? I asked you to. Didn't I, Linda? You heard me. You heard me ask him. Linda, what's the matter? What are you going to do? Linda, keep away from him. What are you going to do? No, Linda! Get away from him! Linda! Stop! Oh! My eyes! Oh, I can't see. God, if I could only find it. Blood in my eyes. I'm blind. Oh, God, have pity on me. Help me to find it. It must be here. I dropped it somewhere. You're back now, pressing against me. Oh, God, let me find that gun. I dropped it here somewhere. Let me find it. Got it. Yes, press close to me. I can't see you. Press close to me. I mustn't miss. There. Press, claw, what does it matter? You cursed animal. You've taken everything from me. My eyes, my life. Now I'll take... Linda! I heard, my beloved, I heard you. I'm coming with you. Wait for me, Linda, my beloved. Wait.
Lights Out, with Boris Karloff and written especially for radio by Arch Oboler, comes to you each Wednesday from our Chicago studios. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
The Clock. From Hollywood, The Clock tonight stars two distinguished players, Lorene Tuttle and Joseph Kearns, and is produced and directed by radio's master of the art of suspense, William Spears. Sunrise and sunset, promise and fulfillment, birth and death. The whole drama of life is written in the sands of time. Time is a cautious banker who seldom floats alone, and he numbers his depositors in the billions. When you open an account, your balance is always favorable, but discretion must be used in making your withdrawals. Death, on the other hand, is a loan shark whose interest rates are excessive and who inherits from Time the banker those whose accounts are overdrawn. Death will gladly permit you to borrow if you sign the proper notes. But remember that payment is always made upon demand.
Fruit. There is no diner on this train. Fruit.
Fruit. Can't stand the sight of it. Turns my stomach. You like fruit, mister?
It depends.
I used to like it once. Used to fill myself up to the ears with it. Bananas, apples, pears, and grapes. Now. Car smoker.
Sure.
Enlighten me up, huh? All you guys are the same. See a nice-looking pair of legs and you can't hold them light steady. But mine ain't bad, if I say so myself, so I don't blame you for looking. I was always careful about my figure. That's all the girl's got outside of her brains. Oh, go on and laugh. You and the rest of the dopes. Men are pushovers for a gal who uses her noodles. That's what I tried to teach Millie, only she wouldn't learn. Millie was nice. As dumb as she was, I always liked her. We'd have the 2 to 10 shift in a roadside near Carson City. Hashlingers for 30 a week from Bluff. I can almost hear her now, calling out the orders the way she used to. Two on a raft and burn one. Two on a raft and burn one. Roger. Oh, need some help, Liz? No, I'm doing fine. Oh, gee, what a day this was. I'm dead on my feet. He'll be off in half an hour. Yeah. Stanley's calling for me. Again? I wish you wouldn't pick on him, Liz. You know how I feel about Stanley. You're going to marry him. Mm-hmm. He asked me. Then what? Well, then I'll quit this job and take care of our home. Oh, you mean instead of slinging hash for truck drivers, you'll do it for free for Stanley? Oh, girl's got to get married sometime. Not to a lemon like him. You want to be squeezing nickels for the rest of your life? Marry Stanley. Oh, you want to keep wearing $7.98 dresses and $3 shoes? Marry Stanley. You just don't understand. I understand this much. I'm sick and tired of wrestling pots and flattening hamburgers. I do it here because I gotta eat.
But when I walk out of this dump, I'll graduate.
Oh, Stanley's got a good job. He makes $55 a week, and he has a car. He loaned it to me tonight to come to work.
A car? You call that broken-down jalopy a car?
Oh, Liz, please.
Oh, all right, I'm sorry. I shouldn't rib you like that.
Well, you're just tough, that's all. You don't believe in the things that I do.
Oh, here, waltz this order down to your customer and stop breaking my heart. Millie,
Yeah?
come over here to the window for a minute.
Yeah? What's the matter?
Take a look at that car that just rolled up.
Ooh, gee. Classy, isn't it?
And look at the woman coming out.
Oh, she's kind of fat.
Sure, she's fat. She eats good. Oh, get a load of that coat she's wearing. That's mink, Millie. Mink. You see what I mean when I tell you to be smart?
She must be 10 years older than he is.
I'll go back to your truck driver in the corner. I'll wait on these cookies. She was about 50 or 55. She had rocks on her fingers as big as doorknobs and a diamond choker around her neck. The guy was much younger. I'd say in his middle 30s, and he reminded me of a mouse. And he followed her inside as if she was a hunk of cheese. She looked around and sniffed with her nose in the air, then walked to a stool at the far end of the counter. The way Skinny wiped it off for her with his pocket handkerchief, you'd have thought the joint was infected.
Well, my dear.
Oh, what a dreadful place, Henry. Why on earth did you decide to stop here?
Why, I thought you were hungry, Victoria.
I'm not hungry enough to dine in a pig pen.
What do you have, folks?
There's coffee for me. And please make sure the cup is clean.
I'll have coffee and pile a mold with chocolate ice cream, please.
This place smells of onions. Oh, how can you be so irritating? I told you I preferred to dine at home.
I'm sorry, my dear. We'll leave in a very few minutes.
Young lady. Well, please change this spoon. And don't handle the next one with your fingers. Now, look here.
Let's have our coffee now, may we, please?
There you are. I'm not sure I like her.
Now, my dear. Let's drink it while it's hot, huh?
I don't usually like it, but I was so mad I swamped around in the coffee urn to pour myself one. I wasn't so mad I didn't see their reflections in the chromium. Notice what he did. He pointed to something behind her back. As she moved her head around, he dropped 2 pills in her java. And I had a hunch that 10 would get me 50. Those pills weren't saccharine.
Well, now, how much do I owe you?
That's 35 cents plus one for my uncle.
Oh, let's get out of here, Henry, before I become ill.
Ellie.
Yeah, Liz?
Give me the keys to Danny's car.
What for?
Don't argue with me. Hand them over. Business to attend to, and I'm in a hurry. I'll be back in half an hour. I kept right behind a gray sedan for 10 minutes while he stayed on the highway. But when he took a sudden left on an old dirt road, I dropped back a quarter of a mile and doused my light. Followed his tail light for another 5 minutes until it stopped near an empty field. Then I backed the jalopy around the bend of the road where it couldn't be seen and walked up another 100 yards on foot. He'd already dragged her across the field when I got close enough to see him, and he was working like a beaver to dig the hole. I got back in the car, drove back to the highway, and parked near the junction where I wouldn't be noticed. It didn't take him long, maybe 20 minutes. And when he hit the highway again, I followed him home. I took down his address and rode back to the greenery.
What's the big idea?
Sorry I'm late.
Oh, Stanley and I had a fight on account of you. You told me you'd be back in a half
My
hour.
business took me longer than I thought it would, but it was worth it.
Where were you anyway?
Out riding.
Give me back those keys.
What happened to Stanley? Did he leave you flat?
Oh, I don't know if he'll ever talk to me again. It's all because of you.
Well, I won't be around to give you the needles any longer, honey, so maybe it's all for the best.
What do you mean?
I'm leaving this flea-bitten rat trap tonight.
You got another job in it?
Maybe. And although the guy that's giving it to me don't know it yet, this one is permanent. About 5 the next afternoon, I showed up at Henry's house. It was a big joint with iron monkeys on the lawn. But I knew I could make some improvements as time went on. I was all smiles and flashing teeth when little Henry opened the door.
Yes? Yes?
Oh. Hello, Henry.
Well, who are you?
Liz Hawkins is the name. But we met before.
Sorry, but
Mind your manners, Henry, and invite me in.
What?
You and I are going to have a talk.
Well, exactly what is your business, young lady?
We'll come to that in just a little while. Oh, nice place you got here.
Well, I'm glad you like it.
I bet you got 20 rooms in this joint. Nothing like a cozy spot to park your hat.
Miss,
Hawkins.
Yes. I'm rather busy. I don't have much time, so kindly explain what you're doing here.
Oh. I came to see your wife.
My wife?
She is your wife, ain't she? At least she was wearing a wedding ring when I met her.
And when was that?
Last night, in the roadside meeting. You came in for a cup of coffee.
Oh, yes. Now I recall who you are. You work there.
You're getting right in. Real sharp. Where's her bedroom?
Her bedroom?
Your wife. Want to see her clothes.
Would you like me to call the police and have you thrown out of here by force, young lady?
Try it, Henry. Go ahead and try it. Where's the phone?
Oh, I will.
Just tell them to meet me where the state highway makes a junction. With number 9. For a second, I thought his eyes would roll out of his head like marbles. But he ran his tongue around his lips and tried to think of something to say. Then he followed me like a zombie as I turned around and walked upstairs. Which room was hers, Henry? Is it this one?
No. That one, over there.
Oh. Oh, nice. Look at all that pressure. Woo!
Look. What did you mean when you mentioned the junction with number 9?
Don't you know, Henry?
I know.
It's an old dirt road that nobody ever uses, and it winds up to a field of clover. Ever been there, Henry?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, go on, Richard. Bashful.
What are you doing in that closet?
Just looking, Henry. Oh, what a load of fancy clothes. Too bad she was such a tub, huh? None of these are anywhere near my size. Where'd she keep her furs?
What do you know? Tell me what you know.
What's in this closet here? Oh, baby, just look at those coats. Stone, Martin, ermine, and sable, too. It'll be worthwhile to get this stuff cut down to fit. Too bad she was wearing that mink coat when you buried her. But you can always buy another one. For me.
You saw me?
Mm-hmm. That must hurt more like Dickens. Is she heavy, Henry?
Oh.
Take it easy. Take it easy. Why did you do it, Henry?
Because I hated her. Like I never hated anyone. Until I met you.
Watch your temper, Henry. Mustn't get rough. See, I got a letter in my safe deposit vault to be opened when I die. You don't want to let anything happen to me, Henry. Like what happened to your wife.
All right. What do you want?
Make me an offer.
Have you told anyone at all?
Am I crazy?
I'll give you 5,000 to get out of here and leave me in peace.
5,000 with all this inflation? That would just about cover the cost of one lousy mink.
Will you settle for 10? 15. Well, then what do you want?
Just half.
Half of what?
Whatever you got. You mustn't rush me. I didn't get through looking you up. But you're in the dough, no question about it. And I'm collecting as of now. Oh, this table feels nice and neat. Remind me to wear it home.
All kinds of fruit. Get your fresh fruit here.
I wish you wouldn't keep walking through this car. Every time he mentions food, I get so mad I could spit. Light me up again, mister.
Mm-hmm.
He even gave me his house and moved to a hotel. Said he wanted to be alone because he was nervous. Now, do you think I had anything to do with that? I was certainly easy to get along with as long as he sent his checks on time. And when Henry got forgetful, all he needed was a hint and a gentle reminder.
Hello?
Henry?
Yes.
What happened to my mail this morning? I didn't get a check.
I'll send one out to you today.
And another 5,000 this week, doll, for odds and ends.
Are you trying to break me?
Oh, you're far from busted, baby, so don't start to cry. I'll expect the bankroll in the morning and make sure it isn't late. Liz,
message. I was so surprised. I haven't heard from you in months.
Take your coat off and have a drink.
Oh, you know I don't drink, Liz.
Well, then have a hunk of fruit. There's a whole basket on the table.
You're crazy about your fruit, huh, Liz?
I never get enough.
Oh, I remember how mad the boss used to get when you ate so much at the beanery.
How is the old flower?
Mr. Willis? Oh, I haven't seen him in ages. I'm not working anymore. I've been married for 7 weeks.
Stanley?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you poor dum-dum.
Oh, now, please, Liz. Remember, he's my husband. If you're going to start that all over
Oh,
again...
relax. Come on up and have a look at my clubhouse.
You mean this place is yours?
See anybody else around?
Oh, Liz. It's beautiful. I thought you were only working here as a pot vessel. Well,
Not me, hon. Here, take a look at this.
Oh, what is it? Rabbit?
It's ermine dope. It's ermine, and it came with the house.
Oh. How did you get it, Liz?
It was a present from a friend. Someone died. And I came into a lot of dough.
So happy for you, Liz.
You mean you're eating your heart out?
Well, I'm not jealous, if that's what you're thinking. I'm not jealous at all. You see, I'm happy with Stanley.
You must be crazy.
Well, he's good to me, and I've got security. That's what counts the most, Liz. Security. Knowing that what you've got's permanent, and no one can ever take it away.
Yeah, there's something in what you say.
Makes a difference, doesn't it? At least you're sure that nothing can change. But I don't have to tell you. You've got even more of that than me.
Not yet, I haven't.
Huh?
Something I overlooked. But thanks for reminding me, Millie. I'm going to let myself in for some permanent security right now. I waltzed over to Henry's hotel suite and found him sitting on the sofa with a bottle in his hand. Lately, he was getting to be a lush, as if he had something to worry about. But I could never figure out why. Well, cockeyed again, Henry?
What do you want from me now?
I've been thinking about security.
Security?
A girl's got to look out for her future. You know what security is, Henry. That's why you married your wife. She had connections. Big business connections, and she made you a lot of dough.
Don't mention my wife to
What's
me.
your tone of voice, Henry? I might get sore.
I'm sorry.
Now, where was I? Oh, yeah, security. I've been thinking. Suppose something happens to you. What'll become of me?
Who cares?
I care, hon, because I'm the only one who worries about it. So I thought of a solution.
Oh, did you?
We can't get married, but you could mention me in your will. Just leave me your cash and all your real estate. Everything else you can give to charity.
You're crazy if you think I'll agree to that.
And you're even crazier if you think you won't. Put it in writing, Henry, and bring me a copy tomorrow night. I might do a little talking about the junction with number 9. I see you tomorrow, hon?
You know very well. I'll be there.
I went downtown on a shopping spree the next day that lasted until after 5. Then I had myself a lovely dinner and went back to the house to meet Henry. I waited until 9, but he didn't show up, so I gave him a ring at his hotel.
Hello?
Henry?
Yes.
What's the big idea?
I beg your pardon.
It's after 9 and we had a date.
Oh, I'm so sorry, Liz, my dear. I had some work to do. I'll be over shortly.
You got that, Will?
Well, no, not exactly.
Now, look, Henry, I'm a patient gal, but don't take advantage of my good nature.
Well, I have a better proposition for you, Liz.
Yeah?
Mm-hmm. After all, a will is merely a scrap of paper. It'll give you more security than that.
How?
Just be patient, I'll tell you. I'll be there in about an hour.
I had a funny feeling. I didn't like the way he talked. I felt safe when Henry was mad at me. This new act got me worried. So I grabbed a cab and rode out to the junction with number 9 and walked the rest of the way. When I got to the spot where he buried his wife, all I found was an empty hole.
I'm in here, my love. I've been waiting for you.
What are all them suitcases doing in the hall?
I'm moving in, Liz.
Yeah?
Yes, and you're moving out.
Now, don't tell me you're getting frisky.
I admit I'm feeling kind of surprised.
Before you dislocate your shoulder trying to pat yourself on the back, let me tell you I know all about it.
Do you?
I just came from your private graveyard, and I saw the empty hole.
Fine. Then there's very little I'll have to explain.
But you forgot something, Henry.
Did I?
I can still do a little talking. And if you can't produce your right...
Haven't you overlooked one little detail, too? Remember that by keeping silent, you're an accomplice to the crime.
Henry, you're intruding.
Oh, thank you.
You're almost bright enough now to get your diploma.
I learned very quickly from you.
Oh. Well, I tell you what we'll do. Let's compromise.
Oh, how?
50 grand in the first.
I'll give you 5.
Nothing doing.
Then you're at liberty to do what you like.
You're bluffing, Henry.
And so are you.
I'll settle for 10.
5, Liz, not a penny more.
Start writing up the check.
Well, I must admit I admire your attitude. You're a realist, Liz, and a very clever girl.
Well, it was fun while it lasted, and there's no point in crying in my beer.
Just to prove there are no hard feelings, suppose we end this partnership with a drink.
Come on, Henry. I don't mind if we pass there.
All right. Just stay where you are, my love. I'll mix them myself.
Oh, Henry was supple as a kick in the head. I could almost see him reaching for his pills before he touched the bottle. And I knew the Mickey he was trying to slip me would last for a long, long time. He put the glasses on the table when he came back to the room, one for him and one for me. Only something new had been added to mine.
Now, what will we drink to, Liz?
How about your wash?
Oh, that's too morbid.
Let's drink to us.
Splendid idea. We've had such a pleasant association. Incidentally, I brought you a going-away present.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm. A steamer basket of fruit. You'll find it in the hall.
Oh, that was sweet of you, Henry.
Oh, not at all.
You must have been pretty sure I'd be on my way.
I was.
Well, I can be as big a sport as you are, Henry, so I've got a present for you.
Have you?
Remember that letter I told you I wrote? The one that accused you of murder in case anything happened to me?
Well?
I'm going to let you have it.
Oh, you're very generous, my dear.
I took it out of my safe deposit vault. You'll find it in the desk.
The study desk?
That's right, Henry, on the left-hand side. You can make out the check while you're there. Oh, you men are smart. You're weasels when it comes to business. And jerks and everything else. When Henry came back to the room with the letter in his hand, he was grinning from ear to ear. And when he gulped his highball and I finished mine, the poor chump nearly laughed in my face. Now, about that check, Henry.
Oh, yes, the check. Here you are, $5,000. Is that correct?
That's the bargain.
Too bad you won't get a chance to spend it, Liz.
Why not?
Because you'll never leave this house alive.
Are you kidding?
That drink you just had contained poison, my dear. And it'll shortly be taking effect.
And how do you feel?
Me? Why, I feel wonderful.
Henry, you're a bad actor. You just can't be trusted at all. That's why I switched our drinks on while you were out of the room.
You what?
How long does it take that stuff to work, Henry? I wouldn't want to hang around here all night.
Well, you robbed me.
Hurts much, Henry?
Get it done.
Henry. You might give my regards to your wife. I took my time about getting what I wanted because I don't like to miss a trick. After I lugged all the furs downstairs and packed his wife's jewelry, I went through Henry's clothes. He had $2,000 in cash that he wouldn't need anymore, so I helped myself. Then I took his ring and his diamond cufflinks and started to leave. As far as Henry was concerned, they'd list it as a suicide, but I didn't care either way. I'd be in Mexico before they found the body. Henry had his car parked in front of the door, which was something I counted on. I couldn't lug all that stuff away in my hand. But as I passed through the hall, I saw the basket of fruit, and I couldn't resist taking that, too. As I drove away, I was feeling pretty good, and I started to count the chips. I figured I could get rid of the furs and jewelry for $50 grand, and I'd sell the car to some Mexican fence. I felt so safe I didn't even worry when I saw the light. And they stopped my car and waved me to the side of the road. What's the matter, mister?
State inspector, ma'am. Mind if I look inside your car?
What for?
Oh, just regulations. Now, what's this?
Well, what does it look like? It's a basket of fruit.
Uh-huh. Any more fruit?
No.
Let's have the key to your trunk, please.
My trunky?
Now, hand it over, please.
Well, I don't know what you want, but make it snappy. I haven't got much time.
Jen, come back here. Okay, lady. Get out.
The idea of the gun.
You've got another passenger in the trunk of your car, and she happens to be dead.
was Henry's wife, all right. Dope had stuck her in the trunk after he dug her up. With all her junk in my suitcase, they naturally pinned it on me. Say, what station are we coming into?
Ours, baby.
Easy, mister. Don't pull those handcuffs like that. Remember, you're tied to me.
Peanuts? Get your pears, apples here, fresh fruit.
Now you know why I hate the sight of apples so much. I was eating one when I was stopped by that cop on the California border. How was I to know you couldn't bring any fruit across the line?
From Hollywood, The Clock is produced and directed by William Spear, and tonight stars Lorene Tuttle and Joseph Kearns. This evening's play was written by Lawrence Cleave. The Clock theme was composed by Bernie Green. Our musical director is Basil Anthem. Next week, same time, listen to The Clock. Reminder. Who knows? You might be telephoned to name the mystery melody on Stop the Music. Coming up in just one moment over this ABC station. This program was transcribed. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
The Signal Oil Company is bringing you The Whistler. Today we will tell you a tale of avarice and greed, the awful price John Hendricks paid for selling his soul to the devil, the story of Death Demands a Payment. But first, if you'll bear with me for a moment, I'd like to make a suggestion about your car, because right now it's a very valuable possession. One you won't be able to replace until 6 months or a year after the war. Keeping your present car running is dependent on current lubrication, more so than most people realize. When you leave your car anywhere handy and just say, grease it, you're likely to find later that certain hard-to-find lubrication points have been missed. And in these times, even minor repairs can lay a car up for days. If lubrication fails on parts you can't repair or replace, then you're really out of luck. Doesn't seem worth that much worry, does it? Especially when getting acquainted with a convenient signal dealer can relieve you of it. He knows his stuff, uses the auto manufacturer's own lubrication chart in taking care of your car. In fact, checks every lubrication point twice. You see, he's not just an attendant, but an independent businessman in his community, with a genuine interest in keeping his customers' cars in service. I think you'd find it pleasant and profitable to have him count you as one of his regulars. So stop by next week for a really correct lubrication job, or anything else on which your signal dealer can help you out. I believe you'll thank me for the tip. And now?
I am the Whistler. And I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales, many secrets, hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak. A huge, sprawling stone structure, surrounded by high gray walls, appears against the storm-lashed, lightning-streaked night sky. The state penitentiary. In a cell in this dismal building sit two men. One is John Hendricks, a man of 60, a lifer, sentenced 10 years ago for the murder of his wife and stepson. Murdered Martha and her simple-minded son for the $10,000 she kept hidden in the big house on the outskirts of town. John's cellmate is one Bill Smith, otherwise known as number 1014. Bill has changed in the 5 years he's been here. He's decided to go straight, if he ever gets out. Bill Smith started reading here, reading philosophy and so forth. Bill Smith has changed. But John Hendricks hasn't changed. Not Hendricks, because he has a plan. He has a clever plan in mind.
Well, all I gotta say, Bill, is that I think you're crazy not to make the try with me.
It's a minute opinion, Hendricks.
It's all fixed. Not a chance of a slip-up.
Here, don't tell me you got the break fixed with the wood.
What difference does it make who it is, so long as the whole thing is set?
Hendricks, I think you're nuts. You're crazy.
Yeah? Well, I'm getting out of this place. I got a reason, a good reason. I got something waiting for me outside. Something that belongs to me. I'm the only one that knows where it is. And I'm getting out of here. You're in here for a long time, Bill. If you don't want to make the try with me, you can stay and rot.
Suppose you do find this money hidden away in the old lady's estate. What good did you? You killed her and her stepson to get it, didn't you?
I did not. I didn't kill anybody.
They say you did.
It ain't true. But I know where the money is.
Okay. You can break out. You can have the money, but... Well, I've done a lot of thinking and reading since I've been here.
Yeah. You've gone soft.
Maybe so. But this much I do know. If I ever do get out, I'll do things differently. Yeah. A lot.
You just got religion.
I get exactly what's coming to me. And believe me, Hendricks, so will you. If you break out, they'll have your back one way or another. Watch and see.
Well, I'm going, so you watch and see. Just watch.
And now, another night, several months later. Another storm. A lonely country road. A car. The southern part of the state. That village we passed a few miles back. That silent, sleeping village was Marsdensburg. And that small stone building was the county courthouse. The courthouse where John Hendricks was tried and convicted for the murder of his wife and her simple-minded son, Henry. We're on the outskirts of town now. A young man is driving the old car, and there's a girl beside him. Motor trouble? Just ahead, a light. Yes. It's a little crossroads store.
There's a light inside, George, but I don't see anybody. It's closed. We better drive on.
Yeah, I guess you're right, John.
Evening, folks. There's trouble.
Well, we're having motor trouble.
That's all. What are you doing driving around on a night like this, huh?
We're on our way west.
Mister, is there an inn or something around here where we can stay for the night?
In? There's a place about 8 miles up the road. They'll probably put you up. Sign on the left-hand side of the road. You can't miss it. This road's pretty bad, though, and rained. Got to be careful. You'll find yourself walking.
Well, thank you. We'll try it. Good night.
Good luck, mister.
You'll need the luck.
The storm is increasing now. The little car lurches and bounces in its fight to keep the center of the highway. 2 miles, 3 miles, 4, maybe 5, and look, there it is, straight ahead. On the right side of the road, a blue light. That's it. Wait, George. Did the old man say on the right side or the left side of the road?
Oh, George, what's wrong?
I don't know. The distributor must have gotten wet.
George?
What?
That blue light we saw. It's gone. Where is it?
Oh, we must have passed it.
Oh, we couldn't have. I was looking right at it. It seems as though it just disappeared into thin air.
I better turn in here. This motor won't last much longer.
Well, I guess so.
I can't see a thing, can you?
Well, it's certainly a desolate-looking place. There must be a house back in there. Oh, there it is. There's the driveway, 20 feet ahead.
Yeah. Well, this motor's about to conk out. We better drive in and see what we can find.
Yes. Drive in, George. You'll find something. That's right. Through the gate. Make the curve. Hurry. There goes your motor. A little more. Now.
Oh, we just made it. Thank heaven.
Yes. That's right. always sounds heaven at a time like this. All right. Get out and go up on the porch.
Let me help you, John.
Well, I'm all right. What do we do with the bags?
We'll leave them here until we find out if there's anyone here. Come on.
Do you see a bell?
No. I can't see a thing. Gee, this place looks completely deserted. I don't think anyone lives here.
I don't either. Oh, let's go.
Where do I get my flashlight? There. No, there's no bell that I can see. Maybe you're right. Maybe it is deserted.
Then why should they have a light on the road saying lodging?
That is strange, isn't it? But I wonder why it went out just as we wished it.
I wonder. Oh, George, let's don't knock. I don't like this place. Let's go on.
How? With a dead motor? Where could we go? No, I'll knock.
Well, all right.
Ah, that's right. Knock, George. Knock. Go ahead. Louder. Again.
We've just got to have shelter.
Yes, we can't stay in that car any longer. Can we?
No. Afraid not.
Here it comes. Now you're on your own, George. On your own.
There is someone.
Yeah.
Oh.
Good evening.
What evening?
Well, our car...
Yes, our car's stalled.
We can't go any farther. It's such a terrible night out that we thought we could stop here for the evening.
Stop here?
Why, yes, we saw your light and...
Light? What light?
Well, the blue neon out in front.
There is no light.
Have you a room?
Yes, there is a room.
Well, could we come in? I mean, well, it's awfully wet out here.
You may come in, if you wish.
Oh, thank you.
It's quite a relief. We were afraid you'd closed up for the night, especially when all the lights were out.
Are the lights out?
Yes, you see. Huh?
Of course the lights are out.
Oh, I didn't know.
You do take tourists.
Do we?
Well, yes, that's what they told us.
Who told you?
The man. The old man at the little store back at the crossroad told me.
Little store?
Yes, at the crossroad about 5 miles back. You know where the crossroad is.
There is no store at the crossroad.
There isn't?
No.
Oh, I see. Well, look, madam, would you mind turning on the lights? I can't see a thing.
We have no light here.
No light?
Give me a flashlight, Joan. She means there's no electricity here.
No, there is no light here.
Throw the flash around. There must be a lamp.
No, don't make a light. We see well in the dark.
We? Who's we? Is there someone else in the house?
My son.
Oh, well, he's gone to bed.
He's standing beside you.
Beside who?
You. Son. Yes, Mother.
Oh.
Give me that flash.
You got it. You got it.
Oh, yeah. Gee whiz. How long you been standing here, bub?
Since you came in.
That's all? Well, I didn't see you. You make a noise like a spook.
Who are you? What is your name?
It's George Kimball. This is my wife, Joan. We're on our way west with travelers.
Travelers? Where are we?
What?
Quiet, son, quiet.
No, let him talk. He's quiet enough.
How long have you folks been living here?
We live here all our lives.
Say, how about closing the door?
Is the door open?
Of course it is. What?
Oh, George.
Take it easy, Joan. Don't get excited. Look, madam, there's a candle on that table over there by the fireplace.
Is there?
Yes, and if you don't mind, I'm going to light it.
Please don't.
Wait a minute. If you want us to stay here, I insist that we have some lights. You do want us to stay here, don't you?
Do we, son? Yes, Mother.
What are you looking at me for?
Yes, Mother. Without lying. Yes, Mother.
George, let's go. I don't want to stay here tonight. This place doesn't look good to me.
There has been no good here for many years.
See what I mean, George?
I don't get it. You don't seem to want us, and yet your son does. How do you make any money that way?
We don't make money.
You don't? You mean you haven't had any guests lately?
No. Not for many years.
Well, can't expect any if you act like this.
But we do expect a guest. Don't we, son?
Yes, Mother. He certainly has a surprise coming.
Yes, he has.
How many rooms have you?
There are many rooms, but only one.
Only one? Oh, no, that doesn't make sense. What do you mean?
Only one for guests.
Well, you mean only one equipped?
Yes.
Well, then, if you've got a reserve for this guest you expect, what are we going to do?
There is an inn farther along the road. They have rooms. They will take you. It will be best. All right.
Yes, but our distributor got wet, so the car won't even run.
Where is your car?
It's right there at the foot of the steps.
I see no car.
You do? Why, it's standing right there.
George, where is it? It's gone.
Oh, smoke, it is gone. Where and how? I didn't hear a sound. Oh, it must have rolled ahead.
Throw your light around.
It's not a sound. Say, what goes on here?
Son, yes, Mother. You moved the car. Yes, Mother. Why? Him. I understand, son. I understand.
Now, wait a minute. Your son moved it? Well, how could he? The motor won't run, and even if he would. Well, we didn't hear sound.
No sound.
How'd you move it?
I don't know.
It's a fine thing. Here we are in a place where they don't want us and no way of leaving. Well, you've got us on your hands now. You have to make the best of it.
Oh, no, George. We'll leave.
Oh, nonsense. This is all silly. Now, come on. Let's have some light and cut the monkey business.
Son, what have we decided? Yes, Mother. We've decided. Yes. Very well, if you wish. If you wish, you may stay. Stay
until when?
All night?
Yes, Mother. If you wish.
Well, that's better. Now, that's more like it. Now, I'll light this candle. There we are.
George, look.
Well, I'll be. Look at the dust and the cobwebs. This place looks deserted. Looks like an old cellar. Well, how about the room? Do we get it or the guest you're expecting?
There is another room that will do, perhaps.
Well, could we see it?
By the way, how much do you charge?
We charge nothing.
You charge nothing?
Nothing.
Sounds silly, but it's a break for us. We're running short anyway. Let's see the room.
Very well. It is upstairs.
After you, ma'am?
No, you go first.
Very well. Come on, John. Bring that other candle.
Come, son. Follow me.
Yes, Mother.
I never saw so much dust.
They must like it, you know. Nice, clean dust.
That room at the head of the stairs.
Why, this room's well furnished. Is this the room reserved for your expected guest?
No.
But you said you only had one room furnished. Who sleeps here?
This is my room.
Was your room?
I stay here now.
Oh, I see. Or do I?
Well, it's a nice soft bed.
It was always comfortable. We leave you now. Come, son. We must leave them alone now.
Yes, sir. Leave them alone.
Good night.
Good night.
You will lock your door.
Huh? Oh, yes. We'll lock it.
Goodbye.
Did she say good night or goodbye?
I don't know. I thought she said... She did say goodbye.
Golly, what a screwy outfit. Oh, boy, I wish we hadn't had car trouble. That's what we get for trying to drive in the rain.
How much money have we left?
Not very much. Just enough to get to Los Angeles. The way I figure. But once we get there, I know there'll be a job for me. We'll make it. Don't you worry. You'll see me in a nice job in Hollywood.
I'm not worried about seeing you in Hollywood.
No?
No. I'm just worried about seeing you in the morning.
The same night, but later. It's midnight. Another car on the same road. You know who it is. It's John Hendricks. And you know where he's going. He turns in at our deserted mansion, up the driveway, and stops. He steps out, slips up the steps, opens the door, and throws his flash about the dusty room. The cobwebs glisten in the beams. A few moments, and the light comes to rest on the fireplace. He steps quickly to the mantel, draws a small hammer and a chisel from his pocket, and sets to work, removing a brick. Now he's finished. The brick is loose. He reaches in and withdraws a heavy yellow envelope. He starts to put it in his pocket, but suddenly freezes in his tracks. He can't move. He turns icy cold. Turn around, Hendricks. Turn around. Look. At the foot of the stairs across the room stands a woman holding a candle, and beside her a grinning youth holding an axe. Turn around, Hendricks. Look at their heads covered with blood. Turn around.
John Hendricks, murderer.
John Hendricks, thief. Martha.
Yes, John.
Henry?
Yes, John.
No.
We'll come for you, John. The same way you came for us.
No.
I've been waiting for you, John. He knew you'd come back for the money.
No,
We've been waiting. We've come to save you, John.
No. Please don't come near me, please.
You must suffer, John, as we have suffered.
I've suffered.
Not enough, John. Not enough.
I didn't mean to do it. I didn't plan to kill you. I went mad. I lost my head. No. Don't come near me. You can have the money.
Then give it to
please.
us, John.
Please don't come near me,
Give
please.
us the money.
Please,
You won't need it now. Come, son. You must have the money and we must take John.
No. There's the money on the floor.
No, money is not enough, John. Money is
Please don't
not
come near me.
enough.
Go ahead.
We must have John.
No closer.
Please.
My head. No, you don't understand. No, please don't come any closer. Don't come any closer, please. No. I'll shoot.
Oh, good Lord, George. What was that?
I heard a scream. It's downstairs.
So did I. In shorts.
I'll open the door. It must have been downstairs. I don't see a thing.
Here's a flashlight.
Great Scott. Look. A man down there on the floor. Come on. He's dead.
Look at the gun.
It's been fired, but I don't see a mark on him.
Oh, let's get out of here.
I'll say, come on.
No, you don't. Stand where you are.
George.
What's going on here? Hand over that gun. Thanks. What are you doing here?
Oh, we're stopping here. The bandits were just leaving.
I can see that. You know this man on the floor?
Know him? Oh, yes.
Joan, what's the matter with you?
Oh, no, we don't know him.
Take a look at him, Frank. Yes, sir. What are you two doing here?
Why, we're guests.
Yes, we're both guests.
Guests? Who's guests?
Why, guests, lodgers, tourists. Guests of the old lady.
What old lady?
The old lady who lives here. The old lady and her son.
Well, you'll have to cook up a better one than that.
What do you mean?
Drive here? Where's your car?
Why, the son took it.
Son? Old lady? What are you talking about?
They live here. They said they owned this place. We had motor trouble, and they put us up for the night.
What about him, Frank?
He isn't dead. Breathing. Looks like he had a stroke or something. Him all right. John Hendricks.
Take a look around, see if there's anyone else here.
Yes, sir.
You. What's your name?
George Kimball. This is my wife. We're on our way to California. Do you know who this man is?
Certainly. We've been on his trail. He's an escaped convict. Is your gun?
No, sir.
Did he shoot at you?
No, sir.
Well, this gun's been fired. We heard shots as we turned in the driveway. Ah. Look at the bullet holes near the ceiling. Hendricks probably missed whoever he shot at because of the stroke. Oh, Frank, what'd you find?
Not a sight of anyone, sir. Nothing but dust and cobwebs.
Oh. Look, Kimball. You said there was an old lady and her son here.
Why, sure. They were here all evening.
They're not here now.
Well, they let us in and showed us to our room. They certainly were here.
What did the old lady look like?
Well, she had gray hair and wore a kind of a house dress and an apron.
What'd the boy look like?
Oh, he was a big kid. I'd say about 20. Had a round, rosy face, and I think... In fact, I know he was kind of simple-minded. He had a strange laugh. Oh, yes, and he had red hair.
Well, I'll be darned. What do you think of that, Frank?
Golly, gives me the creeps. Why so?
Do you know who you just described?
No.
The old lady and her son who used to live here.
Used to live here?
Yes, they were murdered here 10 years ago.
What? Murdered?
Sure. This man on the floor was her husband, the boy's stepfather. He was tried for killing them with an axe and stealing their money in bonds. He got off with second degree because of lack of evidence. He escaped a week ago and headed this way. We've been on his trail ever since he entered this carriage. So you see, Kimball, if there was anybody else here tonight, it must have been a figment of your imagination. This house has been deserted for 10 years.
Oh, George.
Good Lord. Look, Sergeant. I found this envelope on the dining room floor there.
Well, what do you know? The bonds. Old Martha Hendricks' bonds. That's why Hendricks came here. Look around. We'll probably find the money, too.
But where did they go, the old lady?
No place. Because they weren't here, Kimball. Well, we better get him out of there and back to headquarters.
Hey, wait a minute. Don't leave us.
Well, you won't. You're coming along, too.
Why?
We'll need you for a day or two. Well, let's get going, Frank. Come on.
But where did they go? We saw them. We know they were here.
Well, you certainly described them to a T, but... Oh, don't worry too much about it. You know, things like this can drive you nuts. You know what I mean? Things like this... Well, things like this sometimes just happen. You know what I mean?
No.
Well... Oh, come on. Let's go before I get the heebie-jeebies.
The Whistler will finish his strange tale in just a moment. While we're waiting for his explanation, here's an interesting statement from a military expert about the gasoline we're all doing without. If you've been to several gas stations and found them out, you'll appreciate it. This military authority says, quote, "We're fighting a war of engines. The side which keeps the most tanks and trucks rolling, the most planes flying, will win. This takes many more engines than we had to keep running in peacetime. And some of these military motors burn a gallon of gas a minute. The oil industry's job is to keep the fuel tanks of these engines full. It's a tremendous job. Oil men are doing everything they can to increase production. But over 53% of all the gasoline produced must now go into military use." Unquote. The Signal Oil Company brings you these facts so that when your signal dealer can't fill her up as he used to, you can better appreciate how the gallons you're doing without are helping carry us down the road to victory. Another way by which America's unequaled resources are winning this war. Now, the Whistler.
What was it the officer said? Things like this just sometimes happen? Just happen? Well, sometimes they do and can't always be explained. But not this time. Oh, no, not this time. This can be explained. Remember John Hendricks' cellmate, Bill Smith, number 1014? He can explain. He knows all about it because he planned it. Yes, he had learned all the dope from Hendricks, and he sent his pals, the phony spooks, to get the money when Hendricks recovered it. You see, he didn't want to hurt John. He wanted to scare him out of it. Remember? Bill, 1014, said he had changed. He said he'd never do things the way he'd done them before. And he didn't. But he hadn't changed. I know. Next week, same time, I, the Whistler, will return to tell you another unusual story. Good night.
Original music for this production was composed and conducted by Wilbur Hatch. The Whistler, brought to you by the Signal Oil Company, is written and directed by J. Donald Wilson and originates from Columbia Square in Hollywood. Bill Pennell speaking. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Have you heard the strange tales of the Whistler?
I, the Whistler, know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales, many secrets hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. And so I tell you tonight the amazing story of Mind Over Matter. Do you believe there is such a thing as sixth sense, that mind reading is possible? Many people believe that nothing enters the mind except by way of the five senses, but I know better. I know there is such a thing as telepathy. Else how would I know the things that I know? Yes, and Herbert Randall knows too. He believes because he's a student of parapsychology. Herbert is highly attuned to extrasensory perception. He believes that a person can learn things without the use of the five physical senses. At the moment, Herbert Randall, a textbook in his lap, is apparently dozing. His young wife, Andrea, reads a magazine in the opposite corner of the room. Herbert is mumbling to himself.
Yes, I understand. I see you. I hear you.
My unfinished manuscript, you must find it. I am Thomas Banning. You must get the manuscript. I am Thomas Banning, my manuscript. The title is Mind Over Matter. You must come to me. You must come.
Herbert.
Thomas Banning. I see you. I'll find it. I'll come.
Herbert.
Huh?
What are you mumbling about?
Oh, Andrea.
You've been dreaming, mumbling to yourself.
I haven't been asleep. I've been wide awake. I saw him. I heard him.
You were dreaming.
Oh, not for an instant. Thomas Banning, manuscript.
That's what you've been mumbling. Who's Thomas Banning?
Oh, he was a writer of books on psychic phenomena. I've never met him, never seen him until tonight.
In a dream?
No, it wasn't a dream. I wasn't asleep. And the message was too clear. Thomas Banning is trying to reach me. And he did.
Still in the dream?
No, dream or not, it was real. I'd never met the man, never seen him. How could I dream about someone I'd never seen? I've got to locate Thomas Banning.
Well, why?
He has an unfinished manuscript, and he wants me to have it.
Well, maybe he's dead.
Not necessarily. This is no spook stuff. This is a case of a living mind trying to contact me.
Oh, but why you, Herbert? You said you don't even know him.
That doesn't matter. He must know of me. Thomas Banning. Unfinished manuscript entitled Mind Over Matter.
Well, how can you find him, especially if you don't know what he looks like?
I saw him. I heard him. And I'll find him.
How?
Through his publisher. He's written several books. I'll find him tomorrow.
So Herbert learns the name of the publisher of Thomas Banning's books, learns Banning's address in the country, and with Andrea drives to the place. As they near the estate, they stop at a gas station for further directions.
Howdy, folks. What can I do for you?
We're looking for the Thomas Banning home. Know where it is?
Yep, I sure do. Why?
We're going there.
Well, it's a quarter of a mile ahead. First gate on the left-hand side. But not many people go there anymore.
Why not?
Well, miss, since the day Thomas Manning's brother disappeared, there's been strange things going on there.
Oh, what strange things?
Noises, weird howls and screams. People kind of think the place is haunted with William Banning's ghost. William was Thomas's brother.
Oh, is William dead?
Well, nobody knows what happens to William. Just blew in from South America and a few months later disappeared.
Have you heard the screams?
Yeah, and what's more, I don't want even to talk about it. So long, folks. First gate on the left.
Well, this really begins to sound interesting.
Yes? What is it?
Is Thomas Banning in?
What did you want? Who are you?
Why, I'm Herbert Randall for Gregory House Publishers.
Well?
We publish Mr. Banning's works. Oh, this is my assistant, Miss Adams.
I see. Come in. Wait here a moment.
Bit of an icicle, isn't she?
I don't like it, Herbert. Let's go.
No. Thomas Banning is trying to direct me to do something, and I'm going to follow through.
My uncle will see you in the library. This way. This is Mr. Randall, Uncle. And this is Miss Adams. They're from your publishers, Gregory.
Oh, well, come in. Sit down. This is my nephew, Bart.
How do you do?
How do you do?
What did you want to see my uncle about? Why, I'd like to talk to him about that.
What was it you wanted, Mr. Randall?
You're quite free to speak in front of us, Mr. Randall. I attend to all his business. Don't I, Uncle Thomas?
Yes. Yes, of course, Bart. What was it you wanted?
Well, I'd rather talk to you alone, Mr. Banning.
Come now. If it's about the publishing business, there should be no secret about that.
No? This is your nephew, Mr. Banning?
Yes, of course.
And I'm his niece, Velma Banning. Are you quite satisfied, Mr. Randall?
I guess so.
Then get on with your business.
Very well. When are you going to finish your manuscript, Mr. Banning?
My manuscript?
Yes, the one you haven't finished.
Uncle has no unfinished manuscript.
Why, no. I explained to Mr. Gregory that I hadn't started the proposed book and that I did not intend to write any more.
Well, Mr. Gregory was under the impression that you'd already started it.
Well, no. That is...
Uncle Thomas has given up writing. He's been having trouble with his eyes.
This is rather an odd time of the night to be on a business call.
Well, I'm sorry if I've inconvenienced you. Please accept our apologies, Mr. Banning.
Quite all right, young man. I'm sorry I can't help you further.
Help me?
I'm sorry I can't write anymore. But if my eyes improve, I may be able to do something again. You understand?
Yes. Yes, I think I do. Well, thanks for the interview, Mr. Banning. Good night.
Good night, Mr. Randall. Come again later on.
Good night. Good night.
I'll show you to the door.
Good night. Well, what do you think of that, Andrea? It's Banning, exactly as I saw him in the vision.
I still don't like it.
Did you get the meaning of the situation?
No. What do you mean, Herbert?
Oh, I sensed it the second I walked into the room.
You would. What was it?
Thomas Banning was lying about that manuscript. Did you notice when those two butted in and led the conversation? He's afraid of them. They've got him cornered for some reason. He was afraid to speak the truth. Say, look.
Yes. What is that, a grave?
It certainly looks like a grave.
Herbert, it is a grave.
And freshly dug. A small one, but just about right for Thomas Banning.
Oh, Herbert, what do you mean?
And look over there. Another one, but filled in. You can tell by the way the grass is sunken.
Come on, let's get out of here.
There's certainly something strange going on here.
Herbert!
Now, take it easy.
They're killing him. We've got to stop them.
No, wait. There's nothing we can do at the moment. We wouldn't have a chance. Come on, let's get back.
Herbert, what is it? What's wrong?
There it is again. And I'm wide awake. I heard it again.
Oh, I didn't hear a thing.
The manuscript. You've got to get the manuscript. He reached me again.
Oh, please, Herbert, please, let's go.
Yes, Andrea. We'll go now.
So Andrea and Herbert go home. Andrea goes to bed, but Herbert sits up, concentrating, waiting for another contact, another message. But Andrea, try as she might, cannot go to sleep.
Please, Herbert, please come to bed. I can't go to sleep with you sitting there staring into space. It gives me the willies.
Oh, I can't sleep. I couldn't possibly.
He may not appear again tonight.
He doesn't have to appear. This is no spook business, I tell you. He can reach me instantly.
Oh, please, Herbert, at least turn out the light.
Very well. Sorry to upset you, darling. But I've got to follow this through. I've just got to. Thomas Banning.
Find the manuscript. Mind over matter. Get the manuscript. You must get the manuscript. You must.
The next morning, Herbert is up early after a sleepless night and pays another visit to Mr. Gregory of Gregory House, Thomas Banning's publisher.
I'm Herbert Randall, Mr. Gregory. I was here yesterday to get the address of Thomas Banning.
Yes, I remember.
Well, I'm with the Parapsychology Laboratory of State University. We were interested in knowing if Thomas Banning is planning another book.
Well, we've published all of his works and expected him to do another. About 6 months ago, he wrote us that he had one half completed and hoped to finish it shortly.
And you've heard nothing further about it?
Yes. I talked to him a few weeks ago and asked him what he intended to do about the new book. He said he'd abandoned the idea of any further writing because of his eyes. Said he hadn't even started on the book.
Hadn't started it? But he told you previously that he had it half finished.
Yes. He seemed reluctant to talk about it, so I dropped the subject. Don't like to say this, but it occurred to me that Banning was, well, slipping a little. Mentally, I mean.
Losing his mind? Is that what you mean?
Yes, Randall. So I thought it better to say no more about it. He seemed to be terribly depressed.
Have you any idea what might have caused such a condition?
No. It may have been brought on by the disappearance of his brother. I'd never met the brother, but he had come up from South America. Been living there for many years. A few months after his arrival, he vanished. That's all I know about it.
I see. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Gregory. I guess we'll just have to forget about any further works by Thomas Banning. Good morning. Mr. Hellman, I understand you're Thomas Banning's banker.
I am. What about it?
Well, Randall's my name. I'm a psychologist. I'm working on the case of Thomas Banning.
Then he is crazy.
Crazy? No, but he is ill. Suffering from a severe emotional disturbance.
Oh, I see.
What made you jump to the conclusion that he was crazy?
Well, I don't know. You're a psychologist.
Well, what had he done, Mr. Hellman? That seems so strange.
Well, he came in here in a terrible hurry one day and drew out all his money. Turned all his assets into cash, except the country place, walked out. He acted very nervous, very queerly. I knew something was wrong with him. I figured he was losing his mind.
Mm-hmm. Was that before or after his brother William disappeared?
Oh, I think it was before, but I'm not positive.
Tell me, did you ever meet his brother?
No, I was a bit surprised to learn that he had a brother. But he'd been living in South America for 20 years.
Mm-hmm. Did the brother have any children?
I understand he had a son who came with him, and the son brought his wife. That's all I know about it.
I see. Thomas must have had a considerable amount of cash.
Yes, he left here with something like $100,000 in large bills.
$100,000? Then you would say that such actions indicated that something was wrong with him, that he was decidedly not his normal self.
I certainly would say that. I think he concentrated so much on spooks and the supernatural that he just cracked up over his subject.
Well, thank you, Mr. Hellman, for the information.
You're quite welcome. Oh, by the way, who did you say you were?
Herbert Randall. You can check on me through the Parapsychological Laboratory of State University. Good morning, Mr. Hellman.
That evening, Herbert and Andrea drive once more to the Banning estate. They arrive, turn in at the gate, and as they drive up the lane...
Herbert, look.
Well, what do you know about that? That mound of earth is gone. The hole's been filled in.
Good heavens, and they've already killed him.
You're probably right.
Oh, they're desperate, Herbert. They'll do anything. Don't go in there. No telling what they'll do.
Please, Herbert, let's go back.
Well, here we are, Andrea. Come on. I don't remember seeing any servants here last time.
Oh, they probably don't want anybody around. Not even us. Yes? Oh, good evening.
I wonder if we could see Mr. Banning again.
Do you always attend to business at night, Mr. Randall?
Well, no, it just so happens that I...
Come in. I'm afraid my uncle is retired. He's not very well, you know.
It's quite a long trip down here, if he possibly can. I wish he'd see me now. He's here, isn't he?
Of course. Just a moment. I'll speak to my husband. Be careful now, Herbert. Anything might happen.
I know that. I'm prepared. I've got my gun.
Will you step into the library?
You stay out here, Andrea.
Come in, Mr. Randall.
Yes, come in, Mr. Randall.
Mr. Banning.
Good evening, Randall.
Well, Oh, well, how are you?
Didn't you come here to see Mr. Banning?
Oh, yes, but
You seem so surprised. What do you want this time?
Oh, I want to talk a little further about the book. Couldn't I possibly see you alone, Mr. Banning?
You're going to start that again, Randall? What are you so worried about? Go ahead, speak your piece.
I'd prefer to talk with him alone.
You're just a bit of a nuisance, Randall.
Very well. I'd like to know why you won't finish your manuscript, Mr. Banning.
He told you he hadn't started it because of his eyes.
He could dictate it.
He's too ill to concentrate on writing a book.
Is that true, Mr. Banning?
Well, yes, I have been ill lately.
But if you hadn't started it, you'd have gone to the extent of completing the research for it. Your discoveries are important, Mr. Banning. We need them. If you'll just outline your research to me, I'll write it for you. You owe that to the profession.
Uncle is in constant pain.
Oh, he is? I'm terribly sorry about that, Mr. Banning.
And he doesn't feel in the mood to have someone around prodding him all the time for information in order to publish a book.
But he does want the book published. And he wants me to help him, I know.
You're a conceited sort of individual, Randall.
I know what I'm talking about. He wants me to help him with that book.
Do you, Uncle?
Well, I would like to write the book, but...
What?
I really don't see how I can under the circumstances.
What circumstances?
His physical condition, of course.
Look, Mr. Banning, maybe I can help you about this so-called physical condition. I don't think it's really a physical condition. I think it's a mental condition.
Mental?
Yes. I think you're really mentally ill.
What do you mean?
I think he's emotionally upset over the death of his brother.
Who said he was dead?
Well, he disappeared. It's presumed that he's dead. Shortly after his brother disappeared, Mr. Banning gave up his work. He wanted to give the benefit of his research to science, but he just couldn't collect his thoughts.
Go on, son.
You loved your brother. And I'm sure that I can help you get at the root of your seeming trouble and enable you to finish your book.
But he hasn't started it.
Then I can help him start it and finish it. Oh, believe me, we need that research. We need the book.
Who is we?
The field of psychology needs it.
So you're a psychologist, Mr. Randall?
Yes.
Then you'd better analyze yourself. Uncle hasn't said a word about wanting you to help him write anything.
But he does, I know. He tried to contact me. Didn't you?
Ridiculous. He hasn't phoned or been out of the house in weeks and weeks.
He knows what I'm talking about.
Now I ask you, Uncle, have you tried to get in touch with this man? Have you?
No.
There you are.
I understand, Mr. Banning. Don't worry.
However, if Uncle wants you to stay and see what can be done, why, that's entirely up to him.
Do you, Mr. Banning?
Yes, I'd like you to stay.
Very well. Whatever you say, Uncle. Velma, put them up in the east wing.
Where's your room, Mr. Banning?
Why,
in the west wing, Mr. Randall.
The hours of the evening pass. Herbert and Andrea sit in their room in the Banning house waiting. Still waiting for another message. Another contact Herbert is confident will come now clearer than ever.
Then you think that he hid the money on the estate and they're trying to force him to tell where it is?
Yes. When I drove up the driveway tonight and saw that hole filled in, I felt sure they'd killed him. But they wouldn't do that until he told them where the money was. Since the hole was filled in, it stands to reason that they've only been digging in an effort to find it.
But what happened to the brother? Why would the nephew do away with his own father?
Well, maybe he didn't. Maybe Thomas Banning had something to do with that. An argument over the money.
You mean Thomas killed his brother because the brother was trying to get the money?
Oh, it's possible. Anything is possible. And if the brother was as nasty as the nephew, I wouldn't blame Thomas Banning. But the climax will come tonight. The nephew and his wife are suspicious of us. They know they'll have to work fast.
What a situation.
Please go to bed, Andrea. Let me concentrate on this thing, and I'm sure I'll have the answer before morning.
Very well, Herbert. Good night, dear.
Now, long past midnight, Herbert, half asleep, sits in a big armchair in the bedroom in the east wing of the huge house. Then Herbert begins to stir.
Herbert Randall, the manuscript. Mind over matter in the library, law's shelf on the right. Mind over matter, law's shelf on the right. Get it now, get it now, get it now.
Library. Lower shelf on the right. Andrea.
What is it, Herbert?
I got it. I got the message. The manuscript is in the library. Lower shelf on the right. Come on, quiet now. Turn on the lights, Andrea. Lower shelf on the right. Here we are.
Oh, I hope they can't see the light from the other wing. Please hurry. I'm frightened to death of all this. I wish we hadn't come here.
Here it is. Look, here it is. Mind over matter. He did start it. And it's unfinished. Stopped at page 313.
Well, then come on. Let's get out of here before they catch us.
Andrea.
What is it?
Look, Andrea. Here in the middle of the script. 2 $50,000 negotiable bonds.
Good heavens.
Negotiable bonds? Why, it's the same as money. Anybody can cash them. So that's what he did with his money. This is what those two were after. This is why he's been kept a prisoner. This is why they've been torturing him.
Poor man.
Come on. I'm going to the West Wing. Maybe we can slip into Banning's room without them knowing it. It's unlocked. You stay here in the doorway and keep a lookout.
All right, but hurry.
What is it?
Quiet, Mr. Banning. I've got to talk to you.
What is it, Randall?
I finally got the message. It was as clear as could be, and I found it. I found the manuscript.
You found it?
Yes, in the library, just as you said.
Then you'd best take it and leave here quickly as you can. It isn't safe for you here.
But I can't leave, not just yet.
You must leave. Take the manuscript and go.
But it isn't finished.
You can finish it. You must. Please go before it's too late.
But I can't finish it without the research material for the rest of the book.
There isn't time for that. You have the manuscript. Please go at once.
No. I know what's going on here, Mr. Banning, and I refuse to leave. I know what those two, your nephew and your niece, are doing. They're keeping you a prisoner, torturing you to make you tell what you did with the money.
Don't stay here another minute, Randall.
I'll go, but I insist that you go with me.
The manuscript is the important thing. You have it, so get away from here as fast as you can.
Not without you. Now, come on.
I can't. I can't leave.
Why not? What's to stop you?
I can't walk.
Can't walk? What do you mean?
I can't move. They've been injecting something in my back. It paralyzes from the waist down.
What? Then I'll carry you out of the place.
Please go. They might hear you.
I'll have the police here in a matter of minutes. Hello. Dead as a doornail.
I've seen to everything. Now, do you believe me? You haven't a chance against such desperate people. You have the manuscript. That's the important thing. Get it safely away from here and then do whatever you like about them.
All right. I'll get out now with the manuscript. But I'll be back with the police in half an hour, sooner if possible.
Yes, but please, hurry, Randall.
Come on, Andrea. Back to our room. Get our clothes. Hurry, Andrea. Step on it.
I am. Oh, dear, I wish that phone was working.
Say, maybe this one is. Maybe just that one extension was pulled on.
Does it work?
No, it's dead, too. They're all dead.
Oh.
Come on, Andrea. Let's go.
Yes, I'm ready. Oh.
There it is again. Did you hear that?
Oh, heavens, yes.
They must be wise to us. Probably heard us, and they're going to give him the works this time. It's their last chance.
Oh, I can't stand it, Herbert. It's horrible.
I'm not going to let them torture that old man any longer. I'm going back to his room.
Well, then I'm going with you.
Come on. Careful now, Andrea. Stand back when I open the door. All right. Mr. Banning.
Randall, why haven't you gone? You must go.
I heard you scream. I can't go and leave you to be tortured to death.
But the manuscript...
Oh, hang the manuscript and the money, too. They'll be safe.
Money?
Yes, the bonds. Don't worry, I'll take care of them.
You found the money?
Yes, pasted in the manuscript. But I refuse to leave here without you. Andrea, take this manuscript and go back to our room and lock yourself in. I'm going to wait here for those two to come back. Do you hear me, Andrea?
Yes, I hear.
Well, then hurry.
Herbert,
Wait a minute. Wait a minute, Andrea.
did you hear that?
Yes, I certainly did. It came from another room.
The same scream.
The same scream.
What does it mean?
Give me that manuscript, Andrea. Mr. Banning. Mr. Banning.
Yes, son, yes?
Do you remember the number of the last page of your manuscript?
No, I can't remember. I just can't.
On this last page of your manuscript, you began a new chapter. There are 2 paragraphs here. The last paragraph says, in other words, there are certain positive relations and certain negative ones between extrasensory perception and other processes of the mind. Is that your last paragraph?
Yes, that was the last paragraph. You must carry on from there.
Get up out of that bed, Mr. Banning. You're lying.
No, please believe me.
You're lying. There are not 2 paragraphs here, only one. And the words I quoted are not here. They're from a textbook by Professor Rhine. Get out of that bed and start walking through that door.
Herbert, do you know what you're doing?
You see? He can walk. And don't make a false move, Banning, or I'll shoot. Now through that door and down the hall.
Oh.
All right, Banning. Open that door.
Randall.
Put up your hands, both of you. Now get away from that bed. Who is this man?
Herbert, look. His hands and feet are tied to the bed.
Yes. But take a look at his face.
Why, Mr. Banning.
Exactly. A little thin, but it is Mr. Banning. Untie him and be quick about it. Mr. Banning, can you hear me?
Yes. You're Herbert Randall. Thank God you got my message. I knew I could get through to you. I knew, and you got the manuscript.
Yes, I had a fear.
I only got to page 313, one paragraph ending. Therefore, I am positive that thoughts can be transferred from one mind to another, regardless of distance.
Right, word for word.
You have the manuscript and the money, the 2 bonds?
Yes. What do you want me to do with the bonds?
As you see fit, my boy.
Then this man is your brother William?
Yes.
Don't talk anymore. I'll add the rest. These 2 are not his nephew and his niece. They're his son and his daughter-in-law. They came from South America. They knew you had money and decided to get it. You suspected it, withdrew your money, turned it into bonds, and hid it, knowing that even if they did go to the extent of killing you, they'd have nothing but this house. When they learned that you'd withdrawn your money, they held you prisoner to force you to tell what you did with it, where you hid it. That's why they dug holes all over the estate.
You're absolutely crazy, Randall.
You had me all fooled for a while. I thought your father, William, was dead. I figured you 2 were holding Thomas a prisoner. And you were. But all the while, William was posing as Thomas. And he got away with it because Thomas and William were twins. Twin brothers.
What of it? We're still his heirs. The money still goes to us.
We'll let the state decide that. Don't worry, Mr. Banning. Everything will be... Mr. Banning. Mr. Banning. He's dead.
Dead? But we didn't kill him.
The state can decide that, too. This is a wonderful testimonial for parapsychology, gentlemen. And you 3 are going to have the opportunity to bear me out in my statements. It's a shame it had to happen in this way. But since it did, I'm proud that he selected me to help prove his theory. Why he did, I'll never know. But I'm grateful to him. Very grateful.
Yes, Herbert, you're grateful. And as to why he chose you, you'll know when you turn to page 213 of the manuscript Mind Over Matter. There's an insert pasted there. Go on, Herbert. Read it.
20 years ago, my wife ran away with another man, taking with her our young son. I never heard from them again. But last week I learned the whereabouts of my son, who had assumed the surname of his stepfather. Since my brother William has returned from South America, I fear for the safety of my life and my fortune. I know they plan to kill me since they have learned of the existence of my son. So I have turned all my assets to cash and willed them and my unfinished manuscript, Mind Over Matter, to my son, whose address is 214 East 32nd Street, this city.
What?
And whose name is Herbert Randall. Andrea, I'm his son.
Herbert.
If you get this, God bless you, my son, and carry on with our great work, which is destined someday soon to eradicate the boundaries of time and space. Your father, Thomas Banning.
Just a chance coincidence, you say? That's such a convenient explanation for the layman who doesn't understand, and safer, too, to be skeptical and conservative. but one mind can reach another regardless of time or space. And you will agree with me someday. I know.
CBS has presented The Whistler. Original music for this production was composed and conducted by Wilbur Hatch. The Whistler is written and directed by J. Donald Wilson and originates from Columbia Square in Hollywood.
I, the Whistler, bid you good night.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Quiet, please. Quiet, please. Mutual Broadcasting System presents Quiet, Please, which is written and directed by Willis Cooper and which features Ernest Chappell. Quiet, Please for tonight is called It Is Later Than You Think.
And so I venture to say that the Germans and the Japs are trembling in their boots at this moment for the word that Lindsay Bradley is on their trail. Lindsay, our loss is Uncle Sam's gain. Your fellow employees wish you success, adventure, and a bushel of medals. And in token of our high esteem for you, in remembrance of the happy hours we have spent with you in the plant, for we are all one big happy family, I present you with this 17-jewel, solid gold, imported wristwatch. May it ever remind you of your good friends here at this arsenal of democracy you are leaving to face our enemies in person.
Well, all I can say, fellow employees, fellas, and Mr. Throop, all I can say is, I thank you.
Well, yes, of course it's a beautiful watch, Lindsay. But for heaven's sake, this is your last night before you go to camp. And I do wish you could pay a little attention to me.
Oh, well, Verna, I'm sorry. I never had such a nice watch, though, and I get carried away. I'm sorry, honey, really.
Oh, for goodness sake, act like it then.
Huh? Act like what?
Act like you're sorry. Kiss me.
Oh. I should say so.
I am going to miss you, Lindsay.
Oh, heck, it isn't as if I was going overseas right away, honey. Oh, my goodness, I'll probably be in the camp for quite a while, learning things. Heck, you could come and see me often.
Maybe I could get an apartment in the town where the camp is, and the sergeants, or whoever it is, would let you live at home and just go to the camp days.
Well, I don't know about that.
It'd be wonderful, Lindsay. You could come home for meals, And you could have Colonel's in for dinner. It'll be just like home.
Uh-huh.
First thing you do when you get to camp is find a nice apartment, about 4 rooms, maybe 5, and I'll come right away, huh?
Well, I'll see, honey.
You don't seem to be very excited about it.
Well, I don't know how it'll be at camp. You know, I might not be able to find an apartment, and maybe I wouldn't be staying there long.
You don't want me to be with you.
Why, sure I do, Verna, but I...
You just want to leave me here all alone in this old place while you go off camping out and being in parades and having a wonderful time.
Well, I don't think it'll be like that, Verna. Francis Felton wrote last week from Camp Breckenridge, and he said he'd lost 13 pounds.
Well, he could stand it. Goodness, I just bet it's wonderful for the boys in camp, marching and having sham battles. And goodness, I wonder what you'll be doing this time tomorrow.
It's 11 hours now, and I'll be arriving.
What are you doing with that watch?
Huh? I was just setting it ahead 11 hours.
All right. Get your heels together, all of you. Chin in, chest out. You're at attention.
My goodness gracious.
Quiet.
But I just...
And I said silence.
Could I ask a question, Lieutenant?
I'm a sergeant.
Could I ask a question, Sergeant? Please?
What?
Where am I?
You crazy, Mac?
Well, gee, honest, sir, I'm not sure.
Well, I'll just refresh your memory, Bud. You're at Camp Dix, New Jersey. And you're a great, big, ugly, flat-footed private in the infantry, whether you like it or not.
Well, for heaven's sake. Well, for heaven's sake, I said. How I got there, I will never know. One minute I was sitting on the Davenport with Verna right in my own living room in High Bridge, New Jersey, just for no reason, setting my watch 11 hours ahead, and then, bung, I'm alongside the railroad station at Camp Dix, and it's daylight, and this sergeant... Well, now, things don't happen like that. There's no such thing as magic. But, well, how? Tell me how. All right, you can't tell me, so I'll tell you. I'll tell you how I found it out. It was an hour later that they let us sit down a few minutes. And there was a man sitting alongside me, and he said, I have a good-looking watch, didn't I? So I told him how the boys at the plant gave it to me, and he admired it some more. And then he said, did I know my watch was an hour fast? So I said, is that so? And I turned it back, and...
All right. Get your heels together, all of you. Chin in, chest out. You're at attention.
And I heard myself say, my goodness gracious.
Quiet.
But I just said...
And I said silence.
Could I ask a question, Lieutenant?
I'm a sergeant.
Could I ask a question, Sergeant? Please? And by goodness, I went through that whole hour again. And I was so tired when we got back to the time and the place where the man said I had a good-looking watch. And I looked at that watch. I didn't say anything this time. So time went on the way it ought to go on, and they took us to eat. But I couldn't eat anything, because my stomach was full of great big butterflies. And finally, when I had a minute, I got to a phone booth, and I waited 45 minutes, and I got a call through to High Bridge to find out what Verna had to say about it, and Mrs. Houlihan from next door answered, and she said Verna was in bed with a high temperature. And what the dickens did I do to her on my last night at home? So I hung up. Sure. The watch. Whatever I set it at, that's what time it is. Well, now, thinks I, this could be a very handy thing. But I have to be careful. Say, where do you suppose they got that watch? It's really... And then I happened to think of something. My gosh, what would happen if that watch ran down someday if I forgot to wind it and it stopped? Would time stop? Wow. Well, I'm not going to try to find out. You know, this sergeant, he wasn't such a bad fellow at that. I was sitting on my bunk one night after supper. There wasn't anybody else in the barracks, and he walked in. I said, hi, Sergeant.
What's with you, Bradley?
Oh, I'm just tired.
Ain't you going to the movies?
Oh, they run that picture in High Bridge 2 months ago.
Cigarette?
Thanks. You going?
I get kind of low.
Oh, that's so?
Yeah. Got a Dear John.
Which?
Letter from my girlfriend.
Oh?
You know. Dear John, I don't know how to tell you, but I have fallen in love with another guy, and you and I will always be good friends.
Oh.
Yeah, great. We'll never get married, kid.
I am married.
Oh, excuse me. You happy?
Well, sure. Sure. Yeah, sure.
Great.
We've been married 4 years.
Miss her, huh?
You bet. This is a kind of vacation, though. You know. She said she might come down here to live, near the camp.
You like that?
Well...
What you monkeying with that watch?
Huh? I was just thinking of an experiment.
What kind of experiment?
Oh, nothing. There's nothing.
Want a beer? Let's walk over to the PX.
So, we walked over to the PX and we had a beer, and then we had another, and me and my big mouth, beer always makes me talkative. The sergeant noticed I was fiddling with my watch. I couldn't get it off my mind, and finally the beer and I told him the story. Of course, he didn't believe it. He laughed a lot. He said I had a great imagination, and then after a while he walked back to the barracks with me, and we sat down in my bunk again, and the place was still empty, and he was still laughing about my imagination. I got huffy. I told him I'd prove it to him.
How will you prove it to me?
Well, how soon will the movie be out and the fellas come back to the barracks?
An hour?
Okay. Watch.
What are you doing?
Setting it ahead an hour.
Why don't you guys shut up and let me go to sleep?
Turn it back!
Turn it
back! Okay, Sergeant.
Brother.
Yeah. See, it works.
They all appeared. Just out of nothing.
That's the way it'll be an hour from now.
Oh, gosh. What you can do with that thing?
Well, I've been using it.
Yeah? How?
I've been setting it ahead every day for a while.
What for?
See if my wife is going to arrive.
Huh? Wife?
Well, I'd like to have some warning, see?
Oh, so you can hit me for a pass.
Either that, Sergeant, or so's I can go AWOL. No, Verna's all right. We get along all right, but, well, heck, she demands. I never got out before I was drafted, and, well, darn it, I kind of like being my own boss. That is, as far as the Army had let you know what I mean? I love Verna all right, but I knew what it'd be once she got settled in an apartment here in town. Heck, Highbridge isn't far away. I could get a pass once in a while, but here in town, no, I figured I was too close. Yeah, I feel a lot different about it now, but this was quite a while ago. See, 1944, and I'd only been away from her a few months. You know what I mean? Okay. So she snuck up on me after all. I forgot one night to set my watch ahead, and first thing the next morning, I got the word that she was here. So I talked to the sergeant how to talk her out of a pass. We kidded a little. I went to town to meet her. It was kind of nice. But, gosh, I couldn't get a word in edgeways.
Lindsay, you're so thin.
Well, I've been...
I know you. You just won't talk up to these sergeants and majors and people. Just let them walk all over you. You wait till I see somebody in authority.
Oh, no, Verna, you can't...
You've been drinking. I bet you've been drinking, but I'll put a stop to that. When we get an apartment here in town, you can have ginger ale at home, and I'll make brownies, and you can have some of the boys over once in a while.
Verna.
What?
Verna, do you love me?
Why, you silly child. Of course I do. Here, give me a kiss. Now wipe off that lipstick. Are you going to take me out to the camp? I'm just dying to see it.
Well, I thought maybe we'd stay in town.
Now, Lindsay, I'm not going to sit around in this dismal town all day and all night when there's all sorts of interesting things going on out where you're camping. I came down here to enjoy myself, and that's what we're going to do no matter what you
So
think.
that's the way it was, yakety all the time, and I got awful tired of it all of a sudden. You know, used to be I could kind of shut my ears to the yakety, but I seem to have lost the trick somehow, and so then I thought, gosh, I'm going to see how long this is going to go on. So I turned my back, and I moved the hands of my watch ahead, and I got it 10 hours ahead, and I heard a kind of sigh or something, and I turned around, and you know what? There was this sergeant kissing my wife just as big as you please. Well, I grabbed his arm, and I tried to yank him away, but it was just like I wasn't there. And Verna spoke to him, and it didn't sound like the yakety-yakety she used on me.
Oh, Sergeant Kilroy, you're so impulsive.
And then I remembered that what I was seeing was 10 hours away, and I quick spun the hands of my watch back again, and doggone it, I went too far back.
Lindsay, you're so thin.
And that was where I came in, and I had to go through all of it again. But doing a repeat on the kisses wasn't so bad, till I remembered the way she was going to talk to Sergeant Kilroy about 10 hours from now. Well, sir, about 5 o'clock he showed up, and he told me I had to go back to camp. How do you like that? He could stay in town, he said, and he'd be glad to show my wife around and keep her entertained whilst I was away, my pal. And I crossed him up all right. I waited a couple hours after I got back to camp, and then I just set the watch ahead, and it's morning, and the whole company, including Sergeant Kilroy, is turning out for reveille. Well, she stayed there. She got an apartment such as it was. I got a lot of passes. I took the sergeant in with me every once in a while, and everything was as nice as pie. I didn't do much with the watch because I was scared of it. I took awful good care it was wound all the time. I tried once to see if I could turn it ahead farther than 12 hours, but I couldn't. When the hands got to 12 hours ahead, everything just clicked right back. Well, you see, 12 hours, the hands just come right back to where they were when you started. Anyway, half a day's enough for me. Heck, it's too much. Think it ain't? Yeah, there come a day. There always comes a day. A big bunch of us got pulled out early in the morning with our A&B bags and everything out of the kitchen stove hung onto us. We're off to the races. Only Sergeant Kilroy, he's permanent detail. He stays in camp. Great deal. Well, I'm smart. I get myself lost in the dark. And I beat it for a taxi, and I haul down to town our apartment. No, Verna doesn't know I'm leaving. I don't know where I'm going. And no, I'm not trying to desert. I want to find out something. I get in the apartment, and Verna doesn't wake up. And she looks awful cute asleep. But I turn the hands of my watch ahead 3 hours. Nothing happened. Except the bed was all of a sudden empty, and I could hear Verna out in the other room, and, of course, it was full daylight now. So I heaved a big sigh of relief. Everything's all right. And then...
Who is it? Who is it?
Kilroy's here, darling.
And I was so mad. I thought what to do, and then, just as Verna unlocked the door, I got it. I set my watch back where it belonged, and it was early dark morning again, and she was asleep there in the bed, smiling, and I got out of the apartment. I'll fix that, I said to myself. I'll beat it back to camp, and I'll knock that Kilroy's head off, and a big MP stepped up in front of me.
Hey, take it easy, Mac. Where you going with that equipment?
Huh? Why, I missed the train, huh?
Oh, you missed the train, huh?
Yeah,
That's fine, Mac. Listen, the train ain't left yet, Mac.
Oh?
It ain't due to leave for 20 minutes yet, Mac. So I'll tell you what I'm going to do. Just get in the Jeep here with me, Mac. I'll deliver you special. Right to the steps of the car. Okay, Mac?
And so I started my trip overseas handcuffed to an MP. And there wasn't any kidding about it. I was on that train for good. And all the jumping up and down in the world wasn't going to do me any good. Because in an hour and a half, I was sitting on a bunk about a foot above sea level in the hold of a great big transport, and the ship was aiming for Africa as fast as they could turn over the propeller. Me and my fancy watch, I wish I'd never seen it. But what can a guy do? I throw it away, what'll happen? It'll stop him. Oh, all right, maybe time won't stop it. You see what's happened before. me. I won't take chances. So, well, it turned out it was a good thing I hung on to it. Because I'm in a hole a few weeks later with another guy in a bazooka, and Mr. Ramos' tanks are doing all right. And I'm scared. This fella, Red Felbinger, his name was, he's my loader, and we're popping away at Krauts whenever we can get a beat on one. And then there's a kind of lull, and we don't see anybody, so we light up a smoke. Red leans his arms up on the edge of the hole and looks out.
Looks like they blowed the whistle, Lindsay.
Huh? What you mean?
I don't see anybody anyplace.
Let me see. And that was the end of Red Felbinger. And it was pretty near the end of me, except for the watch. All the German tanks in the world were heading right straight for me and blazing away like the 4th of July. Only it wasn't no celebration. The air was thick with hunks of iron, and I leaned down to pick up my bazooka, and then the thought come to me. I reached for my watch. 2 hours I'll set it back, I thought. And I did, and all the tanks and everything disappeared. So I climbed out of the hole and started away from there. And all I remember was... And everything went black and red and green, and I'm dead. No, not dead. But I got it right through my neck, and they told me in the hospital that the bullet traveled on down my arm and came out right alongside my watch. I was pretty scared about the watch, but the nurse was a nice girl. She laughed, showed me how she'd put it on my other arm. Wound it, too, she said. I felt better. Then I remembered I'd never set it ahead again to where it belonged, and I asked her to set it, and she tried. She couldn't. Something happened to her. Well, look, I won't try to tell you about all the trouble I had with my arm, how I got sent back to the States, spent the next 4 years in the hospital. Verna? Sure, I saw Verna. I saw her a lot. She used to come and see me all the time. And she was different. It seemed like all I'd been through kind of changed her. She felt so sorry for me. Gosh, I got to feeling sorry for myself. You know how it is? Well, it was a long time those years with all I had to do to my neck and my arm. Once in a while I'd think about Sergeant Kilroy. But gosh, Verna was so different now. I knew everything was okay, so I forgot it. Funny thing was, though, I couldn't turn the watch up to where it belonged all that time. I tried. The nurses tried. The doctors... I couldn't do it. There was no soap. And all this time I got nervous and irritable. I used to have, delusions. One day last month, it was the first day I had my artificial arm. I woke up kind of dopey. I thought I seen somebody leaving my room at Walter Reed. I sort of heard the nurse talking to a guy in civilian clothes that looked kind of familiar, and I thought I heard him answer her.
Oh, no, just tell him Gilroy was here.
Well, I was going to tell Verna, but the new arm and everything, I forgot. So I got out last week. It was kind of fun. I went back to High Bridge. Verna fixed up her old place swell, and she was special nice to me. I pretty near felt I could afford to lose that arm to make that difference in Verna. She was all right. Only she kept kidding me about the way I fiddled with my watch. I couldn't tell her I was trying to get it set back to where it belonged. There was 2 hours worth of difference in that watch. I guess I got into the habit when I felt so lousy, always twiddling at it, that... There's somebody at the door. Verna's downtown getting her hair fixed. I wonder who it is.
Hi, Lindsay.
Kilroy!
Mind if I come in a minute, kid?
Why, sure. Sure, Kilroy.
Thank you.
I'm glad to see you. Gee, Vern, I'll be glad to see you, too. Sit down.
Much obliged. Well, I see you still got the trick watch.
Yeah, still got it. How you been?
What are you fiddling with the watch for, Lindsay?
It got stuck. Stuck? Yeah, I keep fooling with it. Well, tell me where you've been since you got out.
I wish you'd stop fooling with that watch.
No, I'm sorry. Hey, by golly, I got it. I got it. I'll just set it ahead 2 hours to make...
Yeah. Verna, it's about time. Where you been? All right, I'll meet you there. What? Good Lord, yes. Certainly I did. What? Well, how would you like to sit around in a room for 2 hours with a guy you just shot? Huh?
Quiet Please for tonight is called It Is Later Than You Think. It was written and directed by Willis Cooper, and the man who spoke to you was Ernest Chappell. And Abby Lewis played Verna, Don Briggs was the sergeant. Miscellaneous voices and colorful characterizations with creations of Ornette Latimer. Music for Quiet Please is played by Albert Berman. Now, a word from Willis Cooper.
The characters in tonight's stories were all fictional, of course. For next week, I have a story for you called The Thing on the Portal Board.
And so until next week at the same time, I am quietly yours, Ernest Chappell. This program was heard in Canada through the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Sanctum Mysteries. Good evening, friends of the Inner Sanctum. This is your host, welcoming you in through the squeaking door. Come in, see my latest collection of corpses. I've dug up some very interesting pieces, but of course I had to pay a stiff price. This petrified man, for instance, he's over 100 years old. They found him in a forest. That's right. Aged in the woods.
My goodness, do you expect folks to believe nonsense like that?
Oh, but it's true, Mary. Look over here at this artist model. The last time she posed for a sketch, she was drawn and quartered. The artist wanted to paint her with her head in her hands, but he didn't have the nerve to axe her. So he sawed her in half.
What an imagination you have.
You don't believe me. All right. I'm not going to show you my corpse collection anymore. This is the last time.
Well, I don't believe that either.
Tonight's story is called Dead Man's Debt. It's an original radio play by Robert Newman. And our star tonight is Joseph Julian, who plays the role of Danny. The corner cell in the courthouse jail. Stone walls, stone floor, and a hard cot. Lying on the cot, huddled under the blanket, is Danny Gorman. His eyes are closed, and his breathing is regular. But even he is not sure whether he's asleep or awake. For he's listening to a voice. A voice he's heard quite often during the past few weeks. And a voice he shouldn't be able to hear. A voice of a dead man.
Are you sleeping, Danny? Don't. It's a waste of time. A real waste. You'll be sleeping for a long, long time, very soon. When you're dead like I am.
No.
Yes, Danny. Did you think you were going to get away with it? You won't. You'll pay. And soon.
No, I said no. Shut up, shut up. Leave her alone.
What's the trouble in here? What are you making all that racket for? Better pull yourself together and get moving. Waiting for you downstairs, court sensation.
All right, don't rush me. I'm coming.
I'm not rushing you. Sure glad to be rid of you. Glad you won't be coming back here again.
What? What do you mean?
Yeah, wind up your case this morning. Hand down a verdict before lunch. 2 to 1, they do it without leaving the jury box. And 10 to 1, it's guilty.
Gentlemen of the jury, have you reached a verdict?
We have.
Prisoner will rise and face the jury.
Go on, Danny. Stand up.
What is your verdict?
Not guilty.
No,
Well,
no.
you mean? What a riot. I should have taken him him up on it. Then the one he wanted to give me that you were going to send me up. But I knew it. I knew you would.
Order, Mr. Russell. You quiet your client? I apologize, Your Honor, but as you can imagine, he's been under considerable strain. Take it easy, Danny.
Danny. Oh, Danny.
Well, Gail, hiya, baby.
I knew it too, Danny. I knew they'd let you go. They had to.
Hope you don't mind coming here to celebrate. It's not very fancy, but, well, this is where they picked me up, put the cuffs on me. I'm kind of sentimental about it.
Perfectly all right.
Here's to you, Russell. You did a swell job getting me off.
Well, thank you. I had probably done better if I didn't have a conscience.
How come?
I was assigned to your case. I had to defend you. I did the best job I could. But it was a little hard to put my heart in it when I knew you were guilty. Not of the murder you were charged with, but another one.
What?
Is that supposed to be funny, Mr. Russell?
It's not, Gail. Danny was charged with the murder of Carson, a well-known jeweler, whose body was found a few miles from his country house. Danny was seen in the vicinity in the company of Stack Allen, a man with a long criminal record. Now, if you remember, there were just three things that saved Danny. One, the fact that Carson was thought to have a valuable diamond on him. Danny didn't have the diamond, and it hasn't been found yet. Two, Carson was shot with a .45. Danny's gun was a .38. And three, Stack Allen has disappeared. Now, on the basis of these three facts, I was able to convince the jury that it was Stack who killed Carson and took the diamond. And, as a matter of fact, that's what I think did happen.
Well?
The DA made one mistake. He charged you with a wrong murder. I don't believe you killed Carson, but I do think you killed Stack Allen.
That's ridiculous. Danny, tell him it's not true. Tell him.
What are you going to do about it?
Nothing. I'm not a policeman. I'm an attorney.
You're lying.
No. You see, basically, I have great respect for the law. I believe that even though it sometimes makes mistakes, it generally corrects them. I think it'll catch up with you. In the meantime, well, that's the matter of my services. Since I saved your life, I figure you owe me a good deal.
Don't worry about that. I'll pay you.
Yes? How?
Never mind that. I said I'd pay you.
You don't have the money now. I know that. If you wanted me to, I could probably help you.
I don't want any help from you or anyone else. I said I'd pay you, and I will. Come on, Gail. Let's get out of here.
Are you sleeping again, Danny? That's a mistake. A waste of time. You'll be sleeping for a long, long time when you're dead like I am.
Stack, no, leave me alone.
I can't, Danny. Not until you pay for what you did to me. And you will pay for that. And soon.
Who's that? Who's there?
It's me, Danny. Gail.
Oh. Okay, just a second.
Hello, Danny.
Hi.
Starting to get a little worried about you. You all right?
Sure, I'm all right. What is there to worry about?
Well, it's been a week since I saw you. I've been hearing things. That you were hanging around with the old gang again. With Frankie.
So what?
You mean it's true? Danny, you shouldn't. You know what almost happened would have happened if it hadn't been for Mr. Russell.
Russell.
You wouldn't be here now if it wasn't for him. Danny, you said you were going straight, and instead, he wanted to help you, remember?
How are you, Danny?
Russell, what are you doing here? Look, if you're worried about your dough, I told you I'd pay you.
I never said anything about money, Danny. And I'm not worried about being paid. I'm a firm believer in balancing accounts. We pay for everything we do.
What are you driving at?
You killed Stack Allen for the diamond you took from Carson. But you never got the diamond. Suppose I help you find it.
What? How do you know where it is?
I don't know. I'm only guessing. But if you show me where you buried Stack's body, I think maybe we can find it together.
You're just trying to trap me. Tag me with Stack's murder.
I told you I was an attorney, not a policeman.
Okay, I'll take a chance on it. Get your car, I'll show you.
easy now. Turn off there to the left.
Into the woods?
Yeah. Just a little further. All right, go slow. Okay, now stop.
I think you'd better stay here, Gale. It's not going to be very pleasant.
It's all right. I'll come.
Just as you like. Now, tell me again just how it happened, Danny.
Well, we drove down here after we knocked Carson off to decide just what we're going to do. I had a feeling Stack was going to plug me so he wouldn't have to split with me, and I decided to beat him to it. He went over there. He sat down on that log, and he was playing with his ear the way he used to, pulling on it. I let him have it. I searched him, but I couldn't find the diamond.
What did you do with the body?
I dug a deep hole right there. I dumped him in it, and I piled wood on it, and then built a fire. And after it burned down, I covered it up.
Okay. Let's get the shovels out of the car and start digging.
Hey, my shovel hit something. I think it's him.
Gale, will you go back to the car?
No, I'm going to stay. I just won't look.
There he is. At least his bones.
Put your shovel under his skull and lift it carefully.
Hey, the diamond. The diamond's lying right underneath him. How did you know?
I didn't. I told you I was guessing. You saw him take it from Carson, knew he had it with him, but you couldn't find it when you searched him. You mentioned that when he was thinking, he had a way of playing with his ear.
His ear, of course. That was it. He had it in his ear. Maybe he figured I was going to stick him up or something. Maybe. Anyway, I got it now. We're rich, you hear, Gale? We're rich.
Yes, I hear.
What are you looking at me for that way?
Danny, I loved you for a long time. Even when I knew there were things wrong with you. I stuck with you through the trial because I thought you were innocent. That you hadn't killed Carson. Now I hate you.
I stood trial. I got off, didn't I? I paid for the diamond. And now it's mine.
Yes, Danny. It's yours. But you haven't paid for it. You're only going to start paying for it.
And now, friends, back to the story of Danny Gorman, who was tried for the wrong murder and who's found, so far at least, that crime does pay, and very nicely, too. It's about an hour later now, and a car with 3 very silent people in it has just reached the outskirts of the town.
What's the matter with you two, anyway? What are you sitting there like a pair of mummies for? Why don't you say something?
I said everything I had to there in the woods, Danny.
I've got nothing to say.
No, nothing at all. Don't try and pull a lily act now, Russell. Don't forget, you're in this as deep as... Hey, wait a minute. Stop right here. Yeah, that's right. In front of that hack shop.
Where are you going?
Inside to see a friend. Might just as well get the dough to pay you off right now. And I won't have to listen to any more of your double talk. Hello, Finney.
Well, Danny. Haven't seen you in a long time. And I didn't think I'd ever be seeing you again.
How come?
Yeah, I thought that anybody who'd just beaten a murder rap would have sense enough to keep in the clear. Not get mixed up with anything hot. Or is this a social visit?
Not exactly. Take a look at this.
It's a very nice diamond. Very nice indeed.
What's it worth?
Well, you really want to know what it's worth? You want to know what I'll give you for it?
What's the difference?
A great deal. It's worth, let me take another look at it. Yes, it's worth $10,000, maybe $12,000. I'll give you $2,000 for it.
What? Why, you, what's the idea?
It's very simple, Danny. You were tried for Carson's murder, and you got off because you had a good lawyer and because there wasn't enough evidence. But if you were tried again, right now, you wouldn't do so well. Because this is the very best kind of evidence right here. You see, I happen to know that this is Carson's diamond.
Yeah?
Yes, Danny. That means that you wouldn't dare take it to anybody else. It wouldn't be wise for you even to take it out of this shop. And that's why it's very generous of me to offer you $1,500 for it.
$1,500? But you just said... Okay, Finney. Take the diamond, give me the dough.
That's very sensible of you, Danny. Come back tomorrow about the same time.
Nothing doing. I'm taking a powder out of town. I want the dough right now.
All right, Danny. Wait out there, and I'll get it for you. $7, 21, 4. There we are.
Sorry, had to be a knife, Finney.
Danny, you...
Couldn't take a chance with a gun, not with my friends outside. Shouldn't have driven such a hard bargain. Because now I'm not only going to take the diamond back, I'm going to take every cent you got in the safe. After all, it won't do you any good anymore.
All right?
Yeah, let's get going.
You seem quite pleased with yourself.
Why shouldn't I be? Got rid of the diamond, and I finally got my hands on some real dough. I can pay you off now. What do I owe you?
I told you, Danny. A great deal. Your life.
Okay, don't build it up. What do you want in cash?
I never said anything about money, Danny. There is something I want. When the right time comes, I think I'll get it.
Me, Danny. Frankie. Oh, just a second. Hiya, Frankie.
Fine. A little worried about how you were.
Me? How come?
That little job last night. Said you wanted to get in on it, and you never showed up. Thought maybe you were sick or something.
Oh, that, No. It was just that, well, I changed my mind.
Yeah?
Yeah, I kind of thought it over. I decided, I better stay in the clear. Go straight from now on.
That's smart, Danny. Real smart.
Yeah, I think so. How'd it go?
Smooth as syrup. We ended up with stuff worth, 3 or 4 G's anyway.
Yeah, swell.
Yeah. So only after it was all over that we ran into something kind of funny.
What was that?
Well, the stuff was kind of hot, and we thought we ought to unload right away, so we went down to Finney's. You know, the fence.
Yeah.
We got there, it didn't seem like there was anyone around. I took a gander in the back room, and you won't believe this, but the safe was open. Cleaned out. There was Finney, dead.
What? Well, have any idea who did it?
I don't know. He'd been knifed. Whoever got him left in such a hurry they forgot to take the knife with them. I got it right here.
Let's see it.
No, don't touch it, Danny. You might get your fingerprints on it, and that'd be bad.
I said don't touch it. I'll try any monkey tricks or I'll bash you for keeps.
So you were going straight, eh? You mealy-mouthed double-crosser. Where's the diamond?
What are you talking about?
Don't give me that. You think I know your knife when I see it? There's only one reason you'd go to see Finney. To cash in on that diamond you and Stack took from Carson. Well, I want it.
Okay, Frankie, you can have it. I've been having nothing but tough luck ever since I first laid eyes on it. It's over there in my bureau, hidden under my socks. I'll get it for you.
You're starting to show some sense.
Yeah, I think so. More sense than to let you leave here knowing what you know. Now, get my friend the lawyer down here. Everything will be hunky-dory.
You sure got down here fast, Russell. Hey, what's the idea?
Bringing Gale with me?
I thought she might be interested in anything you might have to say to me. You said something about another case?
Yeah. Look over there, in the corner.
Oh.
Frankie? Frankie Ring. And he's dead.
You killed him?
Yeah. It was self-defense. See, he came down here to get me to go out on a job with him. I told him I wouldn't, that I was going straight, and he pulled a gun. There it is in his hand. See? I got my own rod from the bureau, and, well, that was that. Sound okay?
Fine.
It ain't going to be easy, I know. Me coming up for a second murder rap. But you can get me off. I got plenty of dough this time. I can really pay. The thing is, what do we do first?
We don't do anything, Danny. There are a lot of things you can do. My suggestion is that you call the police. Give yourself up.
What? You mean you're not going to take this case?
No, Danny.
Why not? You fronted for me the last time.
Yes, Danny, and I told you why. I was assigned the case, couldn't turn it down. Besides, you were being tried for the wrong murder. But this time it won't be the wrong murder. It'll be the right one. This is the one I said was finally going to catch up with you.
I see. Is your car downstairs by any chance?
Yes. Why?
I'm starting to feel a little restless. Let's go places. Go ahead, march.
Danny, what are you going to do?
Are you kidding? You know about Stack and about Freddie. Somehow I don't think I'd sleep so good knowing that you knew. Besides that, there's one more you don't know about, Finney. I got him yesterday while you were waiting in the car. After your first three, they started to come easy, even dames. We're going to take a little ride together. But I got a feeling we're not all of us coming back. Keep driving till I tell you to stop.
Right.
You're taking this awful quiet, the two of you. Maybe you don't think I'm going to go through with it.
Oh, I think you intend to, all right. Whether you will or not is another story. So is the reason I'm taking it this way. Maybe this is as good a time as any to tell you a few things. Why I took your case in the first place.
Well?
It was because of Carson. He was my father's best friend. Kind of a second father. He who put me through law school. When he was murdered, I made up my mind to get to the bottom of it, find out who killed him. I didn't think it was you, and it wasn't. You were involved. And I knew that if I helped you get what the murder was committed for, the diamond, eventually you'd pay for the murder you committed. Well, now you've got not one, but 3 murders to pay for.
What are you stopping for?
Railroad crossing. There's a train coming. Can't you hear the bell?
Told you to keep going till I said for you to stop.
Okay. Hey, what's the idea? Stall the car.
Yeah. To make sure it stays so, I'll just take these keys.
Danny, we're right on the track.
Yeah, this is it. You fell in love, see? You ran away together, smack into the train. What I'm trying to do is to lost. I'll just wait over here and make sure everything goes the way it should.
Well, Gail?
Somehow I'm not frightened. And I don't care.
Hey, my foot! My foot! It's caught! The train! It's not coming down your track. It's coming down this one! Hey, Russell!
Yes. He was on the wrong track. Then he'd been on the wrong track for a long time.
John, what was it you said before about why you took the case? Was it true?
Yes.
You always talked about payment, about something you wanted.
I wanted justice. And I also wanted something else. Someone Danny had at first and then lost. Someone he didn't deserve.
John.
Yes, Chester. That's right. You.
Say, what What is this, anyway? Inner Sanctum or Love's Old Sweet Song? You'd better get yourself another tune, Professor, or I'd better get myself another program to haunt. That's right. One more sappy ending like that, and they can get themselves another host.
Why, what was the matter with that ending? I thought it was the nicest one we've had this year. I thought it was sweet the way those two people discovered they loved each other.
Listen, Mary, there's only one kind of sweet stuff that goes on this program, and that's sweet essence of cyanide. And now, a word of advice, friends. Don't let tonight's story, all this business about dead men's debts, prey on your mind too much. If you should wake up at about 2 in the morning and hear strange footsteps coming up the stairs towards your room, don't worry. It won't be a homicidal maniac. It will probably be the ghost of a bill collector coming to collect IOU. By the way, this month's Inner Sanctum mystery novel is Lay That Pistol Down by Richard Powell. And now it's time to close the squeaking door. So, good night. Pleasant dreams.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Mystery is my hobby. Tonight's story began one evening last summer. Alan Fisher, a wealthy mining engineer, recently married to his young and beautiful wife, was being called upon by a young attorney named Frank Woodman.
Good evening, Frank. Come in.
I got your message, Fisher. It sounded urgent.
It is. I have a special case I want you to handle for me. Shall we go into the study?
Okay. As I told you over the phone, I have an important engagement.
I think what I have to say will preclude the possibility of your engagement. Sit over there, please.
What's the idea of locking the door?
Don't get alarmed. I merely want to ensure privacy.
That's what it's Helene.
She won't, Frank. My wife isn't home tonight. She doesn't even know that you're here.
Oh. Well, what was it you wanted to see me about?
Sit down, sit down. It may take some time.
So my appointment.
Your appointment can wait. Cigar, Frank?
All right. You know I don't smoke cigars.
Of course, I've forgotten. You live in a cigarette-smoking generation, don't you, Frank? You and Helene.
See here, Fisher, if you don't...
If you'll indulge an old man a lifelong habit, I'll light up. There's nothing like an after-dinner cigar, my boy. You should try it sometime.
I'll stick to cigarettes. Look, what's this all about?
Of course. You're curious, aren't you, my boy? Well, this case I want you to handle involves a very dear friend of mine.
Do I know him?
You know him, my boy. Very well indeed.
What's his name? Perhaps it's someone I wouldn't even be interested in representing.
On the contrary, I think you will, Frank. However, for the moment, I shall withhold his identity until you decide.
That's nonsense. You don't care to...
He's quite an elderly man, Frank. About 60, I should judge. Recently, he had the good fortune to meet and marry a very lovely young woman.
Oh, I see. One of those June and January affairs, huh?
A very apt description, my boy. However, my friend, despite his age, was sincerely and honestly in love with his young wife. He believed he could make her happy.
They always do.
Do they, Frank? That's one of the things I'm curious about. As a lawyer, I felt that you could advise me.
Well, it depends upon the girl, I suppose.
Ah, that is exactly what I wanted to hear. It depends upon the girl.
I don't get it.
Perhaps I'd better explain further, then. For a time, my friend and his young wife were quite happy. Then one evening at a party, my friend's wife was presented to a personable young man of about her own age.
Well, that usually happens, too.
Yes. Thereafter, my friend lived in torment of doubt and suspicion.
Your friend's story is following the usual pattern.
I suppose it is. To you, a lawyer, his predicament must be an old story.
Yes, and a tiring one.
I'm sorry. However, there is a point in my friend's story where it deviates from the customary pattern.
Oh?
Yes. My friend, though aware of his wife's infidelity and knowing that she was perhaps more to blame for the situation than the young man, did not accuse her of her disloyalty, nor throw her out into the cold, cruel world.
No? What did he do?
Unfortunately, my friend realized that without his beautiful young wife, despite her faults, life would scarcely be worth living.
Still don't get it.
You will in a moment, Frank, I'm sure. Realizing the depths to which his love went, my friend began to think of some means of removing the young man from the scene.
Yes, that is killing him. Fisher, you can tell your friend for me that he's a fool. He wouldn't get away with it.
My friend realizes that, Frank. He knows that murder would not solve the problem. So he thought of another means of accomplishing his purpose.
Another?
My friend is quite wealthy, Frank. He happens to know that the young man in whom his wife is interested is, shall we say, not too well off.
I see.
Coincidentally, the young man is a lawyer, Frank, like yourself. You can understand how difficult it is for struggling young lawyers these days.
Yeah, I know all that.
Now, as a lawyer, Frank, I want you to advise me what to do. Would you suggest that I tell my friend to offer the young man a sum of money to leave the country? Being very subtle about it, of course.
Well, there's no harm in trying.
What sum would you suggest, Frank?
I'd say the sum should be in direct ratio to the young man's fondness for your friend's wife.
In other words, every man has his price.
That's it.
What would you say to $25,000?
I'd say it wasn't enough.
$50,000.
Well, the young man would be crazy if he took it. Where could he'd go on $50,000 and set himself up in business and live the life to which he'd be entitled?
Entitled?
He'd have to sacrifice the young wife, wouldn't he? There should be some compensation for that.
I see. $75,000.
He's still way low.
Low? Be reasonable, Frank. My friend loves his wife madly. She's all he has left in life.
Then your friend should be willing to pay whatever amount the young man asks.
What would that figure be?
$250,000.
$250,000? But that's out of the question. My friend hasn't any such amount.
I think your friend is lying.
He isn't, Frank. I swear it.
And your friend's a fool to even think about it.
Frank.
What the devil's the matter? What are you doing here?
Don't move. There's someone outside the French door. He has a gun.
You're crazy.
Oh, no, I'm not. Stay where you are. I've got a gun in this door.
Put that gun down, you fool. Don't think you can trip me on turning around. Put it down.
You see, under the circumstances, Mrs. Fisher, it would... Excuse me, please. I think that calls for me.
Of course.
Yes?
Hello, Bart.
Hello, Inspector. What did his fingerprints show?
There were two sets on the gun. Frank Woodman's and Fisher's.
I see. Anything else?
Anything else? What more do you want? Something do this, Bart. We already know that Woodman was making a play for Fisher's wife.
Inspector, Mrs. Fisher is with me now.
Uh-oh.
Get down here as soon as you can, Inspector. There are some new developments that I want to discuss with you.
New developments? Now, look, you don't mean that the Inspector...
As soon as you can, Inspector. Goodbye. I'm afraid that the case against Frank Woodman looks rather bad, Mrs. Fisher.
Yes, I overheard what Inspector Daphne said about the fingerprints. Mr. Drake, I'm sure you're making a mistake. Frank Woodman...
Unfortunately, Mrs. Fisher, there are neither witnesses nor evidence to substantiate Mr. Woodman's rather fantastic stories. And as a lawyer, he should know it.
But if there were someone outside the French door...
Inspector Danton's men have covered every inch of ground outside the French doors, Mrs. Fisher. There's no evidence that anyone was there.
And you lend no credence to Frank's story that he picked up the gun and ran through the French doors after the slayer?
I might, except for one thing. Mr. Woodman stated that an instant before your husband died, he gasped, "I got him."
What's so fantastic about that?
Mrs. Fisher, the police medical examiner stated that your husband was killed instantly. If that is true, he couldn't have said, "I got him," after he was shot, could he?
Oh, I see.
And Louis, your butler, heard your husband and Mr. Woodman quarreling. Woodman substantiated this.
Well, I should think that the mere fact that Frank did substantiate the quarrel
would indicate that he had a clear conscience. No, Mrs. Fisher, Woodman was merely being clever. He knew that the case against him was bad, therefore it was to his advantage to make the admission. And the fact
that I admit being in love with Frank gives him a motive. Is that correct, Mr. Drake?
Not quite. The fact that Mr. Woodman knew that you would inherit your husband's fortune when he died and that you were in love with him provided the motive.
That's unkind. It's brutal and cruel.
Murder is also brutal and cruel, Mrs. Fisher.
Are you going to arrest Frank?
I'm afraid Inspector Danton will have no choice.
I beg your pardon.
Come in, Lewis. What have you there?
The mail, sir. It just came. Shall I leave it here, Mrs. Fisher?
If you don't mind, Lewis, I'll fix the letter.
Oh, but
Let him have it, Louis. I seem to be deprived of my rights as a citizen.
Why don't you go upstairs and lie down, madam? You've been wearing those heavy riding boots and that jacket all morning. You must be
Thank
tired.
you, Louis. I couldn't sleep. I'll remain here until it's over.
Mrs. Fisher, did you ever know a man named Horace Gay?
Horace Gay?
Mm-hmm.
What about him?
This envelope addressed to you contains a newspaper clipping and states that Horace Gay escaped from prison last week.
Oh, no. Couldn't see it. Was there anything else in the envelope?
No, that's all. Just the clipping. Then you do know Mr. Gay, hmm?
A long time ago. He was in love with me. We were to be married.
What happened?
Horace worked in a bank. Funds were found missing. Horace was accused. He killed a man.
Okay. Did your husband know about this?
No. Telling Ellen would have done no good. I'd completely forgotten. Mr. Drake.
Yes?
Before they took Horace away, he swore that if I ever married anyone else, he'd kill him.
And you think that possibly...
Yes. Oh, don't you see? It was Horace outside those French doors. It must have been. Oh, Frank, haven't you can't arrest Frank now? You can't.
There, Mrs. Fisher. You mustn't get excited. Let me help you upstairs.
No, get away from me, Louis. Well, Mr. Drake?
You're really in love with Mr. Woodman, aren't you, Mrs. Fisher?
Yes, I am. I'm desperately in love with him. Is it wicked to love a man and try to protect him?
Not at all, Mrs. Fisher. Only I don't think you're trying to protect Frank Woodman.
Okay, Bart, we spent the whole day looking for clues that don't exist. Now we're right back at the scene of the crime where we started from. When are you going to let me arrest somebody?
Inspector, you can start arresting anytime you like. Whom do you want to arrest?
The guy who murdered Alan Fisher, naturally.
And who's that, Inspector?
It's Frank Woodman. You said so yourself. He had a motive, his fingerprints around the gun. Oh, doggone it, Bart. I wish you wouldn't change your mind so often.
I haven't changed my mind, Inspector. How do you account for that shot that came through the French doors?
How do I account for it? You said yourself that Woodman probably fired the shot just to throw us off.
Did I? Well, the broken glass was inside the study, Inspector. That indicates that the shot came from the outside. Besides, there was only one shot fired from Fisher's gun. No, Inspector. I'm afraid there was someone outside those French doors.
Well, I'll be doggone. But you're giving me a headache. Whose side are you on, anyway? Look, for crying out loud.
You really sound unhappy, Inspector. Well, let's see, what time is it? 9 o'clock. Oh, that's odd.
Yeah, isn't it, though? Every time it gets to be 9 o'clock, it's odd. What's odd about it?
It doesn't happen soon. I've been... Oh, hello, Woodman. Come in. I've been expecting you.
I can give that back to you, Drake. I've been expecting you. Oh, Denton.
Oh, to take you off to jail, you mean?
Yeah. Look, you guys, I'm tired of sitting around this house waiting for you masterminds to build a case against me. Either make a formal arrest... Oh, so you're tired of waiting for us to build a case against you, Bub. Well, let me tell you something. We got a case that'll send you to the chair quicker than... If you have a case against me, why all this stalling?
You seem pretty sure of yourself, Woodman.
Sure I am. I'm a lawyer, Drake. You haven't got anything on me. I know it, and you know it. So what's the game? You got enough on you to keep you sitting in this house, Bud, even if you are tired.
As a matter of fact, Woodman, we are playing a game. The first half is over, and in a moment we can...
Jumping Judas, listen to that.
Come on. I think the second half of the game has begun.
How do you know?
Never mind that. Let's get up there.
Hey, there's the butler at the top of the stairs.
I see him.
This way, gentlemen.
What's he running, a conducted tour?
This is Mrs. Fisher's room.
Come in.
Oh, Frank, it was all...
Inspector, take a look out of that window.
Okay.
Well, Mrs. Fisher.
You're safe now, darling. Tell us what happened.
I went to bed about an hour ago. I must have dropped off to sleep. I didn't realize how exhausted I was.
Oh, you poor kid.
I think she can talk without you holding her in her arms, Woodman. Please stand over there.
Listen, you can't...
Over there, I said. Okay. Very well, Mrs. Fisher. Go on with your story.
It was pitch dark. Suddenly I woke up.
Was it the shot that wakened you? Quit crying, Drake. The poor girl's upset. Woodman, one more remark out of you, and you'll spend the rest of the night in jail. Go on, Mrs. Fisher.
No, it wasn't the shot that wakened me, Mr. Drake. I'm not sure what it was. It was pitch dark, and the first thing I saw was the luminous dial of a man's watch glowing in the dark only a few feet from my head.
Horrible. Go on, Mrs. Fisher. What happened?
Well, that's when I screamed. The man, whoever he was, must have become frightened. He ran out into the balcony, banging the screen door shut behind him.
But there was a shot.
Apparently, after he got outside, he remembered what he'd come for. I could see him standing there, silhouetted against the sky. Then he raised his hand and shot through the screen door.
Good heavens.
There's a hole through the screen, all right. Bud, how's the babe?
She's all right, Inspector. By the way, Mrs. Fisher, after the shot came, did you get out of bed?
No, of course not.
Then who turned on the lights in this room?
I did, sir. I heard Mrs. Fisher scream and came running along the hall. I opened the door and snapped on the light.
Then closed it again and came back to the stairs to start the conductor tour, I suppose.
Well, yes, sir. I did. I didn't think it discreet to remain in Mrs. Fisher's room when she...
That stinks, Louis. For all you know, Mrs. Fisher was murdered in bed, but you were too shy to stay in the room.
It's a pity some other people can't be as discreet.
Oh, shut up, Junior. You're not married to the lady either, yet. But I think we got ourselves another suspect.
That's ridiculous. Lewis is the most trustworthy butler I've ever known.
Thank you, madam.
He's also the only butler you've ever known, Mrs. Fisher. By the way, when you saw the prowler standing out in the balcony, didn't you recognize him?
Recognize him? Do you mean that Horace?
Yes, it's a possibility that shouldn't be overlooked, Mrs. Fisher. I'm surprised you didn't. All right, Inspector, let's get going.
Yeah, sure. Good idea.
Where are we going? We're going to look the grounds over for Horace, Inspector. We can't have these good people thinking themselves under suspicion if Horace is our man.
Is that your friend? Yes. Turn on the bedside light.
Oh, Frank, I love you so.
I love you. I got your signal to come back. Is anything wrong?
Oh, darling, I want to help you. You know that, don't you?
Of course.
Frank, listen to me. Have you ever heard of Horace Gay?
Not until Drake spoke of him. Who is he, anyhow?
He's an escaped convict from Sing Sing. He was sent up for murdering a man.
Good heavens. What, Drake?
Because I told Drake that Horace Gay and I were once in love. I told him that after the trial, Horace threatened to kill any man that I married.
Colleen, you don't mean that you...
Of course not. I never heard of Horace Gay until I read about him in the paper. I cut out the clipping and mailed it to myself.
But why in heaven's name?
But don't you see why? I wanted Drake and everyone else to think that Horace Gay had come back and murdered Alan.
But what if they...
Capture Horace Gay? Oh, they won't, darling. That's how I was clever. The clipping came from a year-old paper. The police have practically given up searching for Horace Gay.
Yes, it was clever. Very clever. But I still...
Stop worrying, darling. Horace Gay is probably in South America by now.
I'm not worrying. It's a genius idea. There's only one thing wrong.
I know what you're thinking. I've taken care of that, too.
Taking care of what?
The gun, darling. Look, I've kept it under my pillow.
You mean that you...
Of course. I fired the shot. There wasn't any prowler. And when Drake suggested that the prowler might have been Horace, I pretended I'd forgotten about him. Remember?
Yeah, I remember.
Well, if I had been the one who had suggested Horace, Drake might have thought it was a setup. Wasn't that clever?
Very clever. What are you going to do with the gun?
Oh, silly. If I'd thrown it out the window where they would have found it with my fingerprints. No, darling, Drake must never find the gun.
So you expect me to get rid of it for you?
But, darling, it's for your own good. You've already been searched. They'll never look.
Colleen.
Yes, Frank?
You think I killed Alan, don't you?
Didn't you, Frank?
Don't be a fool. Of course I didn't. Blast it, Colleen.
Frank?
What?
Come back here.
Hello?
Sit down here. To me.
Listen to me.
You listen to me, Frank, darling. Listen carefully. Perhaps you didn't murder Alan. If you say you didn't, it's all right with me.
But I didn't.
All right. Drake and Danton think you did.
They can't prove a thing.
Darling, suppose you're wrong. Suppose they can prove that you did.
What do you mean?
It looks bad, Frank. You did have a motive. You did quarrel with Alan. Your fingerprints were on the gun. You and I both have admitted we were in love.
Ah, but, Helene, I tell you, that wouldn't stand up in court. It's circumstantial.
Alan was an important man, Frank. They've got to send someone up for his murder.
And you think I'm the goat, huh?
Oh, darling, let's not take that chance. Drake is practically convinced that this Horace Gay is the murderer. If they don't find the gun...
Well, how will I get rid of it? What if they find it on me?
Well, they won't, darling. Don't let them. Oh, Frank. Frank, if you touched me away, I couldn't bear it. I couldn't bear it, darling.
Here comes Drake and Danton.
Oh, quick, darling. Put the gun in your pocket.
Well, look who's here. The little man who wanted everyone else to be so discreet about going into female bedrooms.
Look here, Danton, I'll have you know
We
this.
understand, Woodman. Becoming indignant won't help the situation. Mrs. Fisher, I'll have to ask you to get dressed and come downstairs.
I'm afraid I must disappoint you, Mr. Drake. I really don't feel up to it.
And I'm afraid I haven't the time nor the patience to tolerate your disappointment, Mrs. Fisher. You will meet us in the living room in 10 minutes.
Now, just a minute, Drake. These high-handed methods of yours are a little too much to take.
Are they, Woodman? And what do you plan to do about it?
See, Junior, we're not kidding.
Mr. Drake, I absolutely refuse.
If you do, Mrs. Fisher, we'll have a patrol wagon here in 10 minutes. Inspector, perhaps you'd better assist Mr. Woodman down to the living room in case he has similar ideas about joining our party.
It'll be a pleasure. Come on, little man. Come to Papa. Well, the 10 minutes are up, Bart. Shall I call a wagon?
We'll wait a moment or two longer, Inspector. In the meantime, Woodman, I think you'd better hand over the gun. What? What gun? What are you talking about? I'm talking about the gun that Mrs. Fisher used to shoot the hole through the screen, Woodman. It wasn't outside the house, and I'm sure that Mrs. Fisher wouldn't want it found in her room.
But how? I mean, I haven't...
Hand it over, Junior.
Well, Look here, you can't...
Here it is, Bart. Just like we figured.
You see, Woodman, the ragged ends of the screen made by the bullet passing through pointed outward. That proves conclusively that the shot came from inside the room.
Get it, Junior? Tell them what else we know, Bart.
Very well, Inspector. We know that there was no man in Mrs. Fisher's room, Woodman. The whole thing was a product of her imagination.
That's a lie. You can't prove a thing.
We can. Mrs. Fisher said she woke up and saw the glowing dial of a man's wristwatch in the darkness.
Well?
How did she know it was a man's wristwatch? Why not a woman?
I beg your pardon, Mr. Drake.
Oh, yes, sir.
Mrs. Fisher is waiting for you in the library.
Library? We told her we'd be here in the living room.
Mrs. Fisher prefers the library, sir.
Oh, she's trying to show her independence, eh? Well,
No, Inspector. Meeting us in the library is the cleverest move Mrs. Fisher's made tonight. But on the other hand, it's a dead giveaway that she is the one who murdered her husband.
Gentlemen, I hope I didn't keep you waiting.
Not at all, Mrs. Fisher.
Say, stop me if I'm out of order, but aren't you dressed kind of funny, Mrs. Fisher?
Funny, Inspector Danton? Why?
Well, wearing a riding habit this time of night with those heavy
I
boots.
love riding clothes, Inspector Danton. I never had a chance to wear them very much before I married Alan.
That's a very nice act, Mrs. Fisher. I admire your courage. No, Louis. I think you'd better remain.
Very well. Drake, before we left the living room, you said that...
Yes, I know. Louis, what was the real reason that you didn't remain in Mrs. Fisher's room after you turned on the light?
Why,
I was not in bed, that's why. Mr. Drake must you be so prying. What possible difference can it make?
A great deal, Mrs. Fisher. You were not in bed. You've gotten up and run over to the screen door to unfasten the latch from the inside. Isn't that right?
No. I'd gotten up to chase the prowler. I'd neglected to pick up my dressing gown, and Louis...
Nonsense. When Louis switched on the light, you were standing in the center of the floor. You made no effort to get back into bed. Isn't that right, Louis?
Why, yes, it is.
Yes, of course. And why didn't you run back to bed, Mrs. Fisher? Why? I'll tell you why. Because if you'd taken one step, Louis would have known that you couldn't walk without limping.
Limping? What the
devil? Yes, limping. When you shot at your husband through the French doors, Mrs. Fisher, he didn't die instantly, as I told you before. He lived long enough to mutter that he got whoever shot at him, just as Woodman said.
Helene.
It isn't true, Frank. Don't believe it.
Yes, it is true. Your husband shot back at you. He hit you in the leg, and you realized you had to cover that wound.
Say, that's why she...
Yes, Inspector, that's why she's been wearing riding boots all day.
And every time we've seen her, she's either been lying down or sitting.
Exactly. And that's why Mrs. Foster came down to the library. instead of the living room. She didn't want us to see her limping.
Frank, the gun. The gun that I gave you. Shoot them. Shoot them. Frank.
I'm sorry, Helene.
Mighty nice of you to ask me to stay with you tonight, Bart. It would have been a long trip out to my place.
Well, I'm glad to have your company, Inspector. Anything I can get for you?
No, thanks. I think I'll go to sleep. Twin beds is sure nice. Say, Bart.
Yes, Inspector.
Why did the babe dream up that Horace gay gag?
Because we convinced her that we had enough evidence to send Woodman to the chair. That would have meant complete failure of her plan. She was in love with Woodman. So she tried to pin the murder onto someone else.
Oh, I see. Well, good night.
Good night, Inspector.
Say, Bart.
Yes, Inspector.
There's something you forgot.
Oh, yeah. Okay, Inspector. Mystery is my hobby.
Transcribed. The Mutual Broadcasting System presents The Mysterious Traveler. Written, produced, and directed by Robert A. Arthur and David Cogan, and starring one of radio's foremost actors, James Stevens, in The Haunted Trailer.
This is the Mysterious Traveler, inviting you to join me on another journey into the realm of the strange and the terrifying. I hope you will enjoy the trip, that it will thrill you a little and chill you a little. So settle back, get a good grip on your nerves, and be comfortable, if you can, as we take a little cross-country trip in The Haunted Trailer. Before we begin, I have a question for you. Do you believe in ghosts? No? That's good. Then my story won't bother you in the least. So let me introduce Melvin McGraw, as nice a young man as you'll ever meet, in this world or the next. Melvin is very unhappy. He has a story he wants to get off his chest. All right, Melvin, tell us all about it. Maybe it'll buck up your spirits.
Spirits. Don't mention that word to me. What I could tell you about spirits. In fact, I'm going to. You are now listening to a desperate man. And yet, just 2 months ago, I was sitting on top of the world. I was heading for California in my coupe, pulling a brand new trailer. In California, I had a girl waiting for me. Her name was Louise, and we were going to be married. We were going to take a 2-week honeymoon trip in the trailer, then settle down in a little vine-covered cottage. But I haven't the heart to go into details. Just say that as I drove through the Catskills, I was happier than a lark. I'd made a late start, so I drove until well after dark. Then I found myself on an empty stretch of road in the mountains with a bad storm coming up. I didn't want to drive through a storm, so when I came to a tiny, dark railroad station, I pulled off the road beside it and made myself comfortable in my own trailer. In no time at all, I was asleep. But about midnight, a terrific clap of thunder woke me up. I sat up, bumped my head, and blinked. The storm was raging outside, and the trailer door had blown open. It was banging back and forth. I got up to close it, but before I reached it, it shut itself, firmly. I was about to get back into my bunk when somewhere in the darkness a voice spoke.
Ah, now this is something like.
It was an odd, unearthly sort of voice, and at first I thought I'd just imagined it. Then it spoke again.
A house on wheels, furniture and everything. Some fun, eh, chum? They never had nothing like this when I was alive.
Then I realized what must have happened. I'd left the radio on, and I was hearing some late program. I reached over to click it off, but it was already off. Puzzled, I found the light switch and turned it. The trailer was empty, except for me. I was staring around in perplexity when I heard it again, that strange voice.
Over here, chum, in the easy chair. That's right. Now, can you see me?
Can I see him? I rubbed my eyes, then rubbed them again. There was something white and misty sitting in my easy chair. Something that grew more and more solid as I stared at it, until I could see it quite plainly. Like looking at a disreputable old man carved out of a chunk of London fog. It was... the only thing it could be was...
That's right, chum. I'm a ghost. My name is Spike Higgins. Pleased to meet you.
What do you mean you're a ghost? There's no such thing as a ghost.
Oh, no? Then listen to this. Oh! Did you ever hear a more ghostly groan than that? Or maybe you'd like to hear a banshee scream. You like it, chum? Every ghost can do it. Here, now I'll give you another demonstration. We call this one number 3V, the fatal warning. Are you ready? It'll curl your head.
Are you prepared to meet your fate? Beware. Beware.
Stop. Stop.
Well, I ain't even begun yet. I got a whole bag of ghostly tricks to try out. Why, it's years since I had a chance to use a single one of them. Hey, what about some invisible footsteps, eh? Hey, you see, I can do that without even stirring from this chair. And then there's the hollow knock on the front door. I'll demonstrate that, too. There. And now the door creaks open. Now, listen. See? Now, just suppose you was alone in a deserted house at night and you heard all them noises. What would you do, huh? I'm asking you, chum.
I'd run like the Dickens.
Yeah, I bet you would. Anybody would. And now do you believe I'm a ghost? Or should I give you some more of my repertoire?
No. I'm convinced. You're a ghost.
Well, that's better. Now that we're acquainted, you can call me Spike. That's my name, Spike Higgins. Born March 28, 1888. Died April 15, 1930. Well done, now good and faithful servant.
Oh, I certainly wish I could wake up. This dream I'm having is ghastly.
Not ghastly, ghostly. And you're not asleep. Hey, but speaking of sleeping, it's after midnight, and this is the first time I've been near a bed in more than 20 years. What do you say we turn in, man?
You mean... you're suggesting you're going to sleep in my trailer?
Well, why not? That's what a trailer's for. A home away from home.
No. I won't stand for it. Now, get out. Why did you ever come in here in the first place?
Well, why did you stop at my territory? Answer me that, chum.
Don't call me chum. My name is Melvin.
If my name was Melvin, I'd rather be called chum. Okay, Melvin, you invited me in.
I did no such thing. I deny it.
Well, you stopped beside my railroad station, didn't you?
Well, what do you mean, your railroad station?
That old station outside, I haunted.
A haunted railroad station? I never heard of such a thing.
There's plenty you never heard of. Well, back in 1930, I was a bum, see. I rode the boxcars. Well, one night I was trying to get away from a railroad bull. Toughest railroad dick in the business. Name of Dan Badger. Well, I slipped off the top of a boxcar just as we was passing his station, see? Well, so I got appointed resident ghost for 7 Pine Station. A real lousy break. Hasn't been anybody in the station after dark for 10 years. And then tonight you come along and park. Well, naturally, I invited myself in. That's some layout you got here.
Well, why did you stay if you disliked it so?
Had to. I was doomed never to leave. Punishment, you see.
You were doomed to stay here forever?
Like I said, never to leave. Why?
I'll show you, Spike. This is where you and I part company. I know you think I was dreaming, but I wasn't. I was sitting there in my trailer talking to the ghost of a very disreputable-looking hobo. And I saw that I had to take drastic action. Spike had said he was doomed to stay there forever. But I wasn't. I hurried out of my trailer, climbed into my coupe, started the motor, and pulled away from there. I didn't stop until I'd gone 20 miles and left Spike Higgins' ghost safely behind me. Then I found a spot off the road, stopped, and went back to my trailer, completely bushed. Oh, boy, now for some sleep. Oh, I'm dead.
Watch your language, Melvin. I'm dead, not you.
Spike.
Here I am, Melvin, in the other bunk.
No, you can't be. You said you were doomed to stay forever back at the railroad station.
Well, I said I was forbidden to leave. I didn't leave. You hauled me away in your trailer. So now the curse is broken. I can go any place I want.
Then go. Any place. I don't care where, as long as it's someplace else.
Oh, but I like it here, Melvin. Nice, cozy, good company, plenty of scenery. I'll tell you what I'll do. If looking at me bothers you, I'll merge. Then you won't be able to see me.
Merge with what?
Merge with the underwear. So long, chum. I mean, Melvin. So long.
He was gone. Except for me, the trailer was empty. Then I knew it had just been a dream. I took a stiff drink of scotch and tumbled into my bunk. Next morning, the sun was shining. I thought about Louise and cheered up. I made myself a cup of coffee and started out happy as a lark again. I stayed happy almost all day. Then, as it was getting on towards evening, a cold, clammy draft chilled the back of my neck, and...
Hello, Melvin. It's me, your old chum, Spike.
You're not my old chum, and where are you? I can't see you.
Well, give me time, Melvin. Give me time. I've been merged with the underwear all night. I can't materialize again too fast or I'll strain my protoplasm. There, how's that?
You transparent monstrosity. I thought you were just a dream.
Oh, have I got to convince you all over again? Okay, I'll run through my repertory for you. The ghostly groan, the dying scream, the scream of the banshee, the hollow footsteps, the squeaking door.
No, anything but that. I couldn't stand it again.
Well, okay then. Oh, but I left one out last night. The mournful howl of a dog. You know, in every ghost story, there's always a dog howling someplace. Well, that ain't a real dog. It's just a standard ghost sound effect. You like this, see?
Oh, no. My nerves can't stand anymore.
Melvin, chum, you're going to have to toughen up. You're going to be hearing a lot of them ghostly noises, and you just got to get used to them.
What do you mean?
Well, you and me are going to be seeing a lot of each other. I am now the resident ghost of this here trailer. Congratulations, Melvin. You own the first haunted trailer.
Oh, don't be ridiculous. Nobody ever heard of a haunted trailer.
Well, they're going to hear of this one. You'll be famous all over America.
Oh, that's absurd. A haunted trailer. Why not a haunted ferry boat, a haunted boxcar, or a haunted Pullman?
What, do you think there ain't? Why, there's a haunted ferry boat makes the crossing at 125th Street every stormy night. And then there's a haunted boxcar. Never gets where it's going. Pal of mine rides it, name of Boxcar Benson. And speaking of trains, didn't you never hear the Phantom Express?
The Phantom Express?
Yeah, it's an all-Pullman car job, and nobody rides it but hobos who've been given a reward, see? It only travels by twilight, and it goes 1,000 miles an hour. Always traveling, never stopping. That's heaven for us poor restless hobos.
Indeed.
Yeah, so what's so funny about a haunted trailer? Now I ask you.
Well, as I got underway again, I was worried. The idea of taking Louise for a honeymoon in a haunted trailer didn't appeal to me. I didn't think it would appeal to Louise either, especially since Spike Higgins seemed to be a ghost completely lacking in all delicate sensibilities. But I didn't have any idea what to do about it. Not even the ghost of an idea. Presently, Spike oozed himself back into the trailer, and I kept on driving until almost 9 o'clock. Then I turned into a little motel and arranged to park overnight. I had some supper at a diner nearby and then went back to my trailer, hoping against hope that Spike would be gone. But he wasn't. The trailer was full of cigar smoke, and the smell of whiskey. There was Spike sprawled out on my bunk, inhaling the smoke of a cigar that burned in the ashtray, and from time to time leaning over to sniff at an open bottle of scotch. And to make it worse, another phantasmal character, long and thin and disreputable looking, occupied the other bunk. They were two thoroughly intoxicated spirits.
Oh, many brave hearts lie asleep in the deep. So beware,
Spike, what is the meaning of this?
Oh, hello, Melvin. And Melvin, I want you to meet an old pal of mine, Nitro Nelson.
Pleased to meet you, Melvin. I'd shake hands if I had any hands.
Spike, I asked you a question. What is the meaning of this?
Why, Melvin, we're just celebrating, that's all. I ain't seen Nitro for pretty near 25 years, so we're having a little fun. We're just a couple of high spirits. You get it? Huh?
Very funny. Well, get this Nitro ghost out of here at once. This is my trailer, and I don't want him here.
Yeah, sure, Melvin. It's your trailer, only I'm the resident ghost, see? I got full rights to extend hospitality to any other ghost, ghoul, phantasm, spirit, spook, boogeyman, werewolf, vampire, or poltergeist I want to. Look it up, the Spirit's Handbook, Section 7, Paragraph B.
Besides, Melvin, there's a lot worse things than me that Spike could have invited. You know, some of them werewolves now. Brother.
All right. Let's not talk about it. Just thinking of such things makes me nervous. But you'll have to stop singing. Suppose somebody heard you and came to investigate.
Oh, well, okay. And anyway, it's time to turn on the radio.
Turn on the radio? For what?
But to hear it, stupid. Let's see, Yeah, this ought to be the right station.
May I ask, merely out of morbid curiosity, what program a ghost would listen to?
Well, you don't have to ask. You'll hear it.
This is a mysterious traveler, inviting you to join me on another journey into the realm of the strange and the terrifying. I hope you will enjoy the trip, that it will thrill you a little and chill you a little. So settle back, get a good grip on your nerves, and be comfortable if you can. Mysterious Traveler. Oh, that's a pipperoo of a program.
Oh, no. Turn it off.
What's the matter? You don't like the Mysterious Traveler? All us ghosts listen to him.
Oh, I like it all right, but you don't expect me to listen to it with two ghosts right in the same room with me, do you?
Sometimes he even scares us. Okay, we'll turn it off.
Look, Spike.
Yeah, Melvin.
What'll you take to go away and leave me alone, both of you?
Oh, Melvin, you don't understand. I've took up my abode in this here trailer. I'm your ghost now. Your family ghost. Where thou ghost, I will ghost. Do you get it?
Then am I to understand you refuse to clear out?
And the answer to that, Melvin, is absolutely.
In that case, I'm going to rent a cabin for the night. I couldn't possibly sleep in this trailer with you two hunks of animated fog.
Suit yourself, Melvin. Anyway, me and Spike got some practice in the dope. Okay, Spike, let's go. First, the mournful dog howl.
That night, I slept in a rented cabin. The next morning, I drove on westward with my two phantom passengers and tried to pretend they weren't there. I almost got used to them. I suppose a man can get used to anything, even to having a permanent cold chill running down his backbone. When we passed through Denver, Nitro Nelson dropped off, saying he wanted to haunt up some old pals of his, leaving me with Spike Higgins.
Well, Melvin, it's just you and me together now, just the two of us. Until you get married, that is, then there'll be the three of us.
I don't think Louise is going to like that.
Oh, sure she will. Anyway, I'm sticking around.
I hate to think what Louise will say when I tell her about it.
Hey, where are we going on our honeymoon? The three of us, I mean.
I figured on driving up to Oregon to see the mountains.
Oh, that's good. Just as long as we get away from California.
What have you got against California?
Oh, just that Dan Basher lives there now.
Dan Basher?
Yeah, you remember that tough railroad dick who was chasing me when I fell off that freight? Oh, he's the toughest bull in the business.
Hey, you're not afraid of him now, are you?
No, of course not. Oh, only the grapevine says he's kind of sick, see, and he might be entering the spirit world any time now. I wouldn't want to run into him again if he did. He's got a grudge against me. Hey, I just thought of something.
What?
Well, right at first, Louise probably won't be able to see me or to hear me, see? On account of her family ghost is only visible to the household. You get me?
Yes, but I don't understand
why.
As
soon as you're married, she'll be part of the household, and then she can see me. Until then, no. Wake me up as soon as it gets dark, huh, chum?
3 days ago, we reached Santa Monica. I rented parking space in an auto cab and immediately phoned Louise.
Melvin, darling, I'm so glad you're here. I've been worried not hearing from you.
Oh, I'll explain all about that. When can I come and see you?
Well, I'd better come see you first, Melvin. You see, my uncle isn't well, and the doctor said he must have quiet. I'll be there in an hour.
I hurried back to the trailer and tried to clean it up. Spike Higgins' ghost lay on a bunk and watched me cynically.
Hey, take it easy, Melvin. You're no good at housework. You know, this place needs a woman's touch.
Now, listen, you. You've got to promise not to frighten Louise.
I told you, Melvin. She won't even know I'm here.
I certainly hope not. That would ruin everything. Here she comes now. Coming, darling.
Melvin.
Louise. Oh, here, let me help you in.
Oh, thank you, Melvin. So this is it. The trailer you wrote me about.
Uh-huh, darling. Look, here's the stove, and an icebox, and a built-in bar.
A bar?
Uh-huh.
Oh, now, Melvin, you know I disapprove of spirits.
I resent that.
Be quiet.
Why, Melvin.
Oh, excuse me, darling. I wasn't talking to you.
Well, then who were you talking to?
Oh, it's hard to explain. Oh, look, Louise, here's a writing desk that folds into the wall, and a regular easy chair.
Well, it's very nice, Melvin, but all the same, we're not taking any spirits along on our honeymoon, bar or no bar.
Oh, she got a surprise coming to her.
I said to be quiet.
Melvin, how can you talk to me like that?
Come on, show her who's boss, Melvin.
I told you to shut up.
Melvin! I won't stay here and be insulted. You can telephone me when you're ready to apologize.
With that, Louise stormed out. That evening, I had to plead with her on the telephone for half an hour before she would consent to let me drive out and see her at her home.
Oh, really, Melvin, you were very rude this afternoon.
Oh, I'm sorry, darling. I'm overwrought. I apologize.
Oh, you do look rather haggard, Melvin. And the way your hair stands on end, you really should do something about it.
I wish I could. Louise, how soon can we get married?
Well, I don't know. It depends on Uncle Dan.
Uncle Dan?
Uncle Dan Basher, my mother's brother. He's very ill. The doctor just gives him a few more days.
Your uncle is Dan Basher, who used to be a railroad detective?
Why, yes.
And he's dying?
I'm afraid so, Melvin. But you needn't look so pleased about it.
Oh, sorry, darling. Look, I must talk to him now.
Oh, but the doctor said he can't.
Just for a minute, darling. It's very important.
Well, maybe just for a minute. Come this way. This is his door. Uncle Dan?
Yeah?
Do you feel strong enough to talk?
What about?
Well, it's Melvin, my fiancé. He wants to meet you.
Send him in.
Come in, Melvin.
Oh, thank you, Louise. Look, I must speak to your uncle in private.
Oh, but Melvin...
I'll explain later. That's a good girl. Thank you, Louise.
Good work. I can never get rid of her. What do you want to marry Louise for, anyway?
Oh, I love her.
It's a pretty poor excuse for getting married. She's like her mother, my sister. The reason I spent all my life on the railroad.
Well, that's what I want to talk about, sir. Do you remember a certain Spike Higgins?
Do I remember him? If I could ever get my hands on him. Do you know him?
I know his ghost. He's haunting my trailer.
He is, huh? I'd certainly like to meet up with him.
Well, I'd certainly like you to. He's outside now. My trailer is parked at the curb.
Well, in that case, I was figuring on postponing the event for a few days. But for the privilege of meeting up with Spike Higgins' ghost.
Yes?
Lad, go outside and wait. I'll be out in a couple of minutes. In the spirit.
I made some excuse to Louise and hurried out to the trailer. Spike Higgins' ghost was lolling on my bunk.
Oh, out so soon, Melvin? What's the matter?
Oh, nothing, Spike. Nothing.
Hey, you're up to something. What is it?
Nothing, I tell you. Oh, relax, Spike. Relax.
I got a funny feeling. Uh-oh, someone's coming.
What do you mean, someone?
Another spook. He's coming in here.
Hello, Spike.
Dan Bash.
In the spirit, Spike. I've been waiting for this meeting for a long time.
Oh, no, Melvin, you double-crossed.
After him. Quick, Mr. Basher.
Right you are, lad.
I rushed outside. 3 blocks away, I saw a long freight train puffing away. Spike Higgins' ghost was racing for it with Dan Basher's spirit gaining on him. For the first time in a week, I felt happy again.
Melvin.
Louise.
Melvin. Uncle Dan. He's gone.
Yes, I know he is.
You know? Well, what do you mean?
Well, I just saw him running for that freight train.
You saw Uncle Dan running for a freight train?
Oh, I certainly did. Wonderful fellow, your uncle.
Well, Melvin, are you mad?
Mad? Not a bit. I am as happy as a lark.
Well, you must be out of your mind. Your poor Uncle Dan has just... Oh, Melvin, and you just stand there laughing about it. Laughing!
But Louise, you don't understand.
Oh, I understand all too well. You want to break our engagement.
Hiya, Melvin. So you want to get rid of me, do you?
I certainly do.
There, I knew it. I just knew it.
Louise, darling.
Oh, just like a dame, always weeping.
Will you shut up? Isn't there any way to get rid of you?
Well, there certainly is. Goodbye, Melvin McGraw, forever.
Louise.
Oh, never mind, Melvin. You've always got me.
Well, that's my story. I'm a desperate man. Louise sent me back my ring, and I'm stuck with Spike Higgins' ghost. I should have known he'd outsmart Dan Basher. He left Dan's spirit hunting the freight train for him and came straight back to me. Now I'll never get rid of him. I'm just a shadow of my former self. I can't get a job. Oh, look. Do any of the radio stations carrying my story need a good sound effects man for mystery programs? Oh, with me and Spike Higgins' ghost working together, we can guarantee authentic effects. Here, look. We'll give you a demonstration. Spike, let's have the creaking door. Now, the fatal warning.
Are you prepared to meet your maker?
Now the dog howling in the cemetery.
This is the mysterious traveler again. Dear me, what an odd story Melvin had to tell. Really, I don't know whether to take it seriously or not. A haunted trailer. It would be just the thing for my summer vacation. I do know a haunted telephone booth where I make all my calls. Oh, but I'm just joking. There are no such things as ghosts. Are there, Spike?
Oh, of course there ain't. Well, the whole idea is ridiculous.
You see? Oh, you have to get off here? I'm sorry. But I'm sure we'll meet again. I take this same train every week at this same time.
have just heard The Mysterious Traveler. And now you can also enjoy other tense and dramatic stories of The Mysterious Traveler in the June issue of The Mysterious Traveler magazine. In our cast were James Stevens, Larry Haynes, Bill Zuckert, and Shirley Blank, with Maurice Tarplin starred in the title role. Music is under the direction of Emerson Buckley and was composed by Richard DuPage. This program came from New York. The dramatized stories of crime and the events leading up to the capture of the perpetrator are the order of the day on True Detective Mysteries. These stories are based on actual police file cases and have an air of authenticity seldom captured by a crime program. So, for the best in mystery listening, make a date to tune in True Detective Mysteries every Sunday over most of these stations.
This program was transcribed especially for presentation to the West Coast audience at this hour. Listen again next week at this same time for Mysterious Traveler. And stay tuned now for Let George Do It, heard over most of these same stations. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
Mummers in the Little Theater of the Air.
Now, the Hermit.
Ghost stories. Weird stories and murders, too. The hermit knows of them all. Turn out your light. Turn them out. Have you heard the story, Reflected Image? Then listen while the hermit tells you the story.
Dan, you gotta wait. I can't go a step farther.
Gotta keep going.
Oh, this heat. This desert heat. I can't go on.
Listen, Taylor. We keep going. We're bound to strike civilization before long.
Don't be such a devil, Dan. I gotta rest.
All right. For a few minutes, then.
Desert. I hate it. Walking for hours, sun beating down.
Stop it, Taylor. You can't go on that way. If you do, you'll go loco.
Come on. Let me have a drink of water.
We should wait till the sun goes down. Do us more good then.
You are the devil, holding out on water. My tongue's like a bale of cotton.
All right. You think I'm a devil holdout and out? There isn't any more water.
No more water?
I drained the last when we took that drink 4 or 5 hours ago.
I don't believe it. Let me have a bottle.
Here.
No water. No more water. No more water.
Now, listen. Don't do no good to get panicky. Only make your thirst worse. Crying out like that. Just another day would bring us into a settlement.
Lost. Our bones will bleach white here on the desert.
Sit back and rest. It's getting cooler now.
Dan, look. Look over there, atop that rise of sand.
I'm looking.
Do you see her standing there?
I see the dead stump of a tree. So do you.
I see her. A beautiful woman. The breeze blow on her dress. So cool like. And Dan, She's waving to us, beckoning us to come on.
Taylor, where are you going? Come back here.
Wait. I'm coming. I see you. Don't go away. I'll get up. Just wait, that's all. Wait.
Follow me. I'll take you to our cabin.
Cabin. Water.
There's a well near the cabin. Follow me.
Dan! She's real! She's telling us to follow her. Dan, hurry!
Follow me. Follow me to the cabin. All the water that you want to drink. Follow me.
Dan! Dan!
Taylor, you got to get a hold of yourself.
I talked to her. There was a woman here. It was no dead tree. She said to follow her. That way. East, she said, to the cabin and water. Dan, you gotta believe. You gotta try it. Help me up, Dan.
Oh, Taylor, you're seeing things.
No, you gotta try. She was here, and she said to follow her.
I can't believe you saw anyone.
It's worth trying, isn't it, Dan? I talked to her. She said to walk this way. Come on.
It's getting too dark to see, Taylor. We ought to...
Oh, you're gonna try.
Well...
Come on.
Where's the woman now?
She went ahead. I saw her move this way.
Hello? Hello? See? No one answers. You didn't see any woman.
We gotta keep walking this way, Dan.
Oh, it's crazy.
Cabin. Water. The woman said this way.
There wasn't any woman. You've gone off your nut, Taylor. If you don't stop this crazy stuff, I'm going to leave you in the morning. Strike out for myself.
Look. Look. Do you see?
Why, all that's good. A light.
I told you. Cabin, water, just as the woman said.
You must have seen a woman, Taylor. I didn't believe.
Come on, Dan, hurry.
We've struck real luck. Luck and water. Hello? Hello? We're coming. Hello? No one answers. It ain't a light in the cabin, Taylor. It's a star we see.
No. It ain't no star. It's a light in a cabin. Too big for a star.
It is pretty big, Taylor. You're right. I can see the shack now.
Sure.
Come on. The cabin door is open. They've heard us. The woman is waiting for us.
Hooray! Water! Water!
Take it easy, partner. Don't drink too fast or too much at first.
That's enough, Taylor, for now.
Where's your outfit, stranger?
Lost it 3 days ago.
You ain't packing any guns?
No, we haven't any.
Then you're welcome to stay the night.
It was mighty nice of your wife to tell us we were welcome here.
What's that, stranger?
Your wife, or the woman that told us to follow her here to the cabin and water.
I don't savvy what you mean.
Funny thing. I could drink forever, but it don't seem to quench my thirst.
Let me take the cup now.
Both of you better take it easy. Like you said, too much ain't good all of a sudden. Strangers, what are you doing here in the desert?
A storm overtook us 4 or 5 days ago. We didn't even have time to unpack the animals.
And when the storm was over, horses, outfit, everything gone.
I see. What was this about you seeing a woman who directed you here to my cabin?
Taylor here. He thought he saw a woman waving to him. A woman who said there was a cabin and a well of water near. But I figured all the time he was seeing things. Sort of a reflected image on the desert sand.
Yeah. Folks drifting into insanity are always seeing things on the desert.
Sure. I know it. Now, how far are we from the nearest settlement?
The nearest settlement is about 35 miles due east ahead.
Not as far as I thought. We can start out in the morning.
Sure. I'll give you directions.
Fine, partner. Fine. You live here all alone?
Yep. My name is Fred Holker.
Well, glad to meet you. I'm Dan Torrance. My partner, Taylor Wiley.
You're welcome for the night. I'll rustle up some grub. And after eating, I'll tell you a desert story that'll put your seeing a woman on the desert in the small class as stories go. Yes. I'll tell you a real desert story, if you want to listen. This story will tell you what horrible things the desert can do to folks. It was about 3 years ago that me and my partner got together all our possessions. We sold them for all the profit we could get. Then bought stuff to start out on a prospecting trip. For a while, we didn't strike enough gold to make expenses. Then one morning, Ab and me made a walloping strike and hightailed it to town with our samples.
What's all the shooting about,
boys? Me and Ad just come from the assaying office, that's what.
Go on, what's the news?
We stuck it, boys. We stuck it rich.
You hear that? Paul Croft and Ad have struck it.
I'll say we stuck it. No more grubbing for us. We're in the money, boys. We're in. Yep, we was rich. The first thing I did was to send back to the settlement for my girl to come out to me. Ab helped me get ready for her. We built this here cabin. Of course, it's no mansion, but it's a sight better than most desert shanties. Well, Lila came out, and we was married in El Toro, and then came back here to the cabin. Lila, she brought things along to pretty up the place. Curtains and such. We was real happy. Ab, Lila, and me. And the gold was still coming in. Night times, Lila and me would make plans as to how we were going to the big cities and live like king and queen. Then one morning, I comes into the cabin. Lila was sitting in that chair where you are sitting now, stranger. And Ab was standing there by the table. I could sense right away that something was up. I says, supper on, Lila?
No.
Time for grub, ain't it?
Maybe so.
Go on, Lila. Tell him.
Tell me what?
Lila don't want to stay here with you anymore, Fred.
I reckon Lila's able to talk for herself, Ab. What's this Ab is telling me, Lila?
Eb's got it right, Fred. I hate it out here. And you won't give up and say we got enough to move on.
Well, now.
Let me do the talking. I can't stand it here in the desert. Not any longer. I'll go crazy if I have to be here another day.
But I thought...
Go on, tell him all of it, Lila. It ain't only the desert you don't like. It's him. Lila's in love with me.
Is this true? Lila, tell me. Is it the truth what I was saying?
Yes.
Well, Ab, you desert rat, I'll break every bone in your body.
Now, take it easy. You won't touch me so long as I got the draw on you.
Fight like a man, you yellow-livered skunk. Put down that gun and fight like a man.
Yeah, don't listen to him. Don't you lay a hand on Ab, Fred.
I ain't afraid to fight him. There's my gun on the table. Now, come on ahead.
Yeah.
You...
Don't kill him!
That's what I aim to do. Kill him. You'll never walk out of here. You're poisoned like a snake.
I give up. No. I'll get out.
And I'm through with him. You'll crawl on your hands and knees.
No. Stop it.
You winged me.
I meant to kill you, you skunk.
I can still fight this rat with one arm. You...
No, Fred! No! I give up! No! Ed, speak to me. You killed him. You killed Ed.
You can't kill a skunk like him.
He's not breathing. Look, his head's all smashed and hitting the table.
Ab, speak to me.
Let me see him.
Dead. You killed him, man, Fred Holcroft. Ab.
You're to blame for this, Lila. You're to blame for it all. A no good woman. You tried to kill me. For all your sins you'll pay. You'll start paying right now.
Did I tell the sheriff about you being a murderer?
You ain't going to tell the sheriff or nobody else what's happened in this cabin. You're going to do just what I tell you to do. And no more.
3 men on the desert in an old cabin. 2 listen intently as an old man tells them a strange story of murder. The woman who beckoned them to the cabin that night, where is she? The hermit will tell you before the night is done.
And now, the hermit again.
Fred Holcroft continues to narrate his strange desert story to the 2 men who were led to his cabin by a woman.
Well, sir, we buried Ab that night.
What do you mean, we?
Lila and me. The woman who had betrayed me. I made her handle the shovel. I can remember as well as if it were today. She was sobbing and carrying on. But I kept her shoveling. Keep shoveling. Cover up the man you love. Make him a good deep grave. Don't look to me for mercy. Keep digging.
You love me once, Fred. You gotta have mercy.
I don't recollect you have no mercy for me. I hope he can still feel things while he's there in the sand. Yeah. I hope the sand chokes him. Burns out his eyes. Get up on your feet. He's buried deep enough now. And you listen to what I'm telling you. If anybody comes this way, we don't know what happened to Ab. You hear? We don't know nothing. I can tell by the look in your eyes that you figure I was mighty cruel to Lila. But you gotta remember, she had played me dirt. And what's more, she had tried to murder me to save that skunk of a man. I couldn't forget that. I didn't forget it. Every hour, I made her suffer for her sins. I made her work the mine with me. Made her stand out in the blinding storms, in the heat of the sun, till her skin was burned black and her eyes all puffed and faded out, till her beauty was gone forever. Well, as for me, I was salting away the gold, burying it right underneath his cabin floor, biding my time, and waiting till I had enough gold to buy whatever I wanted from this life. Then, Lila, she took down with a fever. One night when the moon was riding high, and the sky bright as daylight on the desert sands, she got up from her bed. I tried to stop her.
Don't touch me. I'm going away.
You're sick, Lila. You can't leave the cabin.
I'm going to Ab.
To Ab, is it? Ain't you suffered enough for your sins? You still got to mention his name?
Let go of me, Fred. I gotta find Ab.
Go then. And never come back to this cabin. Never come back. I stood at the door of this cabin watching her stagger away in the moonlight night. I never searched for her body. Her bones are bleached white by now from the sun. As for me, well, I always figured on moving on. But the sun and the desert, the scorching sands and the wild winds blowing, all of it sort of got into my blood. And I've stayed on here, hoarding my gold. But one of these days I'll be pulling out for the city, and the lights and music, all the rich things money can buy.
I don't understand it. Why are you telling all this to us, two strangers? How do you know we won't report you as a murderer?
I don't likely know why I'm talking. Unless it's that the loneliness in the desert has gotten her.
You let the woman wander off into the desert to die?
I told you just as it happened.
Don't you understand, stranger? That woman didn't die. It was her we saw tonight. Her that beckoned us into this cabin. She never died at all.
Haley, you never saw any woman. You said the dead stump of a tree. You thought it was someone moving.
She talked to me, I tell you.
What was that?
Don't you know? It's her. Look. Look out the window.
Lila.
That's the woman who beckoned to Dan and me. She's standing out there at the window.
No. She died, I told you.
I never died, Fred. Never died. I've come for you.
Don't let her in this cabin.
Look. She walked right through the door.
It can't be her.
Look closely, Fred. I've come to finish up what I should have done years ago.
Stop her. Don't let her to that gun.
I've got it now, Fred. This time I'll do more than wing you.
She got me. Got me.
Grab him, Taylor.
Look at the blood.
Help. I'm dying.
He's done for.
And the woman. She's disappeared through that door just like she came in.
She's gone. And you and I, Taylor, we're going to be accused of this murder. We're telling the story straight, mister. You've got to go out there and get his body. And you got to believe it. Just as we told you. The woman killed him and vanished. We're not guilty.
Sit down, stranger. Take it easy. What did you say the old guy's name was?
Fred Holcroft, he told us.
Old Fred, eh? Who struck it rich or thought he did? That's him. He's lying there in the cabin now with a bullet through his heart.
I guess you two were really touched by the sun.
You got to go out to the cabin with us and see for yourself.
Listen, stranger. You ain't going to get anybody in Artura to go out to that desert shack to look for the body of Fred Holcroft.
What do you mean?
We mean there ain't no sense in looking for the body of him that's been dead for 20 years.
I don't get it.
Fred Holcroft's been dead for 19 or 20 years. I went out there at the time, recollected well.
I was in the party that went out there, too.
Sure. Found his body and that of his wife's, both stretched out on the floor of the cabin. Died of the fever, I reckon. Why, there ain't any cabin out there anymore. Blowed away long ago by the wind. Yes, sirree. You two have really been seeing things.
But you ain't the first ones that have come out of the desert telling about seeing a woman standing out there in the sands, beckoning them to the cabin in a water hole. Just a few months ago, a guy comes in here babbling about a woman who led him to a water hole. But ain't none of them ever been so touched before that they saw the old man or the cabin, or had a vision of a murder.
Did anyone ever find old Holcroft's gold?
Nope, nor his partner neither. Some folks reckoned he left Fred and his wife there to die and took the gold for himself.
Listen, then. It may be we saw a vision, but you come out there with us to the spot where the cabin did stand. Maybe we can prove to you that the story we heard last night was true. Here's where we stopped.
But you can see there ain't any cabin.
You said the gold was buried underneath the cabin floor.
That would be about here.
All right, for the heck of it, let's start digging.
Come on.
me gold.
Just as we told you. Just as he told it to us. Visions, huh? Visions on a desert. But it was more than our being touched by the sun. We saw spirits of the dead. We saw them and heard them. And we've found the gold that brought about evil and murder.
Image of the desert. And yet it was not of the mind alone, but rather a ghostly vision of the past. Spirits that could not rest in their graves of sand. Ghostly visions returning to earth to walk the desert on moonlight nights. To speak to the living. To relate over and over the stories of their sin and murder. Yes. Turn on your lights. Turn them on. I'll be back. Pleasant
All characters, places, and occurrences mentioned in the Hermit's Cave are fictitious, and similarity to persons, places, or occurrences is purely accidental.
Unsolved Mysteries. Out of deference to people who may still be living, character names in some of these unsolved mysteries have been changed. No tale from beyond the frontier of mysterious Tibet or from the depths of dark Africa is more weird than tonight's unsolved mystery, laid in California. A mystery which, for downright eeriness, rivals the imaginative writings of an Arthur Conan Doyle. The scene is a famous war correspondent's home in Hollywood, California. A group of guests, seated comfortably on the wide veranda, watch the twinkling lights of the film colony. And every so often the stabbing finger of a giant searchlight cuts the deep blue of the sky and loses itself in the unfathomable spaces beyond. A prominent motion picture director sweeps his arm over the scene as he turns from the veranda rail to face the group.
Oh, I know everything's swell in Hollywood, but sometimes I'd like to get away from it all. Go someplace to rest where no one would ask any questions and where I could be alone.
And where no one would say yes.
Yes, instead of being asked questions and telling people what to do, I'd like to ask a few questions myself.
But would you like having someone tell you what to do? You've been an important director for a long time now. Taking orders from someone else might not be so easy.
Well, I'd like to try it. Yeah, it's getting late. I guess we ought to be letting you get to bed, Bill.
Oh, don't mind me. After all, I can get up when I like. I don't have to be on the lot at dawn.
But we really ought to be going. Come on, Bob.
I'll get you a wrap.
Wait behind a minute when the others are gone, pal.
Righto.
Good night, Bill. As always, we've had a swell time.
Good night.
Good night, Bill. Good night, Bill.
Sit down, Val.
Oh, why so serious, Bill?
I want to talk to you.
Yes?
Listen, old man. If you don't let up, you're going to crack. You can't go on the way you've been doing, working almost night and day, turning out super colossal. So, I'm not being sarcastic. Everybody knows that you're the director. But even genius must have a rest.
Yes, Bill, you're right, but
Wait. You said a few moments ago that you'd like to go somewhere where you'd do the questioning, where you'd be ordered about.
And I mean it. I wasn't just talking.
Well, I'll tell you where to go, but you must make me a promise.
Yes? I'll promise.
When I've told you, you must go. And you must go with no idea of personal profit or gain. No idea of using what you may find for picture material. Else, I don't know what might happen to you.
I promise.
Several years ago, I read a book called A Dweller on Two Planets. The man who did the physical writing claimed that one whom he called the Master stood by his shoulder and dictated the entire book. I checked into the thing and found that the author was only a young boy at the time the work was done. He would have hardly had the necessary experience to write such a book. So I investigated further.
I've read the book, written by Philos.
Yes. Well, I also saw an article printed in a prominent metropolitan daily. The writer had gone to the slopes of Mount Shasta and had discovered there the same type of people that Philos had written of in his Dweller on Two Planets.
Seems to me that I read something in the Times about strange, unaccountable lights being seen from the region of Mount Shasta.
Right. And so, all in all, being a newspaper man and of an inquisitive turn of mind, I went there.
You did?
Yes. I got to Dunsmuir in Northern California about 10 in the morning. Soon after, began making my way towards the slopes of Mount Shasta. I had a strange feeling. A feeling of expectancy. There was a deep silence, except for the singing of birds and the sound of a waterfall. I'd been sitting on a rock. Oh, I don't know how long, when...
My son, do you seek knowledge?
What? Well, where are you?
At your side.
Oh, now I see you. What was that you said?
It is of no matter. You are a newspaper man?
Yes, I am.
But you would also seek the truth?
Well, to be quite frank, I read quite a bit about the masters of Mount Shasta, and I wanted to find out for myself.
That was known to us. I have come here to speak with you.
Yes?
Certain things will be disclosed to you, but you must not use these disclosures in your newspaper work. For the benefit of mankind, you may use them, but for profit, no. It is a testament between us?
Yes, I swear it.
We go now to the temple.
Temple? What temple?
The temple of enlightenment. It is before you.
But there is no temple. There was no temple. I can't believe my eyes. There it is, all gleaming white.
Come, my son. My son, many things cannot be explained. You would have to stay among us for many years.
But at least tell me this. Who are you, and where did you come from?
We have been here always.
But why don't other people see you?
Other people do see us, my son. The visitors, the vacationists to the mountains see us. But to each is disclosed only what he wishes to see. To the tourist looking for the barefoot hermit, I am the barefoot hermit. To him who looks for a man grown old among the mountains, that is what I am. To the seeker after truth, I am a guide, the servant of the Master.
But that still doesn't tell me who you are.
Some foolish ones think that we are descendants of the lost tribes of Atlantis. We were before Atlantis was.
You mean that you're centuries old, that you never die?
Death, my son, is but an illusion. Your friends in Hollywood who cannot see you, to them, you might as well be dead.
But they know I'm not. They know I'm away on a trip.
And should you decide to forsake the world and stay with us, what then would your friends think?
They'd think, well, that I'd suffered a lapse of memory or something.
And should the years pass and still you did not return, they would then think you dead. But you would not be. You would be with us.
I see what you mean. Things are comparative, aren't they?
Yesterday, today, and tomorrow, they are one in infinity. In the great scheme of things, they are not separable. Look, if you would understand more clearly, look in the pool.
In the pool?
Yes, at your feet.
Well, I'll be. My house. And Val sitting there on the veranda. He's talking to someone. But there's no one there.
He is talking to you, my son.
But I'm here.
But he believes that you are there.
Oh, I see now. Yes, I'm there. And the friends of the other evening, the night I made up my mind to come here.
But a bare moon pass.
If you can do that, let me see into the future.
No, my son.
I'm not afraid.
No, I have spoken. Come, there is much to see.
We'll be right back with more of our Unsolved Mystery right after this short break. This is Unsolved Mystery on When Radio Was.
It's impossible to tell you of everything I saw and was told while I was there. Time meant nothing. What I'd left behind me in Hollywood meant nothing. I remember sitting thinking, and then looking up to find myself seated on the same rock I'd been sitting on that day the master first spoke to me.
Oh, you awoke to find yourself seated at the same spot.
Awoke? What do you mean?
Well, wasn't the whole thing a dream brought on by what you had anticipated?
That's what I thought at first. An extraordinarily vivid and realistic dream. But when I returned to the hotel, a few surprises awaited me.
Yes?
In the first place, I found that I'd been gone 90 days.
What?
The hotel people told me that I'd returned to the hotel, paid my room for 90 days, and told them I was going away for a time.
Was that when you sent me word that you wouldn't be back in town as early as you expected?
I never sent you any word.
But, Bill, you sent telegrams to Watkins, to Ruth, to Simpkins, and me.
You mean that you all received telegrams, but I didn't send them?
But that's impossible, man. Fantastic.
Perhaps. But you go to Shasta, or to Dunsmuir, and look at the telegraph company's files. You won't find any originals there. And here, let me show you something.
What?
This check. Look at it. It's the check the hotel people said that I gave them.
It looks all right to me. Your signature all right.
Did you ever see ink as black as that?
Well, no,
Hold the check up to the light. Can you detect any signs of the scratch of a pen?
No, I admit that
That check, Val, was never taken from my checkbook. I didn't write it. It's a sample of the master's powers of materialization.
But there must be some explanation.
Yes, I think there is, and I'll try to give it to you.
In just a moment, you will hear a solution to the Mount Shasta mystery. Ladies and gentlemen, inasmuch as any solution must of necessity be supposition, liberties of time, place, and characters have been taken in this solution for which you have been waiting.
Well, Bill, what about that explanation?
In the first place, do you think it's possible to think of the impossible?
Let me see if I follow you. Can I imagine the impossible? No, I don't believe I can. The very fact that I can think of something makes that something possible.
If you believe in the power of mind over matter...
Well, as far as I'm concerned, mind is all-powerful.
Now let's look at biology for an instant. Every so often, a specimen is found that is a definite link between some animal alive today and some other animal that's been extinct for centuries.
I see your drift. You mean that these people are a link between us and some long-dead people who possess powers we don't know how to use?
Yes. If you read Colonel Churchward's book on Mew, you will find logical arguments in favor of the theory that the Lemurians migrated to the North American continent.
And that some of them landed to the south and became the ancient Mayas.
Right. And the ancient Mayas certainly had something that we don't possess, as did the ancient Egyptians.
Yes, we're all too inclined to think of America as a land inhabited by nothing but warlike Indians before it was settled.
Only the other day, a skeleton was found near the La Brea pits in Los Angeles, and scientists are agreed that it's not less than 15,000 years old. So isn't it possible that descendants of these ancient peoples still live in isolated parts of the country?
And not liking our modern civilization, they simply withdraw from it?
That's it. After my experience, you can hardly blame me for believing that a strange people do live on the slopes of Mount Shasta.
Suspense. Tonight, Suspense brings you Mr. Kirk Douglas as star. But first, a brief message from your announcer.
In America's finest hotels and restaurants, wherever hospitality is the last word in luxury, the first name in wines is Cresta? Blanca. Cresta Blanca. Cresta Blanca. When you proudly pour Cresta Blanca, California Burgundy, or Sauterne, you pay guests the most gracious compliment possible. For Cresta Blanca wines, from the finest of the vines, distinguish America's finest tables. That's why when you serve Cresta Blanca wines, you and your friends enjoy the best. Shenley's Cresta Blanca Wine Company, Livermore, California.
And now, Shenley brings you radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense. Presented by Roma Wines. That's Roma. Roma Wines of Fresno, California.
Tonight starring Mr. Kirk Douglas.
In the story of Markham's death, a suspense play produced, edited, and directed for Shenley by William Spear.
You say Phil Martin's run dry?
Well, I didn't make it up. My wife got it from Ann. Hasn't written a word in 6 months.
Yes, and I got it from Peterson, his publisher. They've dropped him from their spring list. Well, bye-bye, deed of American mystery writers. I'm glad to see him go.
Phil Martin. I thought that guy'd write from the grave. I don't understand it.
I guess it happens to the best of us. Hope he saved his money, but I suspect he hasn't.
Phil Martin run dry. I don't get it. I don't get it.
No, I didn't get it either. Unless you border on that fringe of abnormality which marks you as a writer, you can't possibly understand the complete futility you feel when your talent is suddenly turned off like a water spout. I've spent as much time staring at the blank paper in my typewriter as I ordinarily spend in writing an entire novel. Oh, Anne could sympathize with me because she loved me. But I didn't need Anne's stupid sympathy.
Phil, darling, I'm sure it's only temporary.
Temporary? Anne, I can't even write a decent 10-word telegram. It's no use, Anne. I'm afraid I'm through.
Oh, no, you can't be. Not anyone as great as you. Phil, maybe you've done too much. Darling, maybe you'll rest. Why don't you rest for a few months?
I've been resting.
Well, I mean, get away.
Yes, that's my last chance, dear. I'm going to do just that. I'm going abroad.
Abroad? Oh, honey, when are we going?
We aren't going. I am.
You're... Phil, is this a way of letting... I mean...
Oh, don't worry, dear. I'm not running out on you. I'll just be gone for a few months.
Oh, well, just a few months.
Yes, alone. And I told you when I first met you, I'm a complex person. I'm difficult to understand.
Yes, dear, I know that. But I thought I understood you.
Well, you can't. Nobody can.
But I love you, Phil.
And I love you, Anne, but that doesn't change matters. I'm going to England for a few months by myself. You don't have a thing to worry about. You keep your apartment and wait for me. The rent's paid through the first of the year. I'll be back before that. Anne Fleming was the beautiful, not overly intelligent type of girl I've associated with since my divorce. Her only family was a half-brother, a petty hoodlum whose habit of always wearing gloves won him the imposing nickname of Kid Gloves. That hadn't helped when he ran his car into a storefront, killing 2 people just a block from where he'd held up a tavern. Kid Gloves had gone to jail 3 months before I met Anne to serve 40 years for manslaughter and robbery. A very corny plot, the whole thing, including Anne. As I roamed around London, I thought maybe a visit in this city of great mystery tradition would be my answer. And it was. The second day, while wandering around aimlessly in the bombed-out and still unrepaired section of Bloomsbury, I stumbled onto my last inspiration quite by accident. Oh, say, when was all this hit?
Oh, right at the start of the war, sir.
Oh, then this isn't V-bomb damage.
Oh, no, damn it. As a matter of fact, the old house across the street had it the first time Jerry come over. Huh? I'd almost say it was the first house to be hit in the war.
Oh, well, did it take only 1 bomb to level it like that?
Well, how many do you think it takes? They've cleaned it up a bit now. Old house, that, too. Built back in 1750.
Really?
Yeah, pretty well known. Lots of Yanks made their digs there, before the war, that is. A Yankee rider stayed there once when he was here. What was his name, Jackie?
Oh, E.P. Rowe. No, Poe.
Oh, that's it.
Poe? Say, you don't mean Edgar Allan Poe, do you?
That's him.
What? Edgar Allan Poe once stayed in that house?
That's right. American writer. Acquaintance of yours?
Well, hardly a contemporary.
What?
Oh, nothing.
My little Halbert was playing in the rubble there Tuesday last and dug out a box of junk. Maybe some of it was Mr. Poe's. Like to see it?
Why, yes, certainly. Well, it's vaguely possible. I looked through the battered steel box. The woman provided me with a cup of tea as I spread the contents out in front of me. It was thrilling somehow to think that these dusty things perhaps had once belonged to the man who had invented the detective story more than 100 years ago. As she went out and I replaced the trinkets, I snagged the faded, musty, gray satin lining of the box and accidentally tore it. Trying to get it back together, I only ripped it further. I put my hand under the lining to straighten it, and something fell out. It was a waterproof packet containing 3 yellow sheets of paper written in a small, fine hand. At the bottom of the 3rd page was the name Edgar Allan Poe. I slipped the packet into my pocket and returned the box.
Oh, find anything?
No, just as you said, a lot of worthless trinkets. By the way, I ripped the lining as I was putting everything back.
Oh, that's all right.
Oh, no, I'd like to give you something for your trouble and for my clumsy damage. Here, and thank you so much.
5 quid? Oh, I say, 5 quid. But the old thing probably ain't worth a threepenny bit.
Well, your time, your trouble, and your courtesy are, though. Thank you very much.
But 5 quid? Oh, I say.
£5 for an original Edgar Allan Poe manuscript. It was a short story written by Poe during his brief stay in England many years before his rise and subsequent fall. As I read and reread the manuscript, I realized that it was an experiment in a completely new mystery technique. Here, in effect, was what Poultry had never discovered in his thesis on the existence of only 32 basic dramatic situations. Suddenly I realized I was the only one who knew this story, and that I could put it to better use than as a museum piece. Why, here indeed was the 33rd situation. Why, in my hands it could blossom forth as a novel, a film, a radio play. I was about to be reborn, and literary immortality was at my fingertips. I began writing in London and all the way back home. It took me 6 months to complete my work, and then, with everything finished, I burned the original Poe composition and sent the novel off to the publisher. Then I called Anne.
Will it be a big success, darling?
Big success? Well, I've never been as confident of anything in my life.
Oh, that's wonderful. They said you were through.
I told you, a rest was all I needed, a change of scenery.
I'm proud of you, Phil. I'm so proud.
I'm glad.
Maybe Phil, maybe you'll think differently about things.
I'm so glad.
Phil, you aren't even listening to me.
Huh? I'm sorry, dear. Look, Anne, I'm going to be pretty busy for the next few weeks. Now, I won't be able to see you very often.
Oh, I should think you'd have time now that...
Well, I haven't, but we'll see.
You have a date tonight.
Well, I'm going to the Mystery Writers' Banquet tonight.
And tomorrow?
Well, okay, but I'll come over for you at 8 o'clock, and for once, will you try to be ready on time? Every year on the anniversary of Edgar Allan Poe's birth, the Mystery Writers of America hold a banquet similar to the Academy Award banquet. Instead of awarding Oscars, they give Edgars for the outstanding works of the year. All of a sudden, everybody was looking at me.
Now I have a special Edgar to give. This special award goes to the first writer to discover a new, as startling different approach to the mystery story since the death of our patron saint, the great Edgar Allan Poe himself. Philip Martin, for your novel Markham's Death.
Yes, a special Edgar for an idea plagiarized from Edgar Allan Poe. The end had justified the means. And I knew that the original manuscript was now only ashes. I was the only one who had ever seen it. I was completely happy and enjoying my victory after the banquet in the quiet of my own home.
Mr. Martin?
Yes, speaking.
This is Dr. Selgrove.
Dr. Selgrove?
Yes, I'm head of the Academy of American Letters. I want to congratulate you, Mr. Martin. I was at the banquet tonight.
Oh, well, thank you, sir.
Well, yes, indeed. I've been collecting data on Edgar Allan Poe all my life. Your work was in the finest traditions of Poe.
Well, that is the supreme compliment, Doctor.
Mr. Martin, what did you find behind the lining in that steel box in London?
What?
It was you, wasn't it?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Yes, in the truest Poe tradition. So much so that I have reason to believe your idea was once Poe's.
Now, look, Doctor, I hope you haven't spread this misinformation around. Why, you're wrong, of course, but, well, even the faintest suggestion could do me irreparable harm.
If you mean, have I been discreet, sir? I have, until now.
Well, look, how do you want me to disprove this ridiculous accusation?
I'm at the academy every day. I'll be there tomorrow night until 9:30. The doors close at 8, but I'll wait for you.
That will be fine, Doctor. I'll be there around 9. And as I set the receiver back on the hook, I wondered just how much he actually knew and what I would have to do to silence him.
For Suspense, Roma Wines are bringing you Mr. Kirk Douglas in the story of Markham's death. Roma Wines' presentation tonight in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
Suspense, radio's outstanding theater of thrills, is presented by Roma Wines. That's R-O-M-A, Roma Wines, from the world's greatest reserves of fine wines. Now that autumn is here, you'll be spending more evenings at home, reading, listening to the radio, or entertaining friends. Now, here's an easy, delightful way to make the most of these pleasant hours. Simply serve delicious Roma California wines, such as glorious Roma Sherry, with its nut-like taste, ruby red Roma Port, or mellow Roma Muscatel. Yes, you'll find that Roma wines really help an evening along. That's because Roma wines taste better. They have a full, rich body and fragrant bouquet you can find only in a fine wine. Tomorrow, give your family and friends a real surprise. Treat them to better tasting Roma wines. That's R-O-M-A, Roma Wines, America's largest selling wines.
And now, Roma Wines bring back to our Hollywood soundstage Kirk Douglas as Philip Martin in the story of Markham's death, a play well calculated to keep you in suspense.
The hands of the clock on the wall seemed drugged. It moved so slowly that day. My appointment with Dr. Selgrove was for 9 p.m. I was to be at Ann's at 8. I figured about 20 minutes would wipe that slate clean.
Oh, honey, I'll be ready in a minute.
I said I'd be here at 8.
Oh, dear. Isn't 8 already, is it?
Yes, it's after 8.
Oh, I thought it was only about 7:30. I'll hurry.
Well, there's no reason.
Are we going out?
No, Ann, we're not going out. As a matter of fact, we're never going out again.
What?
I'm sorry, Ann. This is the last time we'll see each other.
But Phil, I've told everyone that...
Well, what have you told everyone?
That we were going to be married.
What? You shouldn't have. Did I ever say I'd marry you? No, I was married once, and it doesn't work for me.
This would be different.
Oh, would it? I don't think so. You see, Ann, you're taking up too much of my time.
But I wouldn't get in the way, Phil. You know
You're
that.
also taking up too much of my thoughts. I probably hit that bad slump a few months ago because of you.
Phil.
Oh, it wasn't your fault. It was mine for not realizing it.
Phil, you really mean
Oh,
that...
now look.
What about me? What about me? What am I going to do?
You'll get over it. Here, this should help.
What's that?
Take it. Just what you like. A roll of nice, clean, new $50 bills. Feel better now?
You think you can buy everything with money, don't you? Well, you can't. And stop drumming with that letter opener.
Sorry, I didn't realize. Well, that takes care of everything, doesn't it? We're still friends?
No, we'll never be friends. Phil Martin, you're rotten. You're rotten and you're conceited and you're everything I've ever... I hate you.
I said I don't like scenes. Goodbye, Ann.
Get out of here. Get out.
As I left her apartment, I paused to look at my watch. It was 8:30. I noticed a man fade back into the darkness of the doorway, but outside of the fact that he looked vaguely familiar, I thought nothing more of it. I felt as though a weight had been lifted from my shoulders, at least from one shoulder, and I was on my way to lift the weight from the other one. The Academy of American Letters was just a short distance from Anne's apartment.
Mr. Martin?
Yes. I take it you're Dr. Selgrove.
That's right. Sit down, Mr. Martin.
I'll stand, thank you. You were at the banquet last night. I remember seeing you.
And when I saw you, I knew my search was over. You fit the description just like the missing piece in a jigsaw puzzle. I knew you were the man Mrs. Carruthers described.
Well, who is Mrs. Carruthers?
The woman who gave you the steel box. The box which must have contained the Edgar Allan Poe manuscript you so skillfully rewrote.
Preposterous.
You deny that you were in London?
No, but...
Or that you found the box and examined it?
Well, no, but...
Mr. Martin, a poverty-stricken woman like Mrs. Carruthers couldn't forget a man who gave her £5. She could forget seeing him slip a packet into his pocket. That is, until someone came along and gave her £10 to refresh her memory.
For £10, she probably dreamed up the whole story. Look, you say you know something of Poe. Then you know that the time he spent in London was long before his prominence as an author. Why, for all we know, he didn't write a line during his entire stay there.
Mr. Martin, I've devoted my life to gathering information about Edgar Allan Poe. It's my hobby as well as my job. I've been looking for one missing manuscript for a long time. A manuscript whose existence I learned of quite by chance.
What are you talking about?
This letter which Edgar Allan Poe wrote to a cousin in Boston during his London visit. Fine piece, isn't it?
Well, what about it?
Well, let me read it to you. He says, "My new theory for a tale of murder is a form of induction as opposed to deduction. I refer to it as Markhamism after the title character. My first draft manuscript is stored behind a satin curtain built of steel to age and mellow until such a time as I may produce it without being turned mad."
I see.
Dear me, you were overconfident, Martin, calling your novel Markham's Death. Not only didn't you change the process, you didn't even alter the name.
And if I should admit to all this, what would be your price?
Now, Mr. Martin, money's of no consequence. I'm a student, a collector of American letters. All I want from you is the manuscript.
Impossible.
In return for my everlasting silence. Possessing the manuscript is payment enough. I have no desire to ruin you. Unless, of course, it should become necessary for me to do so.
How would I know you wouldn't show it?
Certainly you don't question my word.
The manuscript has been destroyed.
Don't expect me to believe that.
It's the truth. I burned it.
Well, if you want to be difficult, I won't agree with you, Mr. Martin. Pity you won't cooperate. I'll just put this letter back in the safe, and then tomorrow, we'll see.
Panic fled with the return of cold logic. Dr. Selgrove was unquestionably dead. I had to act quickly because speed was essential. I knew that from what I myself had often written. I took the letter and pocketed it to be burned later in the privacy of my own home. There would be no suspicious ashes for the police to sift. The bookend was the only thing I touched. I carefully filled the wash basin with hot water and dropped the bookend into it, smearing and obliterating any fingerprints. Now, I had to work backwards. The average murderer establishes his alibi first. But in my case, I had to establish it behind me and cover my time. Most people are careless about exact times and can be off many minutes, especially in their recollections. Have you ever looked at your watch, then had someone ask you the time only to find that you had to look again? Yes, Anne would work as my alibi. I couldn't confide in her, but she was careless about time. But what of the man I'd seen in her hall at 8:30? Suddenly I knew. It was Anne's brother, Kid Gloves Fleming. Now that I thought about it, I knew I recognized him from his pictures. He'd obviously escaped from prison and had gone to Anne for help. Yes, Anne would be more than happy to say I'd been with her until 9:15. Unobserved, I hurried back to her apartment house. In front of the building, I hailed a passing taxi and entered at precisely 9:05.
Where to, mister?
The Milford Club on 59. Not many taxis in this neighborhood, are there?
Were you waiting long?
10 or 15 minutes. I wanted to be at the club by 9. Oh, it's almost that now.
Is that all? I thought it was later. Oh, well, I'll get you there fast.
Oh, that's all right. There's no hurry.
Evening, Mr. Martin.
Oh, good evening, Henry. Well, not many coats being checked tonight, are there?
No, sir. But look at all those hats.
Let me see. Seems as though I've misplaced my watch. Have you the time, Henry?
Why, sure. It's 20 minutes after 9.
Oh, thanks. Well, I seem to be losing everything tonight.
Oh, what's wrong?
Well, I've dropped my notebook. Oh, I must have dropped it in that taxi.
Was it important?
Well, just to me, I had some personal notes in there. Oh, look, I wonder, Henry, if you'd call the cab company for me and ask if it's turned in.
Sure.
Thanks. My name and address are engraved on the cover. As a matter of fact, I even recall the name of the driver. It struck me as unusual. It was Alonzo P. Alonzo.
I'll take care of it.
Thanks. Oh, and you might add that I'll post a $25 reward. Then I went down to see Lieutenant John Kirkland of Homicide. We'd been classmates, and I'd spent many an evening at headquarters discussing our favorite subject, crime.
Well. Hello, Phil.
Hiya, Johnny. Anything on the docket?
Oh, just routine.
Mind if I sit in? I want to get my mind off Anne.
Anne? Well, what's the matter?
Oh, you know, Johnny, the usual. I wrote Finny to our little romance, and, well, she wasn't too happy about it.
Still a dog with the women, eh, kid? Oh, say, this is a coincidence. Remember that wild kid brother of Anne's?
Kid brother? Oh, you mean the one they call Kid Glove? Well, I remember reading about him. Why?
Well, he broke out of jail late this afternoon.
Say, Anne will certainly be worried.
Well, she won't have to worry anymore.
What?
Yeah, they caught him down at the railroad station trying to get out of town.
What? Are they bringing him in?
Yeah. Stiff.
Oh.
Yeah, the poor fool decided to shoot it out, and he picked a crack shot like O'Malley to draw on.
Oh, well, is O'Malley all right?
Oh, sure, O'Malley's always all right. But the kid's dead.
Oh.
This is going to be tough on Anne. Even though they didn't get along, he's still her brother.
Well, she'll get over it. I guess it's better this way.
That's a funny thing, though. He was still wearing those kid gloves, and he had a roll of new $50 bills that would choke a horse.
Now I understood. Anne's brother had visited her just after I left, and she'd given him the money. Well, I was completely relaxed now. The only person who could possibly spoil my perfect story was dead.
Oh, pardon me, Phil, please.
Sure.
Hello. This is Kirkland speaking. Oh? When? I see. Who? Philip Martin?
Huh?
Why, he's right here. I said he's right here.
Oh, is it for me?
Just a second, Phil, please. Yeah. Oh, okay. Let me know. I'll send him right out.
Hey, what's up, Johnny? I thought that call was for me.
No, it wasn't for you, Phil. It was about you.
About me?
Yeah. Where were you this evening?
I told you. I had dinner, went over to see Anne, and then met you.
Well, weren't you anyplace else? Are you sure?
Of course I'm sure. Say, Johnny, what is this, the third degree?
Do you remember what time you left Anne's?
Why, well, I must have left about 9:15. Yes, I'm sure of that. It was just about 9 when I caught my cab.
Was anyone with you?
At Anne's, no. We were alone.
Couldn't you be mistaken? Couldn't you have been someplace else, maybe at 8:15 or 8:30?
No.
Why, Phil? Why do you play right into my hands? Why do you make it impossible for me to help you?
What are you talking about?
Murder, Phil. I'm arresting you for murder.
In a few hours, I'm going to be executed for the murder of Dr. Selgrove. But the police don't know that yet. You see, although I'm innocent of the crime I'm scheduled to die for, I'm powerless to save myself. Yes, I backed out of my own crime successfully. Only I set myself squarely in the middle of a worse one. The only way I can save myself is by telling that I was busy killing Dr. Selgrove at the time I'm supposed to have killed Anne Fleming. I know that Anne was killed by her brother, but there's no way of proving it. The letter opener he plunged into her chest still had my fingerprints, slightly smeared by his kid gloves. Robbery was ruled out because nothing was disturbed. Snooping neighbors had heard Anne and me quarrel and had heard her scream around 9:15. They suspected that I had hit her and nothing more. But it placed the time exactly as I had placed myself in her company during that time. Well, I see where they dug up another original, hitherto unknown manuscript by Edgar Allan Poe in somebody's closet in Fordham, New York. It's all about a man who builds such a perfect alibi for himself that he gets executed for the wrong murder. Well, I'm glad they only found it today, after I had already written the above confession. Otherwise, they'd say I'd been plagiarizing Poe again.
Suspense. The story of Markham's death, starring Kirk Douglas, presented by Roma Wines. That's R-O-M-A. Roma Wines, America's largest selling wines. Yes, Roma Wines are America's largest selling wines. And this is Truman Bradley to tell you the reason. It's because Roma Wines taste better. You see, Roma gathers and presses only the choicest California grapes. Then, with age-old skills and unmatched wine-making resources, Roma master vintners guide this grape treasure unhurriedly to peak taste richness. These fine Roma wines are laid aside with mellow Roma wines of years before to await later selection for your enjoyment from the...
In the coming weeks, Suspense will present such stars as Louis Jourdain, June Havoc, Dennis O'Keefe, Marcia Hunt, and others. Make it a point to listen each Thursday to Suspense, radio's outstanding theater of thrills. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Tonight's Suspense brings you Mr. Richard Ney and Mr. Joseph Kearns as stars in a remarkable study in suspense, written by the distinguished contemporary English novelist Evelyn Waugh.
Tonight's stars Richard Ney and Joseph Kearns appear in Evelyn Waugh's study in mounting terror called The Man Who Liked Dickens, a suspense play produced, edited, and directed for Shenley by William Spear.
When Brenda and I broke up the marriage, it cheered the gossips and gave them something to talk about. I kept running into people who asked about Brenda, and I either bored them or they bored me. One of the rare moments when the human equation is perfectly balanced. So that when Dr. Messenger told me in a club one night he was going on an expedition into the Amazon to find a buried city called Demerara, I asked to go with him. I told nobody about it except my brother Mark. I can remember little of the preparations or leaving England. All I can recall now is that when we docked near the mouth of the Orinoco, the tropics were bathed in a green and lemon splendor. Oh, how well suckled from heaven it seems. Green hilltops sown with daisies, and the breeze was sweet, and everything seemed luminous and lately sprung from the soil. I don't know when that feeling first wore off, perhaps when I began to sense that there was something wrong with the natives. Dr. Messenger had hired them with the usual trinkets, and they seemed happy, but as the days wore on, you knew there was some deep reservation in their minds. We crossed the headwaters and started down to look for bigger streams, and they spoke to Dr. Messenger for the first time that night. They didn't want to go on. It wasn't their country, and they were frightened. Dr. Messenger shouted and screamed at them, and they quieted down. They quieted down and made no sound. Finally, they made no sound at all in the night. I knew what had happened before Dr. Messenger burst into my tent.
Wake up!
I'm awake.
Come outside. Something rotten has happened.
I know already. The natives have gone.
Bunch of rotters. They sneaked away like shadows.
Did they leave the stuff?
I guess. They took only their own things.
They're honest.
The only decent thing they could do.
No, I mean, they're honest. They never intended to go on.
To leave us this way, We don't leave them, though. We'll find others. We'll do it handy, we will.
We'll keep looking.
Right's the word, Tony. We'll keep looking.
And we'll keep talking, and we'll dodge what we both want to say. That we're alone in the jungle.
Well, what if we are? We'll move on. We found maps, and we'll do it handy. It'll take a bit of poise, that's all.
I suppose. Dr. Messenger, about the trip and everything ahead.
Yes?
Do you think we'll make it?
Of course, we've got to. It's that simple. We've got to.
Thank you. You know, I don't think we will either. The next morning we gathered our stock, set up an emergency camp on the left bank, and started down the main stream. Right after breakfast, I found I had the fever, so Messenger and I had to travel in the same canoe. The part of the provisions loaded against my feet to keep me from falling out. Late that afternoon, Messenger nudged the boat ashore. There were falls up ahead, and we had to carry the canoe past the danger spot. Messenger lifted me ashore and started to drag the canoe up on the bank. The cargo shifted on him, and he slipped into the water. It was quite shallow in places, and he caught at the rocks, but they were worn smooth. And he plunged into deep water and reached the falls. The foam subsided into a great pool, almost still, and strewn with blossoms from the forest trees that stood gauntly above it. Dr. Messenger's hat floated very slowly towards the Amazon, and the water closed over his bald head.
Hello. My name is Todd. Here, drink this. You'll only need a bit. Drink it now.
I have the fever.
I know, but you're getting rid of it.
How can you tell?
If you're alive, you're getting over it. If you're dead, you're not.
Thank you. You're the first stranger I've seen for a very long time.
And you're the first one I've seen for a very long time.
I liked him from the first. I liked him right away. Mr. Todd brought me to his house. It was near a village of Indians along the riverbank. He owned a dozen or so head of puny cattle which grazed in the savannah, a plantation of cassava, some banana and mango trees, a dog, and, unique in the neighborhood, a single-barreled breech-loading shotgun. He sat and talked to me while he gave me medicine and nursed me back to health.
There's a medicine for everything in the forest. To make you ill and to make you well. To kill you and to drive you mad. Well, my mother was an Indian, and she taught me many of them.
How long have you lived here in the jungle?
Oh, I was born here. I've always lived here. It's a very long and lonely life.
It would be for me.
I've watched most of the natives grow up. Some of them die. So I tried to look after them.
Then that's why they obey you so well.
That reason, and because I have the gun.
Oh?
My father was good company. He lived to a great age, a very great age. It's not 25 years since he died. Oh, he was a man of education. Can you read?
Oh, yes, of course.
Oh, not everyone's so fortunate. I cannot. The only two words I know how to spell are born and die.
Oh, yes? Oh, that's rather too bad. Oh, but I suppose you haven't much opportunity here.
Oh, yes, that's just it. I have a great many books. I'll show them to you when you're better. My father left them.
Oh, I see.
Yes, he used to read to me. He read to me all the time. Then there was another man a few years ago, Barnabas. He read to me until he had to leave. Oh, I was very sad because he read well. And the book means so much to me.
How long ago was that?
Oh, 7 years ago. He read to me every day until he left. You shall read to me when you're better.
Why, I'd be delighted to.
As Mrs. Bardell says to Mr. Pickwick, it is so kind of you to have so much consideration for my loneliness. Yes, you shall read to me.
Mr. Todd had a soft way of speaking, as if he had learned to talk under the sounds of the jungle. And now, as he went about his work in the village, he seemed happier than I'd seen him before, as if he were alive to some great expectation. I went on recuperating, and my first day out of bed, he took me walking into the jungle.
We'll have to turn back soon. It's going late.
Yes, it's almost 4 o'clock. What would it be like in London now? I can never remember which way it goes. What's the time?
It'll be 9 o'clock. Sun comes up in the east. They get the day sooner.
Yeah. So we get it secondhand and slightly soiled.
Hey, what's the matter?
That mound of dirt there. What is it?
It's a grave. I told you about him.
Who?
Barnabas. His name was Barnabas Washington. He's the man who read to me.
Oh, you said he left.
Didn't he?
But you didn't say that way. You talked as if he really left.
Did I? Maybe it's the way of saying things down here. You're an educated man, I'm not.
I didn't mean that. I just thought of him as, leaving.
Oh, of course I should have made it clear. He was a splendid fellow, Barnabas. I liked him very much.
How long was he here?
Oh, quite a long time.
I mean, exactly how long?
I couldn't remember. It's quite a long time.
And he died here without getting home?
Oh, yes, it seems sad. He was a splendid fellow. I'm sure he was missed. You know, you've given me an idea.
Yes?
I wonder if he doesn't need a marker. I think I'll build a small cross. 2 of them, I think. One to commemorate his leaving and the other your coming.
Now, that seems very odd.
Most things are that old men do. I'd like to begin now. Would you care to help?
No, I'm going back. I feel tired.
Oh, yes, of course. Oh, print it out for me, will you? Barnabas Washington and your name. I know how to print born and died. I'll do it later myself. Yes, now you want to rest. And tonight I think we could begin.
Begin what?
Your reading to me. You feel well enough now, don't you?
Yes, I feel all right.
Oh, good. Then we'll begin tonight.
And it was thus that I entered my prison, a dungeon in bright sunlight. No one could imagine it. A slave to the subtlest of all tyrannies, the imprisonment of another man's mind.
For Suspense, Roma Wines are bringing you Richard Ney and Joseph Kearns and The Man Who Liked Dickens. Roma Wines' presentation tonight in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense. And now, Roma Wines bring back to our Hollywood soundstage Richard Ney as Anthony Last and Joseph Kearns as Mr. Todd in The Man Who Liked Dickens, a play well calculated to keep you in suspense.
It was dark when Mr. Todd came in, and we ate in silence. After the meal, He led me into his room, and I saw the books for the first time. They were on a loft above his bed and tied in small bundles. He brought all the bundles in by the fire and began to unwrap them.
It's been hard to keep out the worms and the ants. Oh, 2 are practically destroyed. Oliver and David. But there's an oil the Indians make that's useful. Oh, yes. Here's one we could start with. It's in rather bad shape, but the printing is clear.
You want to start with this?
Oh, it doesn't matter which we take first. Do you like that one?
Nicholas Nickleby.
Nickleby.
By Charles Dickens. Well, maybe something lighter to start with. Something besides Dickens, huh?
Well, there's nothing besides Dickens.
You say all these books?
Oh, yes, every one of them by Charles Dickens. All the books he wrote are right there. Oh, but the ants destroyed, too. You know, I was very sorry about that.
Oh, you must like Dickens a great deal.
Oh, I do. I'm very fond of him. You see, these are the only books I have ever heard.
Yeah, they belong to your father.
Oh, yes. He used to read them to me. And then the other man, and now you. I've heard them all several times by now, but I never get tired. There's always more to be learned and noticed, and so many characters, and so many changes of scene, and so many words. It takes a long time to read them all, more than 2 years.
Well, I should think they'd last out my visit.
Oh, I hope not. It's delightful to start again. Each time I find more to enjoy and admire. I say, shall we begin?
I suppose.
Oh, sit there and read across the fire to me. I like it best that way. All right. Let's go ahead, huh?
Tale of Two Cities by Charles Dickens. The first book, The Call to Life.
Call to Life.
It was the best of times. It was the worst of times. It was the age of wisdom. It was the epoch of incredulity. It was the season of light. It was the season of darkness. I found some pleasure in the reading for a while. It calmed me and gave me a feeling of being whole again. And the old man's delight was something to see. As I read, he followed the words soundlessly with his lips. Often, when a new Dickensian character was introduced, he'd say, "Repeat the name, I've forgotten him." Or, yes, I remember her well. She dies, poor woman." Always he was concerned with the people and nothing else. And his comments were usually simple. "I think that Dedlock is a very proud man." Or, "Mrs. Jellyby does not take enough care of her children." Almost daily now, I mentioned the subject of my departure and asked about canoes and reins and the possibility of finding guides. And one night, after I'd finished a chapter of Bleak House, I said, "Look, the time's come, Mr. Todd, when I've got to think about getting back. Well, I've imposed on you long enough.
None.
Oh, I mean it. Now, how soon do you think I'll be able to get a boat?"
"A boat?"
Yes, to leave. I appreciate all your kindness to me more than I can say,
Any
but
kindness I may have shown is amply repaid by your reading of Dickens. Now, do not let us mention that subject again.
I'm glad you enjoyed it. I have too, Mr. Todd, but I must be thinking of getting back now.
Oh, yes. The other man was like that. He thought of it all the time, but he died before he got back.
Mr. Todd, did he, the other man, did he finish all the Dickens books?
Finish them?
Yes, the other man. Did he go through all of them?
No, it's hard to remember. But I do recall the Tale of Two Cities 3 or 4 times.
3 or 4 times? Do you mean he went all through and came back? Why, you said it took 2 years each time.
Well, maybe it was 3 times. I'm getting old. My memory's not good.
Mr. Todd, why did he stay?
I don't know.
Why did he stay all those years?
Well, he never said.
Forgive me, Mr. Todd, but I must press the point. When can I get a boat?
There is no boat.
Oh, the Indians can build one.
You'll have to wait for the rain.
How long will that be?
Oh, a month, 2 months.
Well, I must speak to them then.
Yes, of course. Now, it's early. Do you think we could read some more tonight? Bleak House has always been a favorite of mine. Was influenced by
by Mrs. Gamp, it was decided that Mrs. Gamp should be approached without delay.
I wonder if you could read that over again. It's one of the points I think Dickens leaves unclear.
Oh, I'm very tired. I wonder if we could wait.
Oh, yes, of course. We'll take it up tomorrow.
Listen.
What is it?
It's the rain. The rain's come, Mr. Todd.
It always does.
You know what it means? Why, it means I can make preparations to go now. Oh, I can talk to the natives about building a boat.
Oh, that's impossible.
Why?
It's impossible. The Indians won't build a boat during rainy season. It's one of their superstitions.
Well, you might have told me.
Didn't I mention it? I forgot.
No, you've forgotten a lot of things.
Well, I'm getting old.
Not too old, Mr. Todd. You've remembered to evade me.
How could I evade?
But you have. And you've lied to me. You've lied to me systematically. Mr. Todd, you're holding me a prisoner. You're keeping me here against my will.
But, my friend,
I demand to be released.
You're under no restraint. You can go when you like.
You know very well I can't get away without your help.
In that case, you'll have to humor an old man. Read to me another chapter.
Todd, I swear by anything you like. When I get to Manhouse, I'll find someone to take my place. I'll pay a man to read to you.
I have no need for another man. You read so well.
Then I've read for the last time.
I hope not. Oh, I sincerely hope not.
Well, that evening at supper, only one piece of dried meat was brought in, and Mr. Todd ate alone. Next day at noon, a single plate was put before Mr. Todd, but with it lay his gun, cocked on his knee as he ate. And I began reading of Martin Chuzzlewit. But it was different now, because I knew what lay ahead. And if I didn't then, I did after I found the scrawled note toward the back of the book. It was written with pencil in a rough hand. I, James Todd of Brazil, do swear to Barnabas Washington of Georgetown that if he finished this book, in fact Martin Chuzzlewit, I will let him go back as soon as finished. And there followed a heavy pencil X. And after it, Mr. Todd made this mark signed Barnabas Washington. The note was signed January 1929. And Barnabas Washington died in 1940. Well, from that moment on, I began to grow worse. I ate little and slept even less. And every day there was more Charles Dickens. A whole year had passed of our mutual friend in the old curiosity shop, and Mr. Todd was already talking of starting over again. And then a stranger arrived in camp. A half-caste prospector, one of that lonely order of men who wander for a lifetime through the forest, tracing the streams for gold. I stood in the rain outside his window and heard them. He said they were white men a few days away, apparently on their way towards this camp. Mr. Todd was furious.
When did you see them? About a week ago. When I came far. They were coming this way? Oh, I'm sure of it. Did they ask for anybody? I didn't talk to them. Thank you. Well, I must send out a party to greet them. Sit there and finish your tea. I shan't be long. Thank you.
Look, you must help me before he comes back. Huh? You send somebody to head them off. Oh, you've got to get there first. What about? I'm a prisoner. Tell them about me. Here, give them this. Where is it? Page 214. Here, I'll write. Now, that's my name. They'll know.
Just give it to them?
Yes, and hurry. Don't let him know. Hide it on you somewhere, and hurry. Please, hurry, because you're my last hope under heaven. Well, Mr. Todd must have sensed that, too, because the next afternoon he told me that he expected I'd be leaving soon and invited me to a native feast. I agreed to go, and that was my fatal blunder, the last of all possible mistakes. At the feast, they served a thick porridge, and I remember only growing warm and weak and being carried back to Mr. Todd. I was still weak when I woke. I was in the armchair and found Mr. Todd rocking contentedly before his fire.
Ah! Are we awake? Oh, you don't look well. Not well at all.
I feel rotten. That porridge doesn't seem to agree with me.
I'll give you something to make you better. The forest has remedies for everything, to make you awake and to make you sleep.
You haven't seen my watch anywhere?
You've missed it?
Yes, I thought I was wearing it. I see, I've never slept so long.
Not since you were a baby. You know how long? 2 days.
Nonsense. I couldn't sleep that long.
But you did. It was a long time. It was a pity, too, because you missed our guests.
Guests?
Well, yes. I've been quite gay while you were asleep. 3 men from outside, Englishmen. It's a pity you missed them. A pity for them, too, since they particularly wished to see you.
Then they did come.
They came all the way to find you. Yes, just to find you. You were asleep. They wanted to see you. I didn't think you'd mind, so I gave them a little souvenir. Your watch.
You gave them my watch? Why, they thought...
Your brother Mark was pleased with it. And they took some photographs of the little cross I put up to commemorate your coming. Of course, I had to alter it a little.
You wrote in my death. You wrote in my death on that cross.
Oh, now. You're upset. We'll have no Dickens tonight. But tomorrow night, we'll start Little Dorrit again. There are passages in that book I can never hear without the temptation to weep.
They didn't ask questions. They didn't suspect.
Who would?
But the note. They couldn't have missed it.
What note? There was no note.
They didn't show it to you then. Maybe they guessed.
They didn't guess anything.
Why, they'd have shown it to you. Oh, they must have understood.
You tore it out of a book. What book? What book did you tear it out of?
This one, by your feet. A Tale of Two Cities.
What page? What did it say? What did it say? You remember?
So do you.
Well, tell me. You can remember. Repeat it for me.
I'll remember it all my life. April 14. After having long been in danger of my life at the hands of the village, I've been seized with great violence and indignity and brought a long journey on foot. Oh, and I demand of heaven, will he not come to deliver me? For the love of heaven, of justice, of generosity, I supplicate you to succor and release me.
You didn't send them that.
Now they'll know. They'll know what it means and they'll come back. There it is now. I'm here. I'm up here in the clearing.
It's only one of the natives.
Now they'll come back. Now take the book and all your books. No. Take them out of the fire. Martin, gentle. No. My book. Nicholas. My book. No. Don't be wretched. Not you, don't. Don't burn my book. My beautiful. They're near us. Up here. Hurry. All in the name of heaven. My book. They're all going into the fire. Hold it. No, I'm discovered. I'm up here. Mark, where the ground is high. Well, we left the heart of the Amazon country that night. It was a night that was full of sound. The howler monkeys were silent, but tree frogs nearby set up a continuous chorus. Birds were awake, calling and whistling, and far in the depths about them came the occasional rending and reverberation of dead wood falling among the trees. And under all of that, the sound of Mr. Todd. The sound of words coming out of his mouth. A mouth that had nothing left to it but trembling and quivering. The sound of Mr. Todd sitting before the fire watching the last of Charles Dickens burn and repeating from a broken memory, it was the best of times, it was the worst of times, it was the age of wisdom, it was the age of foolishness, it was the epoch of belief, it was the epoch of incredulity, it was the season of light, it was the season of darkness, it was the spring of hope, it was the winter of despair.
Suspense. The Man Who Liked Dickens, starring Richard Ney and Joseph Kearns, presented by Roma Wines. That's R-O-M-A, Roma Wines, America's largest selling wine.
What's it like at Paris, Las Vegas? It's a little like this.
All right, I'm in Vegas, baby. Serve me a drink. Kiss the dice. But wait, what's that smell? Could it be? But of course, it's the amazing aroma of freshly baked French bread. Oh, I love authentic French cuisine. I must be in Paris, but wait, I'm in Vegas. 7, coming 11. Show me the showgirls, but wait, is that? Oh, but of course, the Eiffel Tower experience. They put a restaurant in the Eiffel Tower. I'm riding up 50 stories. I can see the entire Vegas Strip because I'm in Vegas. Hey, let's go to a show. But wait, is that? Oh, but of course, Napoleon. Fine cigars, 50-year-old cognac. This is a life. Can't get enough of Las Vegas.
Call now for their midweek rate of $79 per night that includes $50 in valuable discounts to Parisian restaurants and the musical spectacular Notre Dame de Paris. Call 1-888-BONJOUR for reservations.
All you need to know, KNX and 70 News Radio.
Richard Ney will soon be seen in the Sierra production Joan of Lorraine. Tonight's suspense play was adapted by Richard Breen from the original short story by Evelyn Waugh. Next Thursday, same time, you will hear Marcia Hunt as star of Suspense. Produced and directed by William Spear for the Roma Wine Company of Fresno, California.